The World Surf League Challenger Series arrives in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil for the final event of the 2023 season. Saquarema comes alive with passion and rhythm as tens of thousands pack the Maracana of surf to witness the next generation fight for qualification on the championship tour. With spots already secure, the time is now for challengers to channel the energy on the beach and punch their ticket to surfing's biggest stage. At the 2023 Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil, the future is now.
Nothing quite like Challenger Series surfing, and it seems like potential second day of competition here at the Corona Saquarema Pro is on tap. Mateusz Hergy, James Surikowski was in the water this morning for a warm-up session, coming off of a great 9th place finish over there in Ericeira. Made a huge leap in the rankings. Meanwhile, Shion Crawford will potentially be in the first heat of the morning, as well as Marc Lacomar, the French surfer, the 33-year-old, looking for his first chance to qualify for the championship tour. There's Dylan Moffat, also a young Australian hopeful, looking to qualify for the Land Down Under. Has a good shot of doing so here in Saquarema if he were able to make it into the final. As you can see, beautiful, dreamy conditions this morning here at Praia de Itaúna. Saquarema playing host to the final event of the 2023 Challenger Series season. A beautiful morning, overcast, but waves are absolutely pumping. Bom dia, welcome. Mitchell Salazar here with Marcos Bocayuo. Marcos, an excellent first day of competition. 8 heats of the men, and 8 heats of the women transpired yesterday. Very much could see another 8 heats for both divisions here today.
For sure. Yesterday was an amazing warm-up for this huge competition. Death or glory right here. A lot of drama going to be in place during this week. And the good news is, Mitch, we have an amazing day of competition. I think we're going to be calling on because the training session was pumping here today.
Yeah, and chances of a qualification for some people and some dreams could be devastated as well. Let's go downstairs for the call. Manuela Callado is with Travis Logie.
Good morning, guys. Bom dia a todos. Good morning, Travis. We see here very different conditions from yesterday. The weather is completely different, and also the waves. What's the call for today?
Yeah, it's looking glorious out there. It's super, super clean. The wind's changed. It's way more favorable direction. Waves have dropped a little bit, but there's still plenty surf. Easy call today. We're on men's round of 64, heats 1 to 16 today. Clean conditions all day. It's forecasted to be, so it's going to be a great day.
Great, and today we have the Legends Heat at the end of the day. How are your expectations about that?
I'm loving that heat. I can't wait to watch it. All those guys are just absolute legends of the sport globally, so I'm super stoked we're giving them a platform to surf in front of the crowd here.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're having a great day here, guys. Back to you.
Obrigado, Manu. And as Travis said, 16 heats, the round of 64 of the men will be on, and some current conditions are just absolutely spectacular, 3 to 4 feet from the south-southwest, but the wind so far will be very calm in comparison to yesterday, Marcos.
For sure. You have a good karma going on over here. I'm super amped to be calling those heats. And the legend heats, oh my God, Vitor Ribas and Guilherme Herdy, the uncle of Mateus. A lot of things going on today. Going to be a nice day of competition for sure.
Victor Ribas also in that
Victor
legend
Ribas, our best record before Gabriel Medina clinched the world title in 2014. He was the best record that we have, 1999 in the hockey title. He placed in the end like the third position in the rankings. And
first heat of the morning will be a very important one. Jacob Wilcox has already qualified for the championship tour for 2024. He's had an extremely consistent year. Dylan Moffat will be out there with him in the blue. Marc Lacomar from France, number 36 in the rankings in the white. And Shion Crawford, who had the first heat win of the event yesterday, will be out there in the green jersey. 30-minute heats. As Travis mentioned, 16 heats today. So all of the men's round to 64. But a lot of implications, though, Marcos. You've been around surfing, especially in Brazil, since the early 80s. Now the Challenger Series is on. It's the third year that we've had this kind of series so far in terms of qualification for the Championship Tour. As you can hear the countdown in the background, that means the event is officially on for today. So the first heat has started. But not only are we seeing new crops of surfers come through from different regions worldwide, the ways you can qualify for the Challenger Series has changed quite a bit too.
For sure. Nowadays we have almost like 3 divisions, QS, CS, and CT. And I think it's good for being like putting layers of professional surfing. You can, put all the effort, your budget in your region, and then jump it on the CS. And you got the stages that we didn't have in the past.
So in the water right now, Jacob Wilcox mentioned that he's had an extremely consistent year, Marcos. Opened up with a 5th over at Snapper Rocks, a 2nd over in Narrabeen, lost to Cole Houshman, even though it was a close final. And speaking of somebody who's been close to qualifying a few times, this young man on screen, Dylan Moffitt, great style for the regular footer, and now off to a quick start. Look for the rotation right there, and he's going to come unglued. So far, a decent year coming off of his best result over in Ericeira, 9th place finish. Besides that, a 17th in Narrabeen. But he has had CT experience, had a wild card over at Bells Beach earlier this year.
For sure. He's a super flawless surfer. Kind of a sketchy landing on the air there. A little setup snap, back foot here, super punchy there, and then you throw a rotation on the landing, kind of sketchy with the back foot here, there on the deck.
And just going to be a throwaway score, 1.9 for Moffitt. And speaking of people that have also been very close, world title threat in the junior rankings for many years, Marc Lacomar, the French surfer in the white jersey, one of Europe's hopefuls to qualify for the Championship Tour. Still only 33 years old. What's so impressive about his career, he's been doing this at this level for around 15, 16 years now.
For sure. He's a grinder for France. I can recall, like, William Cardoso, I think he qualified with Panda with 31 years old, so he's still pushing. Marc Lacomar is a legend for European surfing, for global surfing. And there he goes.
This is Jake Wilcox now. Number 2 on the CS ranks. Going to be a quick one for him. So no harm, no foul right there. Just trying to keep another surfer off of those waves. Margaret River, Western Australia is where this kid is from. Talented is to say very little about Jacob Wilcox. He is way more than that. Versatile. He's skilled. Great in any kind of conditions. And so far in 2023, he has excelled in CS competition.
For sure. It's a good year for the goofy footers. You got Cole on the front seat. We got him on the back seat. And this is Shion Crawford.
Yeah, Crawford with a great combo. And as always, real calm and collected at the beginning of these heats. Coming from Haleiwa, Hawaii, a young, tall surfer. A very strong and powerful surfer, as you can see right there, coming from the Hawaiian Islands. He feels right at home here in this beach break of Praia Itaúna. Had a heat win yesterday, looking for a second one in the competition here.
For sure. He's not going to be competing in his own helm this year, but he's putting all his effort over here. Nice combo, 3 turns, nice combination, variation, all there, on point.
And I really like the precision that he had on the backhand right there, too. Great on both sides of the rail, but when it comes to the air game, he's improved quite a bit, too. Competition-wise, I'd have to say one of the biggest improvements that we've seen so far in young Crawford's career. Looking at Marc Lacomar now, he has priority. He's the only person in this heat so far that hasn't caught a wave. 26 minutes on the clock. 30 minutes with the amount of consistency out there, seems like plenty of time for these heats.
For sure. We have clean conditions. Check it out, Dylan in the backhand.
So setup snap right there in the pocket for Moffitt. Once again, wraps it back. Much more like it for the surfer in the blue. There's a sense of urgency right now for Dill. Really wants to make it to the CT if he can. And just grinding on this wave right now. And he's going to kick out with what seems to be his best wave so far, just under 26 minutes.
Nice variation, nice angles. I like how he pushed the back foot on his tail pad on the end. Putting some flair there.
A couple of CT hopefuls right there. Jadson Andre looking to qualify.
Cool.
Jackson Baker.
Let's see, guys, how he push hard on the back foot. Nursing this little one, they're pushing hard also. Variation, different angles. Look, a little flare there. And in the end, whoa, milking the wave all the way down. Amazing. He was surfing almost like Shikama, dude.
And we were talking about yesterday the success that the Australians have had here in Saquarema. Just in Brazil in general, there was a 3-year run when the 6-star QS was run here in Saquarema. As you see the Aussie contingent, Kalani Ball, Jordy Lawler, who will be coming up in a couple of heats, George Pitar, Alistair Reginato. There was a 3-year span where Kai Auden, Mitch Colburn, and Matt Wilkinson won back-to-back-to-back events here in Saquarema, given they were all goofy footers. But the predominance of Australian surfing here in terms of competition has always been quite successful for them.
There's a busting down the doors going on here for many years. First in the 80s with Dave McCauley. After that, we got Taj Burrow winning a lot of, I think, 4 competitions around like Florianopolis, Rio. So they were calling, they have the nicknames or Mr. Brazil back in the day. So they connect here, man. They feel at home, and it's Saquarema. You can be attached. Like there's almost the same atmosphere, the same power in the waves, like West Oz, Hawaii. Saquarema is a nice open field. That's why we call it Maracanã do Surf, like Staples Center, like Wembley Arena for us.
I like that call, Staples Center. The house that Kobe built. There's Miguel Tudela. He'll be coming up in Heat 2. Also has implications to qualify for the Championship Tour. Number 48 in the rankings coming in to the last CS event of 2023. Scores are in for Crawford. 6.5, the best of the heat. And the second wave of Dylan Moffat, a 4.17.
Hey, they sending some message there. You got to trying to put like huge maneuvers, not just the quality. It's more important than the quantity.
Absolutely. I mean, goes to show you the 6'5 there of Sean Crawford. Case in point. But I think the quality of the waves today really put into perspective what we saw yesterday. Not to say that the waves weren't good.
Yeah.
They were challenging.
For sure.
Today, they're great. They're exceptional. Yeah. It's clean out there. It's very consistent. And luckily for us, this time of the year tends to be quite high tides.
For sure.
We have very even tides right now, Monaco.
Yeah. And it's almost like a different equation, like a point break from like trestles. Over here, you can see like from Sheehan first wave and Dylan first wave, it's kind of angle-wise. It's kind of more fat in the left and kind of more stiffy angle on the right. So let's figure out how they're going to proceed.
And you see the high tide right there, 3.4 at 3 p.m. The low tide going to be at 9:25. So beneficial for us, no doubt. We're going to have a tide that's dropping throughout the morning heats. The next thing you know, it will be a little higher in the afternoon. But an incoming tide with the rising swell sounds pretty good to me, especially when you do have CS competition and qualification on the line. So how did we get here, Marcos? We went from having the first 5 events, one person qualified in the 4th event, Cole Hauschman, and he's going to secure the number 1 seed heading into 2024 for the Championship Tour. That's Mark Lacomar with the great combo on the forehand. We talked about the experience that the veteran has. I mean, he is good, and he is experienced when it comes to high-level competition. Right there on the money. 22 minutes on the clock now.
For sure. I recall English competitor Russell Bulldog Winter, but I think we can call like the French Bulldog from Marc Lacomar. He's a grinder, man. Amazing turns, two turns combo. Nice start for him.
Yeah, and
Ça va, mon ami?
When we used to have the Junior World Tour, he won one event over in Arabine too. Look at the replay here, Marcos. What you like?
Yeah, nice carving on the top, high line there. On the top of the wave, nice combination with the hand tree. Kind of pull there, like a kind of heavy, stiffy, sketchy landing, but everything's all right. So far, so good for Mark.
And a QS champion from Portugal has happened before. It's been a while since we've seen somebody from France really dominate the rankings. I have to say that Jeremy Flores might have been the last person to really be within the top 2 or 3. That happened in 2006. Jeremy, a longtime competitor, and Mark definitely looking up to Jeremy. Not that very off in age, though. Jeremy is still quite young, mid-30s. Had a lot of CT experience. I'd have to say one of the best barrel riders and maybe one of the best competitors of all time.
For sure. A pipeline winner, man. This is a nice win on your belt. And I think we're going to talk about a lot. Marco Mignot down in the QS level, regional level. He's, blasting, winning events. In Portugal, Marco Mignon is one guy to pay attention, guys.
And there's Cole Hauschman, the number 1 seed on the Challenger Series, coming in to stop number 6. And it's impossible for anybody to take him out of that position after this one. There's Rafa Teixeira competing in one of the few events that he's had so far in the CS this year. 20 minutes on the clock, waiting on the score for Lacomar. They're coming through right now. It seems to be a decent one for him. Meanwhile, Crawford's still in the lead with a 6.5 and just a throwaway of a 0.7.
Once again, the judges are sending a message. They expect like big turns, not variation, combination.
Oh, Lacomar laying it on rail. Unfortunately for him, maybe just pushes a little bit too hard. But his opening score comes through as a 5.5. So a good start for him. 19:30 on the clock. Priority with Wilcox now. Seems like he pushed maybe a bit too hard. Let go of the rail.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of hard to place the right angle for turns here because the wave is super pushy, but sometimes angle-wise it's kind of fat, so you got to manage speed. I think it's a major factor here, how you manage your speed.
And last year's Challenger Series champion was also a European surfer, Leonardo Fioravanti. He requalified for the Championship Tour and had his best year to date. And looking at the rankings right now, number 1 and 2, they're already locked in. They're qualified for 2024 on the Championship Tour. Frederico Moraes, though, he's looking to make a comeback. He's number 3, very close. Jake Marshall, runner-up finish over in Portugal in Ericeira, but David Silva had the huge win over there.
For sure, amazing. David's always little on the backhand. I can recall like the runner-up for Jack Robinson in Mexico. It was amazing. He's famous for his backhand attack.
Nolan Raposa, number 19. He's coming up in a few heats. Reef Hazelwood right there, number 17. He's going to be in the next heat. And Jackson Baker, number 11, just outside of qualification. He will be in the red jersey in heat 2 after this one. So some big names right there. Dimitri Poulos down at number 23, still has a chance.
And how about the Maui boys, 7 and 8 right there, side by side.
Eli Hanneman, Imai Kalani Devalt. Jackson Bunch made a huge jump after Ericeira as well. Got his best result over there at Ribeira de Ilhas. So we'll see. This is a place that is very similar to the Hawaiian Islands in terms of power, the weather.
Oh, yeah.
I'd even say a lot of the beaches very similar with how heavy the sand is.
For sure. The first time I went surfing in Europe or in Portugal, 1995, I went back to Brazil. My friends asked me, and how was it, Portugal? And I told my friends, hey, man, guys, like Hawaii with like colder water.
It's a cold water Hawaii, basically, over there in Portugal. There was Wilcox. A short ride for him as we catch up to Shion Crawford on the split peak. Seems like he got some work done, too, with 17:20 on the clock. Mark Lacomar in second. Dylan Moffitt in third with priority, but Shion Crawford, the heat leader, looking to back up the 6.5, Marcos.
Yeah, the king of toilet bowl, doing some functional zigzags there to tag. Nice rail turn there, the monitor from this wave. I'm going to miss the toilet bowl and Haleiwa, but I think Saquarema is representing right now.
Well, look at the use of the rail right here, too. This is a tall kid, 6'3", and he's using his size to his advantage, Marcos.
Oh, for sure. Like type of body language from George Smith, more tall and strong. Look at this. Heavy footer on the tail pad.
And then Wilcox here on the left during the split peak.
Nice flow. How about style, man? So flawless.
So just a 2.67 for Jake. And then Moffitt was also involved, waiting for this score. He's in third, needing just a 2.24, just the one snap. So 16 minutes on the clock now for all four surfers. Things are coming down to the wire. We're talking about qualification on the line. One person in this heat, this gentleman on screen, has already officially qualified for the CT in 24. And he's just looking to make up some points and maybe keep the number 2 seed if he can. This gets the first head dip we've seen all event long. Decent little bell right there
sure, yeah.
for the kid from West Oz.
Yeah, super fun, man. No pressure right now. I think he's functioning so well without the pressure. He know he's going to be a part of the big leagues next season.
So cool combo right there. How's the stall on this one, Marcos?
Oh, amazing, man. A lot of techniques, like stalling, putting some tube time there and placing a floater to the end. like a cherry on top right there.
So looking for his best score at this point of the heat right now with 15:20 on the clock. Shion Crawford gets a 4.43, so extends his lead. The last of Moffitt a 2.73. And looking at the consistency so far of Wilcox, he's been impressive. Switching gears, though, to Mark Lacomar. Gets dropped down to third place. Only needs a 1.4 to recover second. And that should do it right there for the French surfer in the white jersey. Great combo on the forehand. Very calm. And the experience definitely playing a big factor in this heat at the moment. Halfway through the heat now, and a big comeback right here from Mark.
Board control, variation, different, angles, a snap, and then a little carving on top just to set up to be on point for this, blow tail on the end.
Another angle right here, Marcos. You mentioned the board control. Not necessarily a part of the criteria, but it does affect your flow.
For sure. It's like an invisible turns from fading. Yesterday we were talking about fading, almost like invisible turn. They're so important here in Saquarema because you got to surf in the pocket. And if you don't fade, maybe on the rights, it's even more important to fade all the time. Like one turn and fade it back and keep rocking to the end.
Right. You're reading the wave.
Yeah,
the way
it's a matter of reading. It's managing speed.
And here's Lacomar having a look at his first right in this heat. Most of his best results have been on right so far in his young career. And here goes Wilcox now. Deep bottom turn straight into the lip. Wraps it back. And that wave not offering up a lot of scoring potential afterwards. 13:35 on the clock. So waiting on the third score of Lacomar. And now looking at the results in 2023 for Jacob Wilcox. This is how he is qualified for the CT in 2024. Consistency. I mean, you talk about it right here. A runner-up over in Sydney, Bolito, a fifth-place finish. He's been on fire.
That's the word we can place right there is consistency. Amazing. The worst result, like 2 nines, a couple of nines, and one runner-up. This is the boy from West Oz, man. He's a ripper.
So Wilcox looking for his best score. The great combo on the forehand. And we still haven't even seen how good the backhand is in this heat so far from Wilcox. But his technique looks very precise so far in this one.
Everything on point right there is a tutorial. Oh, my God, the first turn was amazing. The other one, he didn't click so much. Kind of go for the high line. The top of the wave is kind of hard. Sometimes it's kind of fade away.
So 12:30 on the clock. Priority with the heat leader, Shion Crawford. As we saw him yesterday, got off to a very quick start, and he's just been nonstop ever since. 6.5 and a 4.43 have him in the lead at the moment. Jake Wilcox goes up to second place. His last score is his backup at 3.77. Dylan Moffitt in third, now needs a 3.81, and waiting on the third wave of Mark Lacomar. Only needs 2.47 to move back up into second place. So Lacomar and Moffitt trailing at the moment. Jake Wilcox, who is officially qualified for the CT, out there in the red jersey. And Shion Crawford looking to defend his first place result here in this one. Be right back with more action.
The Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. By TikTok, download the app. And by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil.
Just under 10 minutes to go in the opening heat of the round of 64 for the men. It's the final Challenger Series event of 2023, and qualification for the Championship Tour is on the line today. Here's one of the two surfers that has already qualified for 2024. His name is Jake Wilcox, and he is going to town out here on the beautiful waves of Praia da Itaúna. In second place at the moment, looking to replace his low score of a 4.2. Before the break, we were waiting on the third wave of Mark Lacomar, only gets a 2.9, so at the moment not enough for second place. Dylan Moffitt in fourth, needing a 5.16. And the heat leader, Sean Crawford, still looking to improve on a 4.43. My name is Mitchell Salazar. I'm here joined by Brazilian surfing legend Marcos Bocayuva. Marcos, Jake Wilcox, he's been nonstop in 23. It doesn't seem like he has any time to stop now.
Everything on point, speed, power, and flow right there. Jacob Wilcox nailing this one, like two turn combos. I like how he plays almost like a snap, like combo in a floater free falling.
And during the break, got a 3.77 and backed it up with a 5.13. He's been very active in this heat so far. 7 waves caught for Wilcox.
Almost a Xerox from the last wave, man. Amazing how fast he was going. Board control, and about style-wise, flawless, man.
8 minutes to go now in the first heat of the morning. So we mentioned that Wilcox, Hausman will keep the number 1 seed heading into the 2024 CT. Wilcox, though, looking to maintain the number 2 seeding. And when we talk about seeding, Marcos, you don't have to face number 1 in the world, Felipe Toledo, if you're the number 1 seed on the Challenger Series. That usually tends to be for the number 10 surfer that qualifies.
Amazing. We saw what happened with John Chianca with seeding and going against John John a couple of times. So it's super hard. When you go back with a bad seed, you can like qualify for the CT, but if you're going to be in the last slot, you're going to be facing the heavy hitters, the OGs, the world champions.
And you saw the score right there for Jacob Wilcox, 6-point ride. So that is his personal best at the moment with a little over 7 minutes to go. Yeah, Chianca had some unfortunate luck in 2022 and, made a huge bounce back in 23. Was number 4 in the world, won his first CT event. And it all started right here. Had to make it back to the Challenger Series, re-qualified for the CT. And next thing you know, he's a top 5 surfer. As we see a couple of European surfers right there, Teva Bushkua and Justin Brequet, who will be competing later on today. Bushkua with a great performance yesterday in the round of 80 for the men. Sean Crawford gets dropped down to second place. He still has priority. Mark Lacomar in third now needs a 5.44. And the Aussie hopeful Dylan Moffitt, who has been very close to qualifying for the CT for 2 consecutive years now. Needs a 6.76. It would have to be the highest score of the heat. And it seems like he's looking at a wave here. He's going to go left, deep on this one. Strong offshore now. And just a bit too deep there. And as soon as it said the offshore, it seems like the wind picked up a couple of knots on the face. It's intensifying, Marco.
For sure. There's a lot of more texture going on for the offshore. It's going to be hard for reading the waves. You have less power when you have offshore, but offshore is better than onshore, man.
I got a lot of texts yesterday, people asking me how cold the water was. I told them, hey, the water's actually very warm. It's just cold outside.
For sure.
You come to Brazil thinking that it's going to be beautiful and sunny every time, and you get overcast weather with a lot of wind. But guess what? Mark Lacomar doesn't care. He's still trying to make this heat. Needs a 5.44. That won't cut it right there. with 5.5 on the clock now. Dylan Moffitt's still going to need the 6.76. His last score, just a 2.33. Last time Mark, seems like this wave was going to go down the line.
For sure. He know which one going to peel, but actually we never know. Well, it's kind of paradoxical, you know, temperature-wise. I'm living for 4 years in Erechim in Portugal right now, and we're having like almost like a summer inside fall there, super shiny. And the last event, and right here that you're supposed to have like tropical weather, we have an overcast situation, but the water, as you said, the water is super hot, super cold.
And Crawford read here on the replay, he was busy, went to the reverse right there and pulled it. Really difficult section for Xi'an. And the youngest surfer in this heat at the moment, only 18 years of age. He's been a national champion a few times. And the kid from Haleiwa, Hawaii, he knows what it takes to be number one, not only in the nation, but worldwide, too. It seems like Lacomar was up and riding there, maybe caught inside. Dylan Moffitt now, quick one for him. Little over 4 minutes now.
I love the rotation from Crawford because he didn't have speed. It's all about technique. He just exploded on the closeout and generate a nice rotation there.
So Wilcox still in first, and he has priority. Lacomar recovers second priority, still needs a mid-5, though. It's a decent score when you look at the best scores of the heat so far in this one. The 6.5 of Crawford, that left that he had with a couple of backhand slashes. Wilcox with the 6.0. And the last of Xi'an improves, and he retakes the lead. A 5.03 for Xi'an Crawford. The difficulty was there. The section was there. But as you said, not a lot of speed. That goes into the criteria. He still got half of the scale for one maneuver, though.
For sure. Amazing, man. A lot of technique from Crawford there. This is the recap from the... We can put a video clip just with this heat, man.
And it's been Xi'an Crawford from the start of this one, opened up with a 6.5, and then Jake Wilcox got involved, 5.13, and then a 6 to back it up.
I can see some Brian Kelly on side there, some Stuart Batch from Rob from the 80s.
Yeah, I can see some influence from both sides of Australia right there, the East Coasters, and obviously the people from the West Coast. Ry Craik also a great surfer that probably influenced Jake Wilcox quite a bit. But it's been the kid from Hawaii who has been in the lead for the majority of the heat. Opened up with a 6.5 and then backed it up with that wave right there with a 5.03. 2:40 on the clock now. Lacomar, that's his 6th wave. And Crawford has 4 waves, and he's in the lead. The smallest amount of waves caught in this heat. Meanwhile, Dylan Moffitt still needing the 6.96. Is the replay, the entire wave of Mark Lacomar.
Amazing variation, a little like 180 and a cutty.
So needing a mid-5. Let's look at the criteria, what they sent out today, combination major maneuvers. Obviously, the most critical sections, you need to have degree of difficulty in the maneuvers that you're selecting. You think right here, to be his best score, that was it?
Maybe. I think the only factor that's maybe not functioned for Mark Lacomar in this last wave was the size of the wave itself. Because the air, precision there, body control there.
There's Fred Moraes, number 3 on the CS coming into the last challenger event of the season. He is looking poised to re-qualify for the Championship Tour. And if he makes it to the quarterfinals, he automatically qualifies for the Championship Tour for 2024. Here's Dylan Moffitt, inside wave, getting busy in the last 90 seconds of this heat. And waiting on the score for Mark Lacomar.
I ran into Freddie Moraes yesterday. He was super calm. They were having dinner, the whole Portuguese force, Teresa, Kikas, and the coach.
As Moffitt here, the last score of Lacomar, not enough. It's a 4.87, and this wave for Moffitt needs to be better than a 6.96 with just under a minute to go now. And it won't be enough for Dill. It's just a 2.9, 55 seconds. Wilcox still in second place, Mark needing the 5.64, and Moffitt needing close to a 7-point ride. You know, with the conditions that we have, we obviously expect some big things from these surfers.
For sure.
Being the first heat of the event, the first heat of the morning, though, is not easy. What we're seeing from Crawford, he's been in the first heat of the event, and in the first heat of the first 2 days of competition, And so far, he's winning both heats he surfed.
Yeah, he can control his surf. He cannot control the weather, the place, the seed, and what time he's going to compete. So he's putting all the effort on the technique. He's pressing, his pressing out there. His surfing is so on point, like rail-wise, tricky-wise.
10 seconds to go. And it seems like Moffitt will be up and riding before the buzzer sounds. So needs a 6.96 or better. Wants to keep his hope alive. And unfortunately for Dill, that's going to be the end of CS competition in 2023 for him. A good performance, though. Went out swinging. And one of the greatest styles that you'll see, unfortunately, bows out here in Heat 1 of the round of 64. Along with Mark Lacomar, it's Jacob Wilcox, the number 2 seed in the event, moving through in second place. And Haleiwa Hawaii's Shion Crawford with 2 wins already in the first 2 rounds that he served in CS event number 6. So big things moving through for Shion. A lot of action coming up after the break here in the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Qualification on the line. Jackson Baker about to hit the lineup. For the first time ever, the Challenger Series is ending in Brazil with the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Qualification on the line today for a couple of men. Jackson Baker out there in the red jersey. He's just outside of qualification at number 11. Reef Hazelwood, number 17, coming into the event in the blue. Miguel Tudela from Peru, number 48 in the ranks, in the white. And Vitor Ferreira, the local wildcard who actually got in as an alternate yesterday, he'll be in green. Mitch and Marcos here for heat number 2. Jackson Baker, a former CT surfer. Marcos looking to requalify for the CT in 24. Reef Hazelwood has been a stalwart of Australian surfing for several years. Miguel Tudela, though, want to focus on him. He's one of the few South Americans that has really had a huge amount of success in Brazil, has CT competition underneath his belt, had a couple of wild cards. But in 2022, this young man in the white jersey from Lima, Peru, went 5 for 5 in regional QS competition in South America, and to win several events in Brazil, being an outsider, is very unheard of.
For sure. Peru is amazing, man. Amazing waves, amazing people, amazing food. How about ceviche? Miguel Tudela is such a well-rounded goofy footer. Right there we have a 75% goofy footer affair. Just actually, Jackson Baker is the only regular right there. And Vitor Ferreira from the west part of Rio de Janeiro, Recreio dos Bandeirantes, nice, newcomer from there. We have a pack of heavy hitters over Recreio. And Reef Hazelwood, I got a Paul in Australia. Gustavo Bomba, black belt, jiu-jitsu teacher and good designer. He's tuning for Reef. And he was one of 4 guys that used to do our version of Momento. It's called Cambito. Pepe Cesar, Bomba, Marcelos, and Julio, they make our versions of hardcore video surfing edits, and Bomba is almost a teacher for Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah, Hazelwood is a great aerialist, too. Wouldn't be surprised to see him pop a few in this one. It's Ferreira, though, with a quick start. He definitely learned something yesterday in his heat. Had to make a big comeback to advance into the round of 64, where he's at right now. They're going to get the first wave of the heat. As you mentioned, the kid from Rio, west part of the city. A great goofy footer, came in as an alternate, so was literally on the beach. And he got the call up for the first heat of the morning and said, hey, I'll take the shot. Makes the heat. And next thing you know, he's going up against a couple of surfers within the top 20 right now. Number 11, Jackson Baker, and Reef Hazelwood in the blue, who's number 17. He has a shot to eliminate them.
For sure, man. I can recall Vitor Ribas. They have the same nickname. When people here are kind of short in height, in Brazil, we call Vitinho. So he have the same nickname of Vitor Ribas. And I can recall, like, back in the day, in the mid-'80s, Vitinho Ribas ripping and going all the way to the semifinals against guys like Tom Carroll, Dave McCauley. So, Vitor Ferreira is feeding himself from the legacy of Vitor Ribas.
And as you can see right here, technique is always on point for the young surfer from Brazil.
Amazing gear from Jacob Seco, one of the best designers from Brazil. The same pad that comes with Ricardo Martins and Claudio Werneck, Alemão. Wedge works. Amazing boards.
Incredible poise, too, to be able to be in the round of 64 and still compete this way. It seems like this kid has a bright future. You know who has a bright future? 2 heat wins so far for Shion Crawford. He's downstairs with Manu.
Exactly. 2 wins in the first 2 rounds. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now with all that?
I'm feeling pretty good. Just feeling loose and pretty, feeling good about my surfing right now, and I'm stoked.
And you're pretty young, but you seem so experienced right there in the ocean. How is that for you?
Yeah, just a little young buck right here. I don't know, just I went out there with the game plan and stuck to it, and then it worked out. So that's been helping me a lot.
Great, congratulations again. And what are your goals for this event?
I didn't really expect anything for this event. Just surf how I surf and do some Shion surfing, and just have fun.
Thank you very much. Congratulations again, and we're loving to see it, aren't we? Back to you guys.
Definitely are, and doing some Shion surfing for sure. Congratulations to the kid from the North Shore of Oahu, Haleiwa Zone. 2 heats so far, and 2 heat wins for Shion Crawford, looking great moving into the round of 32. During the interview, though, a wave right here by Reef Hazelwood. Strong start from the Aussie.
What about this hook, Mitch? Amazing.
And then Miguel Tudela right behind him, Marcos.
A lot of speed from Miguel, connecting the dots there. A little setup snap. Let's see. Nice, over the false floater. Check it out on the details. We're going to have an amazing day, Mitch. That's for sure. A
very well-balanced surfer, Miguel Tudela. Great in barrels, charges right there from Punta Hermosa in the southern part of Lima. Well,
what a great place on the planet.
2 of the premier waves right there in Punta Hermosa, Señoritas and Caballeros. You have right and the left. His family lives right in front of Señoritas, which is one of the best lefts right there in that region. And you have Pico Alto, one of the best big waves in the world. Reef Hazelwood, another great combo on the forehand, and he is getting busy quick. Already going to drop a decent score, and he's going to have a quick backup right here with just over 22 minutes to go.
And so far, no errors. Amazing to see Reef placing his turns on rail so fast.
And Vitor right there, just a quick in and out. Seems like the option today, very identifiable to see the lefts as the better waves, the more quality waves. Whereas yesterday, for the most part, people were going right.
For sure. The major wave here, the winner wave, normally is the lefts, but you have the backdoor, so you never know. Things in beach breaking change so much, so fast.
I'm a huge fan of this wave, personally, as we see the bottom turn drawn out from Reef Hazelwood. Beautiful technique, and he is just precise on point right now. His opening score comes through as the best of the heat at the moment, a 6.0. Opener for Miguel Tudela, 4 points, and Ferreira with a couple of quick scores, the 3.33 that we saw for the 2 carves. Meanwhile, Jackson Baker, most patient surfer out there in the lineup at the moment, still waiting for his opening ride. We talked about Baker being on the CT Kid has a ton of experience when it comes to big heats, and important ones too. Newcastle, Australia's own Baker. His story is a very interesting one. He's actually doing a lot of Uber work and Uber Eat works during COVID, and next thing you know, he's on the CT. So here's the qualification scenario for the men. If Jackson Baker were to make the finals, he automatically qualifies for the 2024 CT. So does Mateo Sergi and Nolan Raposa. Fifth place finish, though, right there, Fred, Jake, David Silva, Crosby Colapinto, and Eli Hanneman. But Hazelwood needs a victory to officially qualify. I mean, he leaves no doubts at that moment. There's still some scenarios where he could still qualify if he were to move up and if other people were to bow out at the event early on. But if he wins this event, leaves no doubt whatsoever, Mark.
For sure. It's amazing to see layers of possibilities right there. We have the first layer, the second layer, so everybody have a chance over here.
Miguel Tudela goes to the air and nearly pulls it. Had the rotation going.
Man. Amazing.
Well, he's surfing carefree right now. We talked about him being number 48 on the CS. He's been one of the best competitors to come out of South America in terms of the QS region over the last few years. Still very young, going to be 29 in December.
And so well-rounded. It's amazing how surfers can be so young and so well-rounded right now. Oh, look at the place his boards, like almost landing on his nose. He's a staple from South America, man. He's an amazing goofy footer of a country that have amazing laughs. I've been there a couple of times, and I love the country. Shout out to all the people, good people of Peru.
And seriously doubt it's going to be the first air attempt that we will be seeing from Miguel Tudela. During the CT, landed a corrupt flip. He has a good variation of different kinds of airs, alley-oops, air reverses, straight airs, as you can see right there, and being groomed at one of the premier locations in Peru, which is Punta Hermosa. You got a good variation of waves there. A couple of sneaky beach breaks in that region, too, that are great, but a very consistent area of the world, especially in the South Pacific, where you just have waves basically 365 days out of the year.
For sure. For us, it's like just 4 hours flight to Peru, so it's normally like a kind of warm-up to go to Hawaii. People go to Brazil to train first in Peru, Pico Alto, Punta Hermosa, got like feet up for the atmosphere and the kind of type of wave from the Pacific coast. So it's almost like a warm-up for traveling to Hawaii for Brazilians.
And here's the young Brazilian in the green jersey, Vitor Ferreira, up and riding. Couple of setup turns right there for Vitor. And goes vertical on the last one, so decent wave right there for the surfer in green.
Nice return combo. The only factor there is going to be downsizing is the size of the wave itself.
And here's Miguel now. Setup wrap.
I love the setup wrap. So fast, man.
And a lot of body language in that one, too.
A lot of torque on the core.
Really emphasizes using his whole body for a single maneuver, too, as Miguel. 18 minutes to go. And he's only looking to replace a 1.0. Still, low-scoring affair, waiting for the last of Ferreira and Jackson Baker's opening ride, just a small one, a 1.43. The Reef Hazelwood extends his lead with a 5.17. You like this turn right there.
Oh, yeah, so fast. Was it almost like a setup turn, but it shows how glue his board is under his feet.
And then Ferreira with the 2.87 here, Marcos.
A lot of traction in the second turn over there. Nice variation, a little, re-entry there. I like how he combined like different angles of attack.
So Baker and Tudela having a look. We're going to stick with Miguel here. Goes to the air and nearly pulls it again. I mean, he is just nonstop in terms of the attack. And speaking of attacking, just demolishes the lip right there is Jacko Baker. Seems like Ferreira was up and riding too. And now Hazelwood.
How about these guys?
All four surfers up and riding in just a matter of seconds. That's what Saquarema does. It's a very consistent break, and we have lots of waves on offer today. 17 minutes to go. Hazelwood in the lead, but it seems like Baker is going to drop a hammer right now.
He's a bulldozer, man. I want to see the whole wave.
And looking at the replay here, this was Reef's last one, his third wave ridden.
What a hook. The first one, the second, even better, throwing the fins there. Oh, my God. I think the damage was done.
Then Vitor right here on the backhand.
Whoa, underneath the leap. Whoa, nice. one wave combo.
And then Baker with one of the deadliest laybacks you'll ever see.
Whoa, that was heavy.
And Miguel Tudela, nice air attempt here, Marcos.
For sure. He saw the session, he put it out, put it in the air like he just don't care.
So
I'm loving this heat, man.
So am I. Just under 16 minutes to go. Here's Vitor now on the backhand again. Quick one.
I think he wanna go for the air over there. I think maybe with the low tide, there's not so much like backwatch for airs. People are like placing more rail turns.
The landing's a bit easier, isn't it?
For sure, yeah.
Here's Baker now. The answer back. And his last two waves, he looks solid right now. That CI board underneath his feet looks incredible. And had a slow start in this one, but his last two rides will be significant to the scoreline right now. 15 minutes on the clock and waiting for a few scores. Here's the opening part of the ride for Jackson.
Speed, power, flow, everything over there on place, guys. Amazing how much spray he threw all the way. Like, it's a type of DNA like Panda, like William Cardozo, man. Just a snap, and there's tons of fans there.
And maybe one of the best mustaches in the game, too.
No, it's November in October.
It definitely is. Baker is a precise surfer, has a lot of power, and can definitely throw around a lot of spray when he needs to at clutch moments during heats too. Hazelwood in the lead, but some big scores potentially coming for Jackson Baker. Qualification on the line for Baker. He's number 11 in the rankings coming into the event. More action. We'll see the scores after the break here in Saquarema. Well, it's an important day of competition because guess what? It's the last Challenger Series of the year, and it's stop number 6, the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitch and Marcos here with 12.5 on the clock. It's still Reef Hazelwood that is leading over Jackson Baker, Vitor Ferreira, and Peru's Miguel Tudela. During the break, Vitor Ferreira once again going on the backhand here, Marcos.
Amazing, solid goofy footer from the west part of Rio de Janeiro, Recreio. Dos Bandeirantes, a nice neighborhood with amazing waves.
And then Reef Hazelwood currently in the lead. Once again, just attacking lip with no regard.
Talking about board functionality, kudos to Rich Merrick on the crew, man. Jacko and Reef are reaping.
Oh, they got a couple of great surfers. They just signed Baron Mamiya as well.
Nice,
so
nice.
Makes the transition
a new signing.
From Sharp Eye over to Channel Islands, as we see Reef right there incomplete on the air. Yeah, Channel Islands, they've made a huge resurgence when it comes to not only the team that they have.
For sure.
Joao Chianca, I think, has been pivotal in this success, number 4 in the world, and the local boy who will be coming up later today in competition as well. We have to go on the Saquarema Pro, but I think Lakey Peterson has also been a huge part of their success.
Sure.
She's been a local surfer for them.
Mitch, can I have a shout-out to to a guy that was almost like the first glue with China Island Brazil was Yuri Sodré.
Yep.
I used to compete. I was like fading away from competition. He was starting. He was way younger than me. He was from Ripco team. He was in the CT. He was the first guy that clinched like a contract, a sign up with CI. So, and after that we got Mineiro like Adriano de Souza being there for a while before Chile.
And as you can see right there, Vitor Ferreira is way over towards the alley rights in comparison to the other three surfers. Here's Jacko Baker now on the backhand, the first left we've seen for him in this heat. And a solid approach on this one. He loves it.
What a combination, what a variation, and how about power, man?
And we're still waiting on his third score, by the way. So a couple of scores owed to him, and this one with 10.5 on the clock right now. Reef Hazelwood looking to replace a 5.17. Miguel Tudela, his best score is still his opening ride, a 4.0. And Vitor Ferreira, despite the good approach on the backhand, hasn't broken anything better than the 4.77. Here's Baker's last.
Amazing. Almost like a first was a setup. This one, amazing. Variation in that one, a little more effort in the back foot, and then combining a little like closeout maneuver there. Nice four-turn combo.
On his previous ride, it comes through as a 4.17. He likes this one quite a bit. And just puts every kind of ounce of power that he has into each and every turn, Marcos.
I love that one. Amazing. The torque on the core, the body language. He's so power, man. He's a bulldozer again.
And he has a real short bottom turn that he uses to his advantage, too.
Almost like mid-face bottom turns. Yeah, like Gabriel and Italo in the right-handers.
Here's Vitor now, by himself over on the rights. Eyeing the air section, has a lot of speed, and the section really just not offering up what he was looking for right there. He's going to have to settle with a throwaway score. He's been extremely active in this heat so far. 8 waves for him with 9 minutes still on the clock.
He's taking chances, man. He's have nothing to fear over there. He's a wild card. He was just right there on the beach. He was setting up for amazing air, like placing the body language, placing the stance, and the wave didn't offer a session.
Yeah, and I had a chat with a lot of competitors on the beach before the event started today. They were really excited to get things going. I mean, they looked at the quality of the waves. Most of them were able to free surf this morning before the event started. As we see the last score of Baker come through the left, it's a 5.2. Moves him up into second, and his low score now of 4.93. That means that Ferreira down to third needs a 5.36, and Miguel Tudela with priority in fourth needs a 6.13.
Check it out how far Vitor is from the rest of the pack there. Almost on going to Arraial do Cabo right there.
What do you think of that approach right now?
I think maybe for doing like a free surfing side of the heat, you're going to have like a freedom right there. All the waves are going to go through. He's going to have the chance. So maybe it's a nice strategy, man.
We see the Aussies right there. And Kehu Butler, who will be coming up later today. Mikey McDonough, Joel Vaughn, Sheldon Simkis. See Jake Wilcox already right there in the background too. Surfed his first heat in the event. In the previous one, made it through, and already supporting his fellow Australian Jackson Baker and Reef Hazelwood in the blue and red.
Let's see Vitor once again, guys. Nice
Ferreira, yeah. The setup, and then straight up in vertical afterwards. It's more like it. Definitely needed that at this point of the heat. He's looking for his best score, Marcos, a 5.36 or better.
I don't want to be a judge right now, man. No pain, no gain. He was on point with the last turn over there. First one was almost a setup, but I like how he placed his board. Let's see Miguel.
So the turn up into the lip now, this wave frothing out, and has one more section ahead. And a strategic finish right there at the end, just to be able to ride out of it. So if he replaces the 4, job is done. 6:45 on the clock, and if either Ferreira or Miguel Tudela knock out one of the high seeds in this heat, that is a big upset because Jackson Baker needs to make it through this one to keep his hopes alive to requalify for the CT. The air attempt for Ferreira.
Vitor's on fire, man.
And he pulls it too. He loves it. It was a smaller wave, but had a lot of speed coming out of that air. And with 6:20 on the clock, there could be an upset in the making right here.
I think he understands how this venue can be important for his career right now, man. All the globe is watching Vitor right now. Amazing air, man. Let's see in the details. Oh, almost like a full rotations.
A little bit of a sticky landing.
Yeah.
And a smaller wave, but...
Man, that was a gymnastics turn.
The degree of difficulty was definitely there for Ferreira.
The only matter that not going to affect it to be higher score was the size of the wave.
And here's Miguel's last.
1 point. He got the burger, he got the fries, and he got the beverage right there.
Yeah.
3-turn combo.
3-piece and a soda is what we call
for sure.
it right there.
Yeah, okay.
Here's another angle, Marcos. Been choosing the left well.
We can see all the details, how he placed his boards, the angles of the wave, how stiffy and fat the wave can go.
Here's a slow-mo now. Great bottom turn that he has on the forehand.
Yeah, all things in place, man. A little cutty there just to be on the pocket.
And he comes from the school of Gabriel Aramburu, who's a great former Peruvian professional himself, too.
From my generation, Magu de la Rosa.
Yeah. And this is the 4.57 of Vitor. A lot of speed into that last turn.
Heavy hitter there.
So just under 5 minutes to go now. Waiting on a few scores. The last one of Ferreira, to be specific, the air. Needs a 5.36 or better for him to move up into second place. Seems like a couple of waves approaching the lineup right now. Hazelwood still in the lead, and let's see how he got there. The heat recap. It's been Hazelwood from the get-go, opening up with a 6 and a 5.17.
There was the money turn there, the hook there in the closeout.
And then backed it up real quick. A low 5 right here. He's been on point with his wave selection.
And how about the matter of speed-wise, man? He's surfing so fast.
Then Jackson Baker got into the mix too, 4.93, and then got his best here on this left, a 5.2.
Variation, power and flow.
So 3:45 on the clock now. Hazelwood still in the lead, has priority. He's got 4 waves and throwing away a pair of 4s. Jackson Baker has also caught 4. Vitor Ferreira has been extremely active, a 4.77 on his second to last, and his last comes through the air at 2.77. So really it was the degree of difficulty due to the size of the wave that didn't really get him a good score. So judges really making it aware that you need to be on the quality waves to get a good score. Here's the last of Ferreira that we didn't see during the recap. Seems to be one of his best.
For sure. That's the only matter there is the size of the wave, man. The judges are sending some message about that. It's amazing. He's using all his power to do well here.
3 minutes. There's Miguel. And went for the blow tail reverse with a sense of urgency right now from Tuela. Needs a 6.13, would have to be the best score of the heat. Hazelwood still in first, Baker in second. There's what the Peruvian requires to advance into second place in this one. 2.5 on the clock now. Ferreira still going to stick to his game plan. He's caught 11 waves. And maybe from a coach's perspective, you're thinking too much activity, but he is surfing basically by himself. He has absolutely nothing to lose. He came into the event as an alternate. Might as well leave it all on the line here.
For sure. He's showcasing his surf to the whole globe right now. So he understands how important for his career is this competition right now. He's taking all the effort in place right here.
So Baker, number 11, coming into the event at stop number 6 of the CS. And Reef Hazelwood, he's number 17, so this would be a huge heat win for him if he's able to make it through. 1 minute 40 now. Ferreira needs a 5.36. Tuela needs a 6.13. Here's Vitor again. And it just seems like there's been too many of this waves on his behalf so far. He's stalling, though, eyes the section down the line, and throws a Hail Mary rotation that will be incomplete with just under 90 seconds to go. And it seems like both Aussies, their game plan is wait outside and be on the best wave that comes through in the next minute or so. And if it doesn't, hold your positions. There's no need to go.
For sure, there's more strategy involved in the game plan for Reef and for Jacko. And right now, Vitor is like putting an air show. Kudos for his shaper, Joca Seco, one of the legendary shapers, board designers here in Brazil. Used to be a good professional surfer also. Ricardo Mancini used to rip, man. He still rips.
He
all
does.
the boys.
Here's Hazelwood, the heat leader, slides the fins straight up into the lip for a second time, and he is just on a roll in this heat right now. Used priority excellently at the end. And now Vitor again, that wave's going to close out on him. You can see the body language, not very content with what went down at the end. And now Baker just trying to defend that second place spot. A lot of speed moving down the line. Setup snap. This wave bowling up well into the lip right there. And some smart surfing for Jacko Baker just to close out this heat. 10 seconds. And don't think Miguel Tudela's going to have a chance of getting a wave here at the end to knock out either of the Aussie surfers. So the high seeds moving through. It's Reef Hazelwood, number 17 in the rankings, moving through. As Tudela, don't know if he was up before the horn. It doesn't seem like the body language says so. So he's going to bow out of the event in the round of 64. Good effort, though. Had a couple of great air attempts. But Hazelwood and Baker, they're moving through. And here's the last of Jacko. He was just on point, but never really made a mistake at any part of this heat.
He was cool as a cucumber, man. Right now, it's CT level, this last wave. Nice combination, variation. And how about the speed of Reef, man? He's on point. One of the standouts still right now.
Yeah, that board looks beautiful under his feet, too. Looks responsive, looks very quick.
Yeah, and loose, but with drive at the same time. This is a science, man.
And he's a great beach break surfer. There's Jacko coming in. No Raposa already out there. He's going to be coming up in heat number 3, number 19 in the ranks.
All the way from Long Beach.
Yep, the LBC in Southern California. So last Reef Hazelwood, 7.33. He extends his lead. And Baker right there, he's going to be safe in second place. Just waiting to see if he will improve on his 4.93 or not. Making his way back up to the Área dos Atletas do Banco do Brasil.
We can see Manu there, or team.
Well, and a big moment, really, when we talk about rankings, too. Number 11, that was a must-win or must-advance for both surfers, too. Number 17 for Hazelwood, number 11 for Baker. They're looking to qualify for the CT in 24. Still waiting on the last score of Jackson Baker. Some beautiful shots right here of what Saquarema looks like on the second day of competition at the last Challenger Series stop of 2023.
The two Aussie keeping the dream alive right here.
And it seems like the last score of Baker coming through. It won't be enough for the lead. And Reef Hazelwood will take a huge heat win. And Jackson Baker will also be moving through into the round of 32. So Hazelwood Baker, the pair of Aussies moving through. And Vitor Ferreira will end his dream run here in the round of 64. And so will Miguel Tudela from Peru. As Reef Hazelwood with a massive heat win, but a big heat coming up. Ergi, Raposa, Munoz, and Lawler about to hit the water.
Man, I dig how he was surfing.
The big wave season is upon us. Waiting period starts on November 1st and should be an action-packed one. If we are called on Nasare Peahi, two of the best big wave venues on the planet, and I'm all here for it. As we say hello from the broadcast booth, Mitchell Salazar here with one of Brazil's best surf journalists, Maida Paz. Bom dia, Maida.
Bom dia, Mitchell. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm excited. We have day number 2 of competition here at the last CS event of the year, and big implications on the line. We could see potentially qualifiers be losing in today's round.
Yeah, it's true. And the waves are pumping. I was outside watching the surfing, and it's been amazing. The day, it's really beautiful here in Saquarema. It's Sunday. The beach is starting to get crowded. It's been really awesome. I'm looking forward for this day.
Yeah, there's Heat 3, Mateus Ergi, who's coming off of a huge result over there in Ericeira. A 5th place finish at the U.S. Open, and then a 3rd over at Ribeira de Ilha. So he's on a roll. So is that young man in the blue jersey, Nolan Raposa from Long Beach, California. And the American is hopeful for CT qualification as well. Came into the event ranked number 19. But his year so far has consisted of only 3 Challenger Series events, Maida. He's had a 5th in Bolito, a 3rd at the U.S. Open, and unfortunately for him, had a 49th in Ericeira. This guy, though, has a lot to say about it. Jordy Lawler opened up with a 2.17, and he's been a stalwart on the Challenger Series for years. Mateus Ergi, though, he's been on fire the last few events.
Yeah, in Ericeira, he was 3rd, and he really put on a show at the air game, a strong air game right there. And I think this kind of conditions really suits his air game. So it's going to be interesting to see very important hit like this. And Carlos Munoz as well actually is needing a good result. He had a couple events on the CT and didn't went well. So
well, he injured his shoulder at the first one that he surfed.
Oh, yeah, last year. But this year, I think he had some wild card ones, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he still wasn't 100% up until that moment, but definitely looking to make it harder on other people here at the Challenger Series level. The kid from Costa Rica, the first Costa Rican on the men's side to qualify for the Championship Tour. As Mateus Ergi making his way back to the lineup. 25 minutes on the clock. Let's go downstairs to a very happy Reef Hazelwood. He's with Manu.
Right there. Not easy, wasn't it? Or fun?
Yeah, it was so much fun. Nice clean conditions today. And I just had my friend Jordy down with me before. He's out there right now. And we're just cycling together and seeing a couple fun laps. Not too many laps through the Challenger Series, so we're just frothing to have some finally.
Well, you can achieve some goals here in Saquarema. Are you excited about that?
Yeah, definitely. First goal is to qualify. It's possible for me, so I'm really excited for that. And if that doesn't happen, then just staying in the top 20 and re-qualifying for the Challenger Series again next year. So, one heat at a time. Just obviously want to just do some good surfing and showcase what I can do and my skills. So, just keep doing that, and hopefully that turns into some results.
Great, and it's your first time in Saquarema. How do you like it so far?
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving it. Such a beautiful place. Waves are pumping today, and I can't wait for the sun to come out. It was out before the comp started. It was beautiful, so loving it. Loving the people, so friendly, and it's incredible.
Great, congratulations. Everybody loves Saquarema, isn't it, guys? Back to you.
Well, I definitely do. And so does Reef Hazelwood. First time here, and gets a heat win in his first heat ever, competing at the Challenger Series level here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Moves through with his fellow Australian, Jackson Baker. They'll be in the round of 32. Meanwhile, in Heat 3 of the round of 64, Jordy Lawler has a 2.17 and a 3.67. Nolan Raposa, a couple of throwaway scores. We saw him on screen right there, try to go to the air. And a lot of energy in the first few waves for Nolan.
Yeah, unfortunately, he couldn't pull that one. And this is Jordy Lawler, the replay. Very nice first turn, a wrap right there, and a nice finishing movement.
Yeah, so opened up with a 2.17. That was his 3.67. Here he goes again. Setup snap for Jordy down the line. A lot of speed going into that second maneuver and lays it on rail. So a great combo for the surfer in the green jersey. Just under 23 minutes on the clock. Mateo Sergi with priority in third. Munoz in fourth. Has just a 0.4. And the surfer from North Narrabeen in Australia, he's won some big events before. Australian Open champion a few years ago himself, Maeda.
Yeah, and he started pretty quick this heat. Like he already surfed 3 waves right there, and this is the replay. A very nice setup carve right there. A better one and a finishing movement. A nice combo for him, Mitch.
Definitely. Love the way he lays it on rail, and the combination of different maneuvers too. When the wave allows for a certain type of surfing, he's just very precise with his attack, Maeda.
It's true. I like the way he hit the tail right there. For sure, maybe actually, for sure, no. Maybe he's going to get his best score of the heat.
So 22 minutes on the clock now. And I think you're absolutely right. It seems like he's going to drop the best score of the heat at the moment. A 5.33 for Jordy Lawler. Mateo Sergi, number 10 on the Challenger Series right now. So if the season were to end today, he'd be qualifying for the Championship Tour in 2024. But coming off of his 2 best results, had a 5th at the U.S. Open, then at Asada, a 3rd place finish. As we look at the score for Jordy Lawler, 5.33, a 6 also in there involved. That gets thrown out, and the average comes out as a 5.33. But Mateo's, though, on the regional QS scene here in South America, he's made finals day in all 3 events. A couple of second-place finishes and has a semifinal as well.
Yeah, Mateos. And when you look to the rankings of the Challenger Series and the way he's been surfing, seems that he's been improving because he was 5th in the U.S. Open, 3rd in Ericeira. So what can we expect for here in Saquarema?
Well, imagine if you get a victory right when you need it, especially at home. Would be huge for him. Here's Munoz. Gonna go on the backhand. Gali. Setup snap. And into the lip right there. Some good surfing for Carlos Munoz. So, going to be a decent opener for him. The kid from Costa Rica. Esterillos is where he is from. One of the beautiful parts of that Central American country. Former CT competitor himself. Injured his shoulder, unfortunately, in the first ever CT heat that he surfed as, CT event, that he surfed as an actual CT surfer. Did make it pretty far, though, at lower trestles a few years ago. There should be a decent score for him.
Yeah, I love that last movement right there. And for me, Carlos Munoz's story is one of the saddest ones on surfing because it took a little long for him to qualify, and then when he qualified, he injured himself on the very first event, and now he's kind of trying to requalify, but not. Actually, I think this year he doesn't have opportunity.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't have opportunity anymore. So, yeah, what a shame for him.
But he can still make the top 20. Remember, you place 11th all the way to 20th. You automatically requalify for the Challenger Series without having to do your regional QS. So you get a win here. Next thing you know, you're number 15, number 14. You don't have to do the QS. You got a lot more money in your pocket and a lot of points that people would be looking for if that person wouldn't win the event. One of them being this kid on screen, Mateo Sergi. This is a must-win heat, really, for him. He's right on the cusp of qualifying. Number 10 on the Challenger Series rankings coming into the last stop of 2023. And the relationship that he has had with his coach, Leandro Dora, has been huge for him in the last few events. Made the quarterfinals over there at the U.S. Open of Surfing. Coming off of a semifinal finish in Arizona, looking for at least another appearance here in the semis.
Yeah, it's true. Mateos has been on this bubble for a few years now, and we are here in Brazil. We are always expecting him to watch him on the championship tour because I really think his surfing really suits the championship tour. And yeah, I mean, it would be great to see him come through this heat and have a chance to qualify.
Well, he has CT experience, both here in Rio and Saquarema, and got a semifinal finish a couple of years at Barra de la Cruz in Mexico. On the backhand now, and tried to force that turn where there wasn't really much of a section. So it's just going to be a throwaway score for Ergi. So 2 people in this heat automatically qualify for the CT in 24 if they make the final. One of them being Mateus, the other one being Nolan Raposa. So Raposa still has a great chance of not only winning his first Challenger Series event, but making it to the Championship Tour for the first time too. A lot of friends in Southern California really excited to see Nolan compete here for the first time. In Saquarema in 2023, was here last year. But this year, he's on the cusp of qualifying. He's within striking distance in the top 20 at the moment and has a chance of CT qualification for 2024. Seemed like Munoz was up and riding there real quick towards the right. 17 minutes on the clock now. Jordy Lawler still in first with a 5.33 and a 3.67. Carlos Munoz, his second score comes in as a 3.17. Mateus Ergi with just a couple of throwaway scores, and Nolan Raposa with priority needs a 2.58 or better for second place, Maida.
Yeah, Mitch, I was thinking about, can you imagine how, I think you can because you were a competitor, but coming to an event, knowing that it's all in your hands to make finals and get qualified, but let's see this wave before.
The setup snap for Nolan, and a strong finish right there for Raposa. His crew on the beach, Matt Mars from Mars Surf Mentorship, Alyssa Spencer, Cole Hauschman, everybody probably stoked for Nolan right here. Here's Mateus now, takes to the air, and a quick rotation. Comes unglued, though, when he was about to land it. So the advantage right there, no doubt to Raposa. And here's Munoz on the backhand. A couple of setup snaps, and then one more for good measure. So he's on a roll now. And now Lawler, quick one in and out. Just under 16 minutes ago. Yeah, I mean, you have destiny in your own hands, and you can control that destiny. But it's a lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure. And it seems like Mateus is just trying to resolve everything in one wave, you know. Probably his strategy can switch right now. We have like the half of the heat passed already. So, I don't know, maybe put some scores in, trying to build your scores. He's like risking everything.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, he pulls this air, though, and he's right back into the heat. Rotation incomplete right there. It just seemed like the landing was very difficult. This wave of Raposa, though, no doubt going to be his best. You know, he is very enthusiastic about what he loves about surfing. And the kid from Long Beach, California, tends to surf Seal Beach, Huntington, and Newport quite a bit. I can assure you that everybody back home watching this heat very closely. Here's Mateus now at the answer back. Strong combo on the backhand, and that will be complete on the second one. So his first complete ride, that is significant at this point of the heat because we only have 14:25 on the clock now. Score comes through for Nolan. It's a 4.23, so that's his best at the moment. A competitive heat at the moment. Nobody's really broken away so far, Maida. Some decent scores.
Yeah, it's true. And it feels like he heard me because he just caught this wave and very nice too. Turns right there, very strong, splashed a lot of water, and the second one very vertical, and he could pull it. Now he will start to build his scores.
Seems that way. Lawler up and riding now. Quick combination, and he is just always landing on his feet too. That was very precise in transition too, with a lot of quickness. Love the way he surfs with speed. So Lawler still in first, looking to replace a 3.67. 13:30 on the clock now. Raposa with priority. And I mentioned the pressure that a couple of surfers in this heat have in particular. Speaking of Nolan Raposa, he's won QS events before. He's won major events throughout the entirety of the globe. you know, there is a diamond in the rough out there in the lineup. And I feel like Raposa, if anybody can accomplish his goal here in Saquarema, you give him an opportunity, and he's really taken advantage of the 3 events that he's surfed in so far. He's made finals day in 2 out of 3 appearances.
Yeah. And this is Jordan. Setup maneuver right there. Very strong, this third one.
Yeah, and I love how quick he is, too. Here's another angle of it from above. Definitely see the way he uses his rail to his advantage. Just always quick in transition. And precise, too. But non-stop waves here in Saquarema for all 4 surfers in the lineup. Here's Mateus having a look, or at least a paddle. In third priority, he's up and riding. That's going to be a closeout for him. His last score comes through as a 5.57. So that is the best score of the heat at the moment. Still in third place, though. Raposa in fourth, needing a 2.41 for second. And there's the heat leader at the moment. Lawler doesn't replace his 3.67 on his previous one. It's a 3.27. So not enough to improve on his backup score at the moment. With 12 minutes on the clock now. Munoz in second with a pair of 3s. So the Costa Rican looking to improve, and here he goes. Good looking left setup turn right there. On rail. And a lot more energy into that second one. Timing was a bit off. Still some good stuff there from Carlos. And now Raposa with the answer back. One strong turn on the open face, and one more for good measure. Looks back at the tower too and says, hey, you guys got that? Paizel looking good underneath his feet, and he is on a roll now. His last 2 waves will be his counting ones with just over 11 minutes to go. Only needs a 2.41.
Yeah, and I really like the style of the movement. Very nice, and he liked it as well. So very close heat. They're all of them are catching waves. A lot of waves, a lot of opportunities right there. The conditions are really different today from yesterday. Way cleaner, smaller, of course, but still have a lot of power. This wave of Saquarema is really powerful. Different show from yesterday, yeah?
Absolutely, and much more manageable in terms of the conditions, too. Way cleaner. Waves are great. And the consistency of these waves is just impeccable, too. You know what was impeccable? The attack on this one from Nolan Raposa. Strong 2-turn combo in the pocket for the surfer from the LBC. And here's a different angle. Got a little hung up coming out of the first one, but recovered well right here for the second one, Maida.
Yeah, he did. The second one was really stylish. He got under the lip, and it was amazing. And this is Carlos Munoz.
Yeah, so a bit mistimed right there on the second one. And there, G tried to go to the air. Didn't pull it, and so did Jordy. Wow. And he just went to town with that rotation right there on the backhead. Lawler with one of the most insane airs you will see on competition. As Munoz now, a quick one in and out. So waiting on a few scores. Alasa Raposa comes through as a 4.2. It's enough for second place. And now Mateus to the air. That is complete. And you can hear the beach whistling, supporting him. And they want to see another Brazilian on tour. Needs only a 2.86. Has a 5.57 at the moment as his personal best with 9 minutes to go. This is a very important wave at this point of the heat for Mateus.
Yeah, it is for sure. We have a few waves to come in, but I think this one can change everything on this heat. Because he threw through the air, he landed, and the crowd loved it. So did I.
It's hard not to. A lot of speed right there coming out of that air. With 8:40 on the clock now, here's the replay. Just his technique is so good when it comes to these maneuvers. Had to grab the rail, though, so the degree of difficulty not as high. The section a bit shouldered off, too, but at a clutch moment, he comes up big. So needs close to a 3-point ride. Here's the slow-mo Maida. Great rotation.
Great rotation. Kicked the tail to the sky, and he landed kind of above the wave, not on the flat. So this can cause him feel how to say, like
decimals.
But I think this wave is going to count for him, and it's going to be really important.
Here's Nolan now with the answer back. And this is a crucial wave for Raposa. Down the line snap. A lot of speed into that layback right there. Up and over the section. And the body language on this one looks good for Nolan. And he loves it. The last score for Jordy Lawler, a 7.5, so the best score of the heat. He is far out in front right now, and Nolan looking to defend that second place position. Remember, he's number 19 coming into this event on the rankings with the last score of Mateo Sergi coming through as a 6.4. That means the Raposa now on this one needs a 7.74 or better, Maida.
Yeah, and it was really energetic. Look, I like this movement right there. He kicked the tail, splashed a lot of water. Very strong maneuvers, and he liked it. But, I mean, he needs 7.74. What do you think, Mitch?
Close to excellent. Don't see it being an excellent score, but he improves on one of the fours, and you achieve your goal right there. So still has a lot of time, 6:45 on the clock. And the passion that he's bringing out right now, that's huge because you need it at this moment of your career. Mentioned that he's only surfed in 3 Challenger Series events, and to be able to do that and still have a shot of qualifying for the Championship Tour, really unheard of. But Lawler with a strong lead at the moment, a 7.5 and a 5.33. The last score of Raposa coming through. It's not going to be the 7.74, but it will potentially improve on one of the fours that he has in his scoreline right now.
Mitch, I don't want to put you in a bad situation right here, but do you know why he chose to surf only 2 events?
Oh, no, he didn't choose.
Oh, no?
He hadn't qualified for the Challenger Series.
Oh, okay. So he just, I see.
No, he got the call up for Bolito. He left, I believe,
okay.
the day before maybe, or a couple of days before, got there, made it all the way to the quarters, gets into the U.S. Open, makes it to the semifinals. No, if it were up to him, he'd be surfing all 6 events.
Oh, no, I see. So it's way more amazing what he did. Yeah, still have a shot.
He's taken advantage of the opportunity.
Imagine if he qualified to the Championship Tour just as a wild card on the Challenger Series. It would be amazing, a very nice story.
So a 4.43, the last of Raposa, now needs a 7.54. And really just looking for the wave to allow that. Mateos with a 6.4 and a 5.57, that has him in second. Talking about Ergi, who's number 10 in the ranks coming into the event. So a must-advance scenario right here for Mateos. And Jordy Lawler, really the unspoken hero in this heat so far. A 7.5 for a nuclear air on the backhand. And backs it up with a 5.37 on his last. This is the 5.37. And he's just been really in sync so far with the great waves that we have on offer today here in Saquarema, Maida.
Yeah, it was a smaller wave right there, but very well served for him. And this is Mateo Sergi live. Is it live?
Up and riding straight into the air. Pulls that one and has another section. Goes for the stalefish and pulls it. Wow, what a wave right there by the young Brazilian surfer in the red jersey. When it matters, too.
Yeah, doing what he does. He loves goes to the air. Very nice wave for Mateo Sergi. Wow, it seems that he took a heavy weight from his shoulders right there.
Well, and he's caught a lot of waves in this heat, too. The first air rotation right there, but you just knew that he had a lot more in the tank with this one. Even grabbed the stalefish, too. That is one of the most difficult grabs in all of surfing, and pulled 2 on the same wave. Wow, we talk about him being talented, maybe not living up to the expectations so far in his young career. He's definitely doing so in this heat, though.
Yeah, what a showman. Very nice. I love to see Mateos going through the air. It's what he does, like, for me, best. He's been participating in many competitions, air shows, and those kinds of competitions that reward a lot of airs. He's pretty good on that. I think he's his best weapon. And yeah, people got really, really excited on the beach.
Jordy Lawler now, the heat leader, looking to replace a 5.37. A couple of wiggles right there at the end of that wave with just under 3 minutes to go. So RG, I mean, realistically, had maybe a 15 to 20 minute heat, had a lot of falls at the beginning of this one, and drops the highest score of the event, only the second excellent score we've seen all event long, an 8.93. A lot of nines thrown in there right there. As you see Raposa, he really wants to know his situation, needs an 8.44 or better for second place now, as Mateus moves up into the lead. There's Raposa. He wants to know his situation and just got the notice from the beach announcer. He's not liking it. Needs an excellent score himself, though, an 8.44 or better, and very capable of that. Munoz in fourth. With priority, he needs a 9.4. The Raposa right now with 2 minutes.
Probably he didn't hear the scores of the opponents, and he felt that his waves were good. So, but he now is needing an 8.44, so he gotta find a wave like one of those that Mateus just served.
Well, the only bad news for him is that Carlos Munoz has priority. Nolan Raposa in second priority. An 8.44, that's basically an 8.5 that you need right there. Very capable of getting that score on both the right and the left. Meanwhile, Mateo Sherdido with an 8.93 and a 6.4. He moves up into first place and has the highest heat total of the event so far. Jordan Lawler still in second. Opened up with a couple of decent scores and then has just built on from there. Mateo's now fast rotation, and that's going to be incomplete. 55 seconds. Raposa still has a chance. Needs an 8.44. Munoz in fourth with priority needs a 9.4. And there's Carlos. Needs a big score. Would have to be the highest of the event. Paddling into this one. And he's going to be going right. Has an incredible air game too. You get to see him gaining speed down the line. Goes for the rotation and pulls it as well. So some good surfing right there from Kali. Will it be enough though? 20 seconds. And Raposa now on the outside with priority needs a wave. As we'll see the replay here of Carlos Munoz now. Had the quick rotation, Maida.
Quick rotation, lands on the foam. Very nice wave. Unfortunately, I think it wouldn't be enough and he won't have time. But let's see. This is the judges' work.
Still a solid air, though, by the family man from Costa Rica. Wife Tamara has a couple of kids, and he just loves being with them. As Jordy Lawler went to town on the left right there. Excellent two-turn combo for Jordy in the green jersey. So it looks like he will be holding on to second place. And just waiting for the last of Munoz. That guy right there, though, that is a huge heat win for the local surfer, Mateo Sherdi. And he's moving through into the round of 32, keeping his qualification hopes alive. So doing some great work with Leandro Dora, kid from Florianopolis in Santa Catarina. Has CT experience himself, has competed here in Rio and at Barra La Cruz in Mexico. As there he's getting a breakdown from Leandro himself. It's an emotional victory for him. And in a must-win scenario, takes the win out. And the heat recap, Maida. It was really Jordy Lawler at the beginning of this one that opened up with some good scores. A 7.5 for the air right there.
Yeah, it was amazing. This shot from above was amazing. And this is Mateo Zergi. He did a very good hit right there. Nice air game. Ripping.
No doubt about that. Here's another angle of it too. First rotation was quick, but the second one was the highest degree of difficulty out of the two. No doubt. Look at the stalefish grab right there, too. Some beautiful stuff for Mateus Herdi. And you can see the emotion. It was an emotional victory for the young Brazilian, and he will be moving on into the round of 32 with Australia's Jordy Lawler in second place. Carlos Munoz and Nolan Raposa out of the event, but some big heats coming up. Jake Marshall, number 3 in the rankings, coming in to the event. He'll be up and running in the next heat.
Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. All the way down to the fourth heat of the round of 64. We got over there in the bracket, we have Jake Marshall, Kali Vass, Ian Gouveia, Mihimana Brai. We have USA, France, Brazil, and France again. So let's roll the dice right here. My name is Marcos Bocaiuva alongside with Maíra Pabish. Thank you, Mitch, for all the effort. And let's keep the ball rolling there with a goofy footer from Brazil, the son of the legend, Ian Gouveia. Nice snap, second turn, third turn right there. The son of a legend, Fábio Fabuloso Gouveia. One of the first real CT winners before the CT was split in CT or QS. Have a winner in Guarujá in the 90s, in the beginning of the 90s, 90, 91 in Halib, in Sunset.
And look this replay, Marcos. Seems like Ian Gouveia, he started this heat on fire. This is his second wave of the heat. Look, throw the tail, a lot of water, and couldn't finish this last movement right there.
Maíra, there is a paradoxical thing with Ian, because let's see again, first wave. Whoa, nice traction on that turn. Another one, heavy combo. The first two ones kind of late in that one, but the damage was done there, guys. Amazing, huge turns. The first two ones the second one is the money turn.
Yeah, for the third one, he got a little late, but I don't know how he could manage to land it.
Strong legs,
strong
Maíra.
legs.
That was the paradoxal, because Fábio Gouveia was so influenced by Tom Curran, and Ian Gouveia is so way more Marco Clupo type of heavy hitter, goofy footer, and this paradox is lovely.
Amazing. Ian Gouveia.
Oh, I think we have, by the sidelines, we got Manu with the start of the last heat. So we're going to toss to you, Manu. What you got by your side? Who you got by your side?
I got Mateus Herdi here, and what a heat. You started a little bit slow, and then there was this one wave that seemed to change everything. Was it like that for you? Congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah, pressure's on. Definitely. I think everyone, but the green was getting all the waves in the beginning, but the conditions were really slow at the beginning, and I was kind of tripping on it. But then, yeah, I got a left I was coming back out after I fell in one wave, and then I got a left, and I was like, all right, first score, and then I went back, and then got priority again, and then I found a couple airs before, so I was kind of figuring out like what the wind was doing. So it was a little different. I don't know. It's my first airs. I was falling, and then I grabbed in my first wave. I grabbed the air, and then that helped me land the air. So after that, everything changed, and then that wave came, and I had priority. Nolan's an amazing guy. You know what a good year he had, and then I knew he had position to make the 8, or and then I just went that wave, and I saw the 2 ramps, and it was just perfect. I just went for it. I already had 2 scores, and I needed like a 7, I think, to go to first. So I was like, all right, why not? And then I was able to read the wind, because the wind was pretty strong. So I tried to grab stale fish, and then because of the wind, I know if I grabbed the stale fish, the board wouldn't rotate as much if I didn't have any grabs on. And so, yeah, stoked.
What an amazing job. Congratulations. Now let's speak some Portuguese. Matheus, parece que cada passo que você dá aqui é um grande passo para você se qualificar para o CT. É isso que significa para você?
Cara, a pressão é bem grande, a estrutura é igual do WCT e cara, eu tenho que fazer um bom resultado aqui para trocar ponto. Então, a primeira coisa que o Guilherme falou para mim depois da bateria é para, passamos a primeira, vamos para a segunda, depois a terceira e assim em diante. E sim, tem que pensar assim, porque tem muita gente boa, a galera que está atrás de mim está passando as baterias também, então tá todo mundo passando as baterias, então eu tenho que só fazer meu trabalho de continuar o ritmo.
E, bom, você não é de Saquarema, mas é do Brasil. Enquanto você estava ali na água, tinha muita gente torcendo para ele, a galera gritando. Isso faz diferença?
Faz, cara. É bom quando você faz uma onda e escuta os assovios, assim, né? Tipo, mesmo que foi um 5 ali, é um 5 que ajuda bastante e escutar a galera dá uma motivação a mais. Então, é irado.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu. Yeah, awesome interview. We were talking about his strategy on this heat, and it felt like the first waves, he didn't pull the airs, and after he got one really good wave with a lot of maneuvers, after that he was more confident to pull the airs that he did. It was amazing. But let's get back to this heat, Marcos.
For sure, Jake was ripping out there with the replay. This is Cali Fast all the way from the French Polynesia.
And this is Ian Gouveia on his backside. Very nice turn right there. Another one with a lot of water. The third one. Fourth. And he once more.
Amazing. He's milking all the way. I countless turns over there. I think it was 6 turns. Nice, heavy backside attack. And talking more, I don't have space to talk more about Matheus Herdy right now. Mihimana Bryant ripping 2-turn combo there.
Yeah, he found a nice left right there. But about this wave of Ian Gouveia just reminds me a month ago he went on this QS in Maresias and he won exactly like this, like ripping like many turns on his backhand, and it was amazing.
I think being the son of a regular stance, he trained a lot his backhand. Fabinho, during the teen years of young, was always going for point breaks. This is Jake Marshall. This is live. Folder, set up, and out. And talking back to the interview with Manu and Matheus Herdy, he's already like a superstar. Air Weezer from Stab High, a superstar globally, JS boards. Grilão, one of the best coaches in the world. Even Matheus' manager, Daniel Cortez, was one of the second generation of pioneers on the air game, alongside Rodrigo Baby, Wellington Gringo, Rodrigo Generic, a lot of heavy hitters, Trickster from Brazil. So all the camp from Matheus Herdy is amazing. The DNA from the Herdys, the DNA for this guy, Ian Gouveia, stalling. Let's see if you're going to hit. Oh, heavy hitter with the back foot, always powerful Ian Gouveia.
Always powerful, and the wave, the same as the other one, like throwing a lot of turns, one after another, and this is Mihinama going through the sky.
I saw some resemblance with Jadson Andre in this amazing punt, a little attempt to a full rotation there for the local legend of Papechi Tahiti. Avaete Kumbawa, ça va, mes amis? Bonne chance pour tous les mecs de France et de Tahiti ici. Good luck for all the guys from France and Tahiti over here.
Yeah, Mihinama Bray, that he had a really good result in his home break in Teahupu, a 5th place right there as a wild card. It was amazing, and now he's trying to have a decent result here as well. This is the replay of his wave.
He was always like putting the body language of the air, full rotation, liquid cupping block there, kind of bog the toe side of the rail there on the landing.
And the replay of Ian Gouveia.
Always surfing on the pocket, always surf with it flat and power. The sharp ice lead was amazing. His stick to his feet.
Yeah, and there he stalls. What you said yesterday, Marcos, here in Saquarema is really important to fade in and always surf in the pocket. And there he did this movement that stalled the board just to stay in the pocket.
I call this time of invisible turns, like the bottom turn. You don't put so much effort nowadays in the bottom turns, like guys like Gabriel, Italo, they really kind of put a revolution on the bottom turn, almost like goofy footers surfing in the right-hander. They have to do like kind of mid-face bottom turns, and those type of bottom turns are amazing to put you're placing the turns in the right pocket of the wave. So that's why I always say about fading, about bottom turn. Those are the invisible turns of the surfing.
Yeah, and this is a very important hit for Jake Marshall as well. He's in 4th on the Challenger Series rankings. So now every hit matters for many of these guys.
It's do or die for him. Let's see the Mihinama Brai. Gonna go for Yair? Yeah, blow tail there. Nose peak, blow tail, reverse. Oh, nice attempt. Couldn't pull. This is a legend from Encinitas, North County on San Diego. Was in the city a few seasons back. He's trying to have a slot here. He still have a chance, so there's a lot of do or die here situation. Let's see the backhand attack for Maira with you.
Yeah, very good 2 first movements right there. And a strong finish for this wave. Surfing on a backhand, very polished surfing. And this one is Mihinama Bray. He is throwing to the air, but I don't think this movement is going to count. He didn't land it properly. What do you think, Marcos?
For sure. It's a no landing trick. But I think, and it's hard to pull, airs right now with this kind of texture in the wind right now. So I think the guy's going to be like, I can use that as an example, the performance from Heath Razorwood. He's a air whizzer, and he just clinched like a victory just surfing on rail. I think maybe he put a case for us to analyze here.
But I think you were in your break, Marcos, but Matheus Erdi just put on a show with a really strong air game right there. I think he really realized how the wind was working on that, and it was amazing what Matheus Erdi just did. And this is Ian Gouveia. Look how strong and beautiful was this movement right there.
Amazing combo. Well. Now it's time for a little break, guy, but stick around. We're going to be right back with plenty of action to come. And we are back live with Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We are holding here the fourth heat of the round of 64 with Jake Marshall, Young Gouveia, Mihimana Bryan, and Kali Vaz. My name is Marcos Bocadova, alongside with Maíra Pabish. This is the local legend from Papechi, Tahiti, Mihimana Bryan, ripping on a two-turn combo. Nice two-turn combo, Maíra.
Yeah, I think so. The first one was really beautiful, through a lot of water. The wave wasn't that big. I think it wasn't a sad wave. Look, very sharp, beautiful. And the second one, he threw a little bit of the tail. Was like, look right here.
Actually, that was Kali Vaz. I was saying Mihimana Bryan. It's another goofy from Tahiti, also amazing guy. I've been calling a lot of heats. He's ripping in the QS Continental in Europe. This is Jake Marshall from Encinitas, always flawless, tons of style and posture. Look at this four-turn combo. How about the closeout? That was a 73-3.
Amazing wave for him. Surfed on his rail pretty well, very sharp, and he was very well rewarded with 7.33. Pretty important score on the board for him, and he is surfing again, up and riding.
He's on fire. Nice setup snap. Being close to the pocket right there, throwing the fin in the third one. Amazing. Kudos to all the guys watching from Encinitas. My man Chris Cote, shout out to you, my boy. One of the mayors of Encinita, coat to coat, of course.
Nice. Yeah, and this guy has been ripping, improving event by event after event. He is been killing in the Challenger Series. A lot of experience on the CT as well. Look how well he's surfing right now, Marcos.
Yeah, it's a lot of heritage from California's rippers like Brad Gerlach. Back in the day, Archie from San Clemente. Actually, Brad Gerlach was born in Miami, but was raised in California. I love the snap. And just a setup, but look how fast he's surfing. And how about the body language, the last one, throwing the tail there. Always disattached from the tail pad. He was ripping in Ericeta, one of the standout performance right there.
But Jake was surfing well on the Challenger Series, but on the Championship Tour, he wasn't able to pass any 17th position in any event. So he's trying to requalify for the Championship Tour for next year.
Yeah, CT stuff. Sometimes you adapt. Sometimes you got to have, couple of seasons to adapt. It's hard. There are surfers that can adapt so fast, and there are surfers that you can watch, provide more data with this theory, with the performance of João Chianca. They was there, clinching, heavy hitters, heat, his couple of heats he had with John, and then he dropped from the cut, and then he came back, he made the finals. So you cannot script surfing professional right now with the WSL. Too many things going on in the same time.
And this is Mihimana Bryan. Very nice setup carve right there, but the wave didn't offer much.
He was surfer underneath the priority. That's why he was trying to put some trick over there.
Yeah, and with priority right there, Young Gouveia in the second position of this heat. But this man is on fire, Jake Marshall, Marcos.
He don't want to play, his card so close from his chest. He's just ripping up and down, upside down. A lot of turns, nice variation, putting effort in so many turns over there. Just stick to the rail plan and rail game.
Yeah, and here I have more data, more precise data about him. Oh, now it's Kali Vaz. Let's watch this wave first.
Throwing some variation with the reverse there. Let's see what he can pull. A little re-entry there, kind of coming late and glue. Let's see Young Gouveia on fire. Nice snap, throwing the tail. Let's see if oh no, the wave just fizzled away.
It's lovely to see Young Gouveia surfing this left right there because he was just only choosing the right ones to serve in his backhand. And now he just caught this left one. Let's see on the replay again. Very nice cut back right there. Another one. Putting a lot of strength on the maneuvers and then kicking the tail. Slide the tail.
Sliding the tail with a
Yeah.
grab over there, that was major. Check it out. One snap, setting up, surfing in the pocket. Second one is coming. Shout out to Yauka Gouveia, Igor Gouveia, Ilana, Fabinho, all the family. For sure they're in tune with us right now. And that was the money turn, guys. A little blow tail with a grab. Wow, this is so many tools in his toolbox, guys. Mihimana Brai also a little rotation at the beginning.
This one is Kauli Vaz.
Sorry,
actually.
Kauli Vaz. Oh, I'm kind of mixed the goofy footers right now. Sorry,
Yeah,
Kauli. Pardon, mon ami.
And these colors also,
I'm borderline to be colorblind.
Okay, I will help you with that. So.
Okay, thank you. And my brother's favorite color is blue. Mine is green. So keep rocking, Kauli. Keep rocking, mon ami, Mihimana Brai.
So what I was talking about Jake Marshall in the Challenger Series, he was getting better and better event after event. On the Gold Coast, he went on 33rd place, and then Sydney 25th place, and then in Ballito a 9th, in U.S. Open a 5th, and in Ericeta a 2nd. And what can we expect?
QS, the CS, and the CT. Waiting for scores. This is a cliche over here, guys. Still 7 minutes to go. There is a lot of drama, a lot of glory here. Red last wave all the way from Incinita. Jake Marshall, 12 o'clock there. Snap, surfing on the pocket, surfing on the rail. Another one. Whoa, pivot there. Fourth turn, fifth one. Full of speed, flare, milking all the way down. Jake Marshall, Incinita is on fire. Cheering for him right now.
Yeah, this is a very important hit for him.
And check it out. He got a 7.77. Shout out to Felipe Toledo, 7.7.
Very important score as well for him. He has 2 scores above 7 points right there. 15.1 total. He is the leader of this heat with quite a gap from Ian Gouveia, the second surfer. He is needing 9.43 to overtake the lead. So now Jake Marshall is in a safe spot, isn't it?
For sure. He's not against the ropes for sure. He's the leader. There's 2 layers, the leaders and the kind of a mix, 3 surfers there. And Jake is surfing so on point right now. I think he's bringing his legacy from being on Tour de CT level, putting the level of CT inside of the QS. There's a lot of, hopes and dreams for Jake to clinch a slot for the season of 2024. So we're going to be talking about a lot of dreams and drama here. DD.
And look with priority, Mihimana Brai, paddling towards your right side of the monitor, actually the left side of the beach, looking for those waves right here. And
this is the recap, Maíra. Almost like a movie clip, like a surf movie.
Yeah, very nice wave for Ian Gouveia. Strong attack under the lip, the 5-6-7 for him. And this is Jake Marshall. Strong first movement right there. Kicking the tail, throwing a lot of water around, and strong finishing move.
Amazing 4-turn combo, on point, flawless. This is the 7-7-7.
7-7-7. Very good wave for him. Strong maneuvers right there. Really sharp on his job. What amazing.
Amazing, milking all the way, Jake. Everybody tuning in from Encinitas right now. Maybe it's still dark there. There is a 4-hour gap from Brazil time zone to California.
And here we have all the scores of the heat. You can see how Jake Marshall's been like active during this whole heat. He caught a lot of waves. And also Ian Gouveia did.
I think it's the right tactics for 4-man heats. You got to be active. You got to be trying to figure out which one's going to be like peeling all the way down to the inside. Let's check it out. This is Collie Vaz. Oh, no, Mihimana Brian. I'm Collie Brian. Sorry, guys. Let's go, Mihimana. Money turn there. A lot of spray in the snap on top of the wave. Another crack there with the carving over the top, trying to buzz the fins, trying to show some variation there. Mes amis, c'est super votre performance ici.
And yeah, this wave can count on his board right there. He's needing a 4.24, not a very high score. And
now it's Collie
Vaz.
Let's see, a floater is setting up with a lot of speed, close out re-entry, 2-turn combos. I want to figure out how the judge is going to react with the variation of Mihimana, with the 2-turn combos for Collie.
You know what, Marcos? Jake Marshall is high above there on the leadership of this heat, but the second position is still completely open with 2 and 45 seconds left. Because, I mean, these waves can really change the situation right there.
Both waves.
Both waves, yeah. Mihimana just needing a 4.24 and a very nice combo for him right there. And also Collie Vaz needing a 5.48 to overtake the second position of Ian Gouveia.
He liked it. How the body language of success over there. He was setting up. That was the money turn on the top of the wave with a lot of spray and connecting the dots, doing like a snap cutty there and throwing the fins there. In the end, variation, speed, power, and flow. Amazing, mon ami. That was the money turn. Look at the spray, kind of a lip slide turn. Kano Igarashi, Felipe Toledo are super well known. That was like a carving there. This is Ian Gouveia. Look, the board control, sliding the fins. Another one here. Whoa. Almost like pushing the brakes there. A little air attempt, like maybe a 180, front side 180.
Yeah, Ian Gouveia now in third position. Mihimana Bray just got the 6.23, overtake the second position, and now Ian Gouveia is needing a 6.56. I don't know if his last wave is gonna be enough. Look, the judges reward Mihimana Bray. Some of them with 6.7, 6.5. Yeah, very good wave for him. And now he's in second position advancing.
Hey, he connect kind of a reform over there, a double up, and he's put almost like a lip slide as a money turn, variation in the end. The guys are reaping. It's like judges are almost like for the second slot. They are like splitting hairs right now. Let's see if Young gonna have another chance. This is Collie, one chance, a battle for the tube rider from Tahiti. Let's see if they're gonna pull a layback or an air. A little layback on the end. Amazing effort. You're gonna put the pause in the end of this heat, maybe with waiting for scores.
Yeah, but he's needing a 7.46. It was a very nice wave, nice effort for him in the last dying minute of the heat. And probably Ian Gouveia won't have time.
Oh.
Okay.
That was a split peak situation. Look at this air from Ian. He can pull. Oh my God, if he can pull this one, I think he will be back straight up to the second slot.
Yeah, but unfortunately he couldn't. And this wave was nice for Collie Vaz, but the score, it's under what he needed. So the official situation is Jake Marshall in the first position and Mihimana Bray in second.
Oh, let's figure out. Amazing. I'm giving shout outs to everybody around the globe. I want to give a shout out, like more like random shout out to Neptune because the conditions are pristine, like airs, rails, barrels, and that's official right now. Good luck for the next season for Young Gouveia Qualifas. Amazing effort, amazing job for Jake Marshall and Mihimana Brai. That was the drama. That was the glory for surfers here, guys. That's the CS, the last loss for the last slots for the CT level for the next season being decided here, over here. It's time for catching some breath here. So we're going to be right back with plenty of action to come. Stick around. The show is surf is guaranteed here. See you guys in the field.
The Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil is brought to you by Corona. This is Living. By Natura Kayak. Feeling the power of freshness. By Vivo. Official sponsor of the World Surf League in Brazil. And by City of Saquarema. Official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil.
Yeah, and we are back, guys. Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. I'm Marcos Bocaiova alongside with Maria Pabish to call this 50 heat of the round of 64 with California, Crosby Colapinto, Dimitri Polis from USA, Edgar Groja from the south coast of São Paulo, Nacho Goodison, and one of the Argentina that reside in Florianopolis, raising the bar in each new competition during the break. The gigantic surfer from San Clemente, Crosby Colapinto, younger brother from Griffin, local hero from T Street. This is the zigzag setting up Nacho Goodison. He was one of the standouts in the first round. Amazing last turn. Whoa, what a heavy stance over there, man. That was power.
That was really powerful. Amazing effort for Nacho Goodison. Yeah, these guys are looking for those junctions, those finishing movements. Here in Saquarema, this is really important to pull these last ones.
For sure.
Because everybody knows that it's really hard with the backwash and everything. So that's how they can increase their scores.
For sure. It was chunky there. Let's check it out. A little setup floater there just to be on the pocket. Some zigzags, some fading in, fading out. Another setup snap, and then that's the money turn. Look at this. Brutality. Ballistic.
I thought he wouldn't pull this movement, but he did.
Everything's all right.
Yeah.
Check it out. Upside down. Whoa.
Release the tail right
That was
there.
some Clay Marzo kind of close-out turn.
Very nice for him. It will be interesting how the score is going to come out.
Yeah. And it's amazing how those type of, in this round of 64, any type of heat right now will be like a final in any day. So the level is so high, the bar is being hazy, raised so fast and so high. This is Crosby Colapinto. Nice lap, snap, like connecting there. A little cutty, zigzag, just maybe trying to pull there. No, going to be a layback. Okay, just a hook over there. 3-turn combo, like just warming up. Such a flawless surfing. Like style-wise, Maíra, one of my favorites for sure. Crosby's flawless.
Yeah, he is. And look, the score just came out for Nacho Gundersen, a 6.33. Very good score to start to build his score line.
Check it out, Maíra, with you.
Yeah, this is Crispy Colapinto. Very good first movement, throwing a lot of water. And a nice finishing for him
For
as
sure.
well.
Crosby being crispy.
Yeah. I said crispy, sorry.
Don't you worry. We are here freestyling, girl.
Yeah.
24 minutes still on for this heat. Gonna be a good one. On the lead right now, we have a dark horse from Argentina residing in Florianopolis. We have the bracket for points on tour this season for Crosby Colapinto. He's over there. I think he's right there in the G10.
Yeah, he has a couple good results, a third place on the Gold Coast, and also a second place in the U.S. of Surfing, the Wallachs U.S. of Surfing. Pretty good. And this is Dimitri Poulos.
Dimitri Poulos with a lot of flair there, coming late and doing a nice over-the-top, like he entered there, Nacho Gundersen. Nice snap. Let's see if he can pull another one. Yo, boards function well, core is function well, body function well. Good effort, hermano. Surfando muy bien acá.
Looks really in tune with these conditions right now.
Check it out with you, Maíra.
Nice carve right there. Another one. Good snap. Really strong. Nice rail game.
For sure. How about the deep bottom turns there?
And this is Dimitri Poulos.
A little setup snap. Coming late, but cracking one more. A little hook on the top.
Another replay for Edgar Groja. Wow, I love this first movement. Another good one, throwing a lot of water. Just a setup turn right there, looking for some room to a finishing turn. But the wave kind of lost power right there, but he could finish.
A lot of wheel going on right there. There's no buffer zone to toss to Rachel right there, throwing the fence, Crosby Colapinto. Another one, pivot right there, 2-turn combos. I think right now we're going to have a buffer zone to toss to Rachel, to chat with Jake Marshall all the way from Encinitas, California. Toss it to you, Rachel.
Jake Marshall bringing the city level for the Challenger Series. Jake, you have been building momentum during all of the Challenger Series events. What are you expecting for the last one once you're so close to requalify?
Yeah, I kind of started the year not very well over in Australia, and then since then I've just kind of been slowly building with each result, and it felt really good to get second in the last one. But yeah, I'm coming here with it's a fresh event and new mindset, new goals and everything. So yeah, I'm feeling really good. My boards are insane. I'm feeling super confident, and yeah, I feel like I'm just ready to go. I don't have. My goal is still to try to win this contest. I'm not too worried about where I'm going to end up in the rankings. I just want to be focused on just this event and trying to do the very best I can.
So, but have you already imagined what you would improve next year if you requalify? Any mistakes you would improve to make the cut?
Yeah, definitely. I've been working on a lot, just kind of trying to free up my surfing in my heats and just try to do my best surfing when I'm in my heats and just perform at my highest level. And sometimes I feel like when I was on the tour, I maybe was in my head a little bit or a little nervous and stuff like that. So it's been good just finding that rhythm and this flow that I'm in right now. And yeah, I'm just kind of trying to stay in the present and take it heat by heat. And I feel like if I can keep doing that, good things are going to happen.
But now tell us about your board. What makes it so special for you?
Yeah, this board it's magic for sure. It's just a Sharp Eye Storm model. It's a squash tail, 6.0.5. And yeah, I rode it in the finals day over in Portugal, and now I'm riding it here, and it feels glued to my feet, and I feel like I can just do whatever I want on it. So thanks to the whole team at Sharp Eye. You guys are the best, always supporting us big time. We've even got, I'm staying with the Sharp Eye team down here, and we got a house and everything. So they always take great care of their athletes, and they're such a rad brand. So I'm super stoked to be riding for them.
Yeah, you did great in Portugal. Good luck in the next round. See you. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, plenty of action here. This is Nacho Goodison representing, Argentina, residing in Santa Catarina. Nice snap. Another one setting up for the closeout. One more time. There was one more time brutality over there, man. Ballistic. Nacho Goodison. Amazing, Maíra.
It's amazing how these wild cards can be dangerous here in Saquarema. Yesterday we saw many of them, like Heitor Miller, all the guys that are surfing soon, and they were really dangerous. They won their heats, and this guy is just killing it.
Look at this. Some setup for another huge turn on the end, close out, amazing. He's putting a lot of work in his physio in the gym. You can tell. Almost 12 o'clock over there, free falling. Explosion is so heavy to land like turns like this here in Saquarema. There's a lot of push, a lot of texture on the water. Yeah. And just talking back with the Jake, and Rachel, chat over there. Shout out to all the boys in Sharp Eye. Yufo is over here, the team manager, arranging all the things for the boys so they have more comfort to do their tasks over here. So shout out to all the team, Marcio Zovi, Robert, Yufo, and all the riders.
Yeah, and this heat is very important for Crosby Colapinto because he needs to be in 5th place here in Saquarema to guarantee his spot on the championship tour next year. For sure, if he loses before that, there are kind of scenarios that he can still qualify, but to guarantee it in his own hands, actually in his own feet, okay. He has to be in 5th place finish.
One more time, putting all the coins on the backhand attack over there. Second snap, underneath the lip, one more time, man. You got to have a medal for this heat, man. Sorry, girl. I'm saying man all the time. I'm used to being here with Kaipo and Mitch.
No worries. Yeah, Nacho Goodison putting on a show. Surfing really relaxed. Very loose, throwing the tail around. And look, this one, very vertical, strong, precise.
All the fundamentals over there.
He's enjoying his time.
Yeah,
right
he's
there,
having fun. Like Jake was telling, he was too much on his head back in the CT when he was there. So now he's putting almost more comfort to put his charisma out there. Because I think surfing can be expression of your own personality. And if you express yourself better, you put all your charisma out there, you're going to be surfing better with more freedom. Because it's surfing, come on. It's one of the best jobs you can have.
It's true. And this boy won a QS in Playa Grande in Argentina, his own country, actually, where he's from. And he's doing a great job on the QS, the South America QS. But this is Dimitri Poulos.
Throwing the fins there, turn there. Let's see if you can pull a nice closeout thing. The wave kind of fade away. Nice effort, amazing speed and power for Dimitris. I like how he's surfing. I can see some resemblance from Danny Wills from Down Under. I can see some resemblance from Aritz Aramburu from Basque Country. Short, stuck, but powerful. Maybe some Billy Steinman there. I'm twin, so I'm always searching for the other people twins, quote-unquote twins guys.
And what do you think about Crosby and Griffin, these brothers?
Oh, they're gonna form. Yeah, they're gonna form a dynasty sooner or later. Look at the spray he threw there, and this turn, throwing the fins, kind of got caught a little bit, hang up there.
Yeah, getting some speed for a finishing movement. He got it to pull a little decimals in his score.
He remind me a little bit of OG from California, Ted Navarro. Look at these, upside down, throwing the fins, almost got caught there.
Very vertical, this movement.
Yeah, drifting the fins there, all the way down.
Yeah, we're still waiting on scores. Nacho Gunderson just got 6.13. Wasn't better than his throwaway score. And now we're waiting for this wave of Dimitri Poulos. Let's see if things can change on this heat right now. With priority, Crosby Colapinto in second position, needing a 6.31 to get the lead.
Oh, people are getting heavy there, so it's nice time for catching the breath right here. So we have a buffer zone. Amazing heat so far, so good. But stick around, we have plenty of action to come. We're gonna have a little break to catch the breath. So stick around. And we are back with Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil, all the way action live, guys. This is a alley-oop from Edgar Groja. He have this, you know, his tool. This tool is right there in his toolbox. It's amazing how he can combine like raw power surfing with like tricks. He's have like a little mix with Felipe Toledo and Michel Bourez, almost like this.
Yeah, he got speed right there, throw the tail, throw to the air, and stomps it. It was nice. I was thinking it was weird. He was kind of
shy, maybe?
Yeah, kind of shy, maybe. And this is not very common for Edgar Groja. And now he could manage to finish this wave pretty well. Let's see what's going to come on the board for him.
He saw a wedgie there. Let's see a snap with a lot of pressure. He's going to go for the air again. Like a full rotation, stomping, almost fallless, connecting the dots, milking all the way. Let's see if he can crack another one. Going for it. Whoa, one more time. 2 turns on the air like he just don't care.
Yeah, and now Dimitri Poulos. We didn't see...
But I liked the close-out turn.
Yeah,
a lot of board control there. He had his flair.
Right on the sand, actually.
And he kind of casual. He was like a power turn with casuality. It's kind of hard.
Yeah, this guy, he's from south coast of São Paulo, pretty close from where I was born. He's always around Santos.
You from Ilhabela? Born and raised?
No, I was raised in Ilhabela, but I was born in Santos.
Amazing.
Where Picoruta Salazar and all these guys.
For Californians, it's like Long Beach for Brazil.
Yeah, it's true.
Whoa! Going ballistic, Crosby Colapinto. This is Dimitris on the backhand with you, Marita.
Nice snap right there.
You saw the fade there before the snap?
Yeah, it's true. Then he could get in the pocket right there, and this was Edgar Groja. Nice setup turn. Then he threw through the air. The rotation lands it, and coming through the inside right there. trying to find some room for another turn, and then he throw to the air again.
He manifested that session. Check it out. He was seeing there was like an intermediate wave. He know wasn't a set wave, but he saw the wedgie. He went for it. A little setup snap, connecting the dots, fading in. Now going for this second attempt with the grab.
Unfortunately, he couldn't pull this off.
Nice effort.
A 5-point ride for him. He is still in 4th position on this heat, but he's needing now a 4.87 to overtake the 2nd position of Crosby Colapinto. 9 minutes and 30 seconds left. Yeah, and Nacho Gunzin, he is safe right there in the leadership.
Yeah, for sure. But Crosby, if Crosby pulled another one, Edgar right now.
Oh, sorry, guys. That wave, it wasn't the 5-point. Actually, he just got 5.27 on this last wave and just got the 2nd position over Crosby Colapinto.
Yeah, the homework for Crosby right now is to drop this 2.63 as soon as he can. And he have like a leading score right now, so he's going to... He got a plenty time for come. Let's go. Let's see Crosby what he can pull. He's going to go for the air. Nice 180 rotation there.
Not able to finish. And
stalling for the air. Woo! He was almost landing, but he got kind of bogged like the hillside rail there for the fake air. You can call it an alley-oop if you want.
Yeah, very important hit for Crosby Colapinto. And at the moment, we still have a lot of numbers to come in. But this is the wave of Edgar Groja. His attempt to this air, unfortunately, couldn't land on his feet.
Nacho once again going backhand. He don't want to show his forehand right now. He's just putting all the coins on the direction on his backhand attack right now. Still 7 minutes and 50 seconds to come, guys. Waiting for scores. Is a contest here. A lot of glory and drama. A few slots in the CT for the next season will be decided over here during this week. He's gonna go ballistic. Let's check it out. Oh no, floater. Commentator curse.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to the air, but...
He was putting the body language for the air, and he's so good on these rotations. The clock rotation for the fake air alley-oop. He's a master on that turn. I like his avatar. If I want to digest an avatar from Edgar, would be a mix with Felipe Toledo and Michel Bourdes. In a Zen mode, this is Luke Thompson.
Just getting prepared for the next heat.
Doing some transcendental meditation right there.
Yeah, he's gonna go against Imai Kalani Devo, Jackson Bunch, and Teva Bochek. I don't know how to pronounce
Bochua. It's from Morocco.
Bochua.
The north part of Europe, almost connecting to the south part of Europe. North part of Africa, almost connecting with the south part of, Europe and Portugal. The Strait of Gibraltar is the connection between the south part of Europe and the north part of Africa.
Yeah, next heat is really important as well for Imai Kalani Devo. All of those heats are important for many guys that can qualify. That's why this championship is so important. Many things on the line right here.
It's a do-or-die situation, Maida.
Yeah, it is. The last chance to qualify, and Crosby Colapinto just got 3.57 right there.
And he's back on track on the 2nd position right now. So kudos to Crosby. Let's keep cheering for him. All the boys from San Clemente right now, 2% boys are reaping. Jack Schilling, Cade Madsen, Cole Hoshman. Oh my God, so many names. And back in the day, from Jimmy Rogan and Snips, Mark Parsons, and from the punk surfers, Archie, Match Archibald, Christian Fletcher, Chris Ward, so many guys, so many legends. The Gudauskas Shout out to the Goddard's brothers, Dane, Pat, and Tanner. So many layers and generation, types of school of surfing in one villa. I want to see like city competing against cities, you know, like San Clemente against Saquarema with Jiangxianka, maybe with Hawaii, with Australia.
And this is the last wave for Nacho Gundersen. The wave didn't offer much. Nice first run, the 357.
This is the 357, always surfing
Crosby.
Huge. Yeah, Crosby, always on point. He have like this type of flair of Joe Parkinson.
But you know what, Marcos? To be safer on this second position, Crosby really needs to throw away this 3.57 because Edgar Groja is just needing a 5.54 and also Dimitri Poulos needing a 5.28.
For sure, nobody's safe till now, so keep rocking, guys. Crosby have a leading score, so he need to drop to play defense, drop this 3.57.
Yeah, because he has the best score of the heat, a 7.23. So if he can change this score, the second score, he can get the leader of this heat or even stay a little safer right there because there is some waves coming in. And this is Edgar Groja trying to better his second score. Searching down the line right there. Go through the air, kick the tail, and pulls it.
Amazing how he know how to stomp those turns. He always placing the nose pointing to the compound of the competition, to the sandbar, to the beach. And you're going to see in the replay, he just going ballistic in the first turn and then setting up with the second snap, super frosty section, and then went ballistic on the junction there. One of the new crops from Brazil. There's so much talent going on here.
Very nice, good looking wave for Dimitri Poulos.
Oh, huge combo for him. So it's a bummer he couldn't pull.
It's true, it was a bummer because the wave was very good looking. It would be a very nice combo for him.
For sure. He's sticking to his plan, surfing on rails, surfing with speed, power, and flow. Kudos to you, Dimitri. Check it out. Deep bottom turn. Nice spray on the snap, and then going ballistic on the closeout. Got caught by the foam there. The backwash is always a factor here. A little, over the top turn there. A zigzag just setting up for the air. Grabbing for the 180. Pointed the nose to the beach. It's a tutorial when he surfed.
Yeah, unfortunately the wave didn't got really hollow in the inside, and this one was Crosby Colapinto effort.
He gonna drop the 3.57 because that was gigantic in the last one.
I think so.
He made huge arcs. It's amazing how he can surf like close to the style of Griffin, but have his own personality.
On the last wave, Edgar Groja got 4.43, so it wasn't enough to overtake the second position. Still in third position with third priority, and Dimitri Poulos in fourth position and also with fourth priority. So with 1 minute and 25 seconds left, yeah, with no priority,
for
these
sure,
guys.
Their cards are still mixed in this game. There's nobody safe right now till now. We still have 1 minute and 10 seconds to come right now.
But for sure, Nacho Gundersen and Crosby Colapinto, they won't let them surf. So
they're gonna play defense on the tactics.
They're gonna play defense for sure. 55 seconds left on this hit. Very important hit for Crosby Colapinto. He still have chances to qualify.
Keeping his dream alive. It's a do or die for Edgar Groja that came here with some mathematics chance, trying to grab this left over there. Couldn't pull like a drop, kind of late for that. A lot of texture going on right now. Things are changing, tide are changing. Still have another left over. 20 seconds to come. It's do or die for Edgar. You guys from the south of Brazil can cheer Edgar right now. Da torcida brasileira right now pode mandar muita vibração positiva para o Edgar.
Yeah, and Crosby can qualify with 5th position here in Saquarema. To guarantee his spot, he needs to be 5th, but still he can qualify. Depends on the other results of the other opponents. But now he just did his job right there, advanced in this heat. And Nacho Gundersen, the wild card, just put on a show.
It's a dark horse script. You cannot script this. Kudos, muito bom. Sua performance semana muito buena. Parabéns. Nacho advanced the dark horse, keeping the dream alive. Crosby Colapinto, good luck for the next season in the CS and the QS for Edgar and Dimitri Paulos. Kudos for you guys, heavy hitters. You surf well, so keeping the dream alive. One more guy from the 2% crew. Oh, it's time for catching the break here, and plenty of action to come, guys. So. Stick around. We're going to be right back.
The Rip Curl WSL Finals is the whole year, and you just jam it together.
It's so hard to put in words what did it take for me to be here right now.
And it makes for one of the most exciting days to competitive surfing.
Here we are again.
The best surfers on the planet heading out to one of the world's greatest waves. Let's go!
It's like he's angry at lower trestle.
There you go, San Clemente. Let him hear it.
Florida, baby!
This is what an entire season has wind down to.
WSL presents the Rip Curl WSL Finals. You can check it out on WorldSurfLeague.com and a lot more. We have many one-on-ones and some incredible interviews. You can check it out on WorldSurfLeague.com. Welcome back to heat number 6 of the round of 64 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Imai Kalani Devalt, the former CT surfer, looking to requalify. He's going to be in red. Jackson Bunch, also from the island of Maui, he is in blue. Luke Thompson from South Africa in the white jersey. And the surfer from Northern Africa, Morocco to be specific, Teva Bushqua, will be in the green. Mitchell Salazar here with Brazilian surf legend Marcos Bocaivo. Marcos, brand new heat out in the water, but we do have 2 surfers with qualification implications out there in the water. Imai Kalani Devalt, number 7 in the rankings, coming into the event, has a chance to qualify here in Brazil.
For sure, one of my favorites for sure. So much, flair, style, power. I mean, Mai's amazing. He's been training for a few years with Pedro Robalinho from Rio de Janeiro, reside in Maui also. Amazing trainer. The flair, the power that the guy, before landing on the competition, like almost the blueprint that Iago Dora did it back in the day. He was almost like a free surfing, stacking clips all over. And now he's here He was in the big league. He suffered the choke kind of in the cut, in the mid-ear cut, and he's trying to come back. He have a slot, but he's not safe, so a lot of drama and glory over here. This guy, you know, keeping the dream alive for Crosby and for the whole, you know, 2% crew. There is like nailing amazing performance during all the year.
And it was a huge make right there for Crosby Colapinto. He moves through in second place as Nacho Gundesen takes the victory in heat number 5. That's the start of heat number 6 now, the round of 64. Funny enough, both Imai Kalani Devault and Jackson Bunch actually being coached by Pedro Jovalino, as we see Dimitri Poulos making his way back to the Área dos Atletas do Banco do Brasil. Great surfer from Ventura, California. Had an outstanding season on the regional QS in North America. Wouldn't be surprised to see him back on the Challenger Series next year either. But getting to this heat, though, in the round of 16 over in Ericeira, both Jackson Bunch and Imai Devault actually met up. And it was the young surfer from Maui in the blue jersey who actually ended up victorious. Came out with a huge win and got his best result of the season so far, a 5th place finish at Ribeira de Ilhas. When we talk about requalifying for the championship tour, though, that is what is on Imai Kalani Devault's mind. He is number 7 in the rankings coming into the event. I can assure you, though, that both Luke Thompson and Teva Bushkwa have something to say about that. Thompson has a beautiful style, very much like Jordy Smith. The surfer from Cape Town, South Africa, has a lot on the line on this one. Wants to make it back into the top 20 if he can. That way he doesn't have to surf in the regional series next year, as he will requalify automatically through the CS if he will do so. Here's Imai, though. First wave of the heat for him. Strong turn right there on the backhand. Couple of setups right here on the inside. And gonna finish well. Actually, an incomplete turn right there for Devault right at the end. So 28 minutes on the clock. Still, just wanted to get the feet in the wax right there. As Jackson Bunch, the surfer in the blue jersey, you'd be expecting him to be looking left most of the time. One of the few goofy footers out there in the water, both him and Bushkwa. A very talented pair of surfers out there in the blue and the green. Speaking of the Moroccan, he's up and riding now. Couple of strong turns on the forehand. With a lot of speed down the line now. And throws in a little layback jam to finish off his opening ride. 27:35 on the clock. Decent exchange at the beginning.
For sure. Things are getting hot over here, not just in the booth, but inside of the water. Teva was one of the standouts in the first round. He's such a posture type of stylish surfer. I'm going to always kind of reassess to the connection with Cam Richards' style, because the posture is so similar. Check it out. The first turn, on point, on the top. Variation in the cutty. Surfing in the pocket. Going for the milking all the way down. Little hook laid back there.
Should be a decent score. This comes through as a 2.5, the opener for Imai. Only the second surfer to qualify from the island of Maui for the championship tour. Now they have a third one, Ian Gentile, our rookie of the year. Imai's looking to make it back on tour, though. And it starts right here at the last Challenger Series event of the year. He is in qualification distance right now, number 7. So he is inside the top 10. Here's Thompson, though. Beautiful answer back right there. A couple of searing turns on the backhand. As I told you before, has one of the most beautiful styles on the Challenger Series. Makes things look silky smooth right there on the backhand.
We can see the influence from Jordy Smith, like we can see from Dimitris Poulos, a little Danny Reynolds flair from Ventura.
Luke Thompson going to open up with a decent score. 26 minutes on the clock. 2 heat wins so far in the event for Nacho Gundesen. He is with Rachel.
That's right. Nacho Gundesen taking advantage of his alternate opportunity. Comparing yesterday's situations and conditions to today, what was the point that helped you to pass in first again?
Yeah, I'm so confident on this ride. Today the conditions are way better. And I talked with my coach. We went all in on that ride, and it went really well.
Yeah, that was a good strategy. I feel like, Nacho, you're almost Brazilian because you live in Brazil, you speak Portuguese, you have many Brazilian friends. Does they help you somehow, or you have to discover everything by your own? They give some advice?
Yeah, I'm so proud of being Argentinian. I have to say that before. But I love Brazil. I love the people here. And since I came here, I was like 13 or 14. They received me very well. And I competed a lot of events here, made a lot of friends. And that's it. That's a place I love. And I live here right now in Florianopolis. So it's a good place to live because there's a lot of good surfers, Mateus, Michael, Jan, Yago. There's a lot of surfers, and it's a good way to be training with them.
Now the Brazilians are happy, but if you want to say something to your Argentinian friends and family, you can.
Hola a todos que me están viendo en Argentina. Muchas gracias por el aliento. Muy contento de haber mostrado un poco más mi surfing y vamos con toda la próxima. Gracias.
Congratulations. See you. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Rachel. Felicidades to Nacho Gundesen. Moving through into the round of 32, 2 heat wins so far for the Argentinian surfer. Making it count when it matters as an alternate. And next thing you know, he is in the event with 2 heat wins so far. Meanwhile, Bushqua, though, second wave for him. He's on a roll right now, Marcos.
How about the first turn? So much power display there. This is the flawless surfing from SA, South Africa.
It's Luke Thompson right there, and then Imai Kalani DeVault got his best score of 4.43 right here.
How about the flare in this first snap, connecting the dots there, upside down in the hand tree.
Real nice and compact at the end, too. Just under 24 minutes to go. Imai's actually riding a flyer. It's a stringered epoxy that he has underneath his feet. Meanwhile, this kid, Thompson, off to a quick start, too.
Whoa.
Already has 2 waves in the first 6.5 minutes.
Look at Thompson, so flawless style-wise. And talking about boards, Imai one of the boys now in the CI program.
Yeah, he's been there for a few years now.
Yeah.
Definitely been one of their staple
Flirting
surfers.
now is more official, am I right? He was using like Maui boards also?
He was using KTs for most
KT
of
also.
the majority of his career, yeah, but he's been on Channel Islands for a few years and tends to like to ride the flyer for the most part. He was using that at the U.S. Open. He just likes to go fast.
Yeah.
And that's really the story for a lot of surfers from Maui. They have the waves over there that offer a lot of potential for huge maneuvers, especially in the air. But DeVault is a very complete surfer, looking to make it back to the CT. A 4.43 and a 2.5 for him have him in second. Meanwhile, Thompson, a pair of 4s, a 4.47 and a 4.17. And Bushqua about to move up into second place with a 4.2. So Jackson Bunch, still the only surfer in the heat who has not caught a wave. He does have priority, coming off of his best result so far this season, a 5th place finish in Ericeira, Marcos.
Amazing. He was one of the standouts for sure in Ericeira. I'm residing there. I saw that live. And talking about the Maui boys, man, they're reaping. We got Eli and Imai. Have so many now, like good guys coming up from Maui right now. And I think the first one that clinched a slot in the CT was Dusty Payne. Right?
It was Dusty Payne, yeah.
I love Dusty Payne's style, man. Shout out to Dusty. Shout out to Matt Maiola. Albie Layer, so many OGs over there.
And here's Imai's results so far this year. Good consistency in the first 2 events. Runner-up finish on the Gold Coast in 9th, and then a 9th at the last event in Ericeira as well.
Consistency, a little drop there in Balito, but full consistency throughout the season. Kind of heavy, kind of hard there in U.S. Open also.
Had a good heat over there in Huntington Beach, though, but then when he bowed out, just wasn't in the right place at the right time for his waves. So needs just a 3.27 at the moment to move up into the top 2. Bushqua looking to replace a 3.5 as his low score. And the heat leader, Luke Thompson, with the low score of 4.47. And for joining us, there have been some massive heats so far this morning already. We're into Heat 6. We'll be running 16 heats, all of the round of 64 for the men. And the waves are nonstop at Praia de Itaúna in Saquarema. It's the last event of the Challenger Series schedule. First time ever that the CS is finishing in Brazil. Here's Bushqua once again. He's been active in this heat, his 3rd wave so far. And a strong combo right there. Gets a little hung up by the offshore, but does well to recover and ride out of it.
There is the changing tide. There is the texture of the offshore. There is the kind of current, backwash. So a lot of things going in place at the same time. And Bushqua is being super precise. Check it out. This first turn, Nice wrap it out. And now coming to the end. Almost hang up. Pull it up. Nice two-turn combo.
He's just a solid power surfer all around. Really likes to use his back foot to his advantage too, Marcos.
For sure, for sure. Shout out to Ramsey Bookham.
Last year's finalist here. Saquarema Ramsey, the runner-up to Gabriel Medina. This is what the Tides are doing. And the low of a 0.2 at 9:25. It's around 11 a.m. this morning here, so the high tide around 4.5 hours. Or 4 hours, excuse me, at 3 p.m., 3.4 foot high tide. So not huge, which is really good here for Saquarema. You tend to have to struggle with the backwash quite a bit.
For sure. When the tide change, you have more like influence from the backwash situation. And talking back, like rewinding to the Moroccan surfer Ramsey Bookham, was the second time that he kind of was runner-up to Gabriel Medina. You were a surf learner like myself. You recall the final in Florianopolis before Gabriel clinching the world title. He was 2013. He was the junior world champion in Florianopolis.
Yeah.
And the runner-up right there was Ramsey.
I remember it was freezing that year.
You were competing there?
I wasn't. I actually applied for 2 wild cards.
Yeah.
And I wasn't able to get a single one. But
okay.
You know, shout out to Al Hunt for that. Thanks, Al. Still love you.
Yeah, me too. I was there, tied with Al back at the time.
19 minutes on the clock now. Luke Thompson still in first. The last of Pushkwa comes through, and it is his best, a 4.23, just slightly. Imai now needs a 4.0, and Jackson Bunch, with one wave, could move up into second place. He needs an 8.43. And, you know, speaking of the influence that we've had from different regions on the, global scale. Morocco has been well represented by Ramsey over the last few years. But Teva, a kid that's coming up, you haven't seen him that much in bigger events like the Challenger Series. But so far, I mean, just making it through yesterday and now competing against the very elite surfers on the Challenger Series, pretty big deal if you're making this heat.
For sure. He's a dark horse in this heat for sure. And actually was a novelty for me. I've been calling Nerecera in Lisbon for Sport TV over there, a lot of QS's event. And as soon as I saw his surfing style, I was digging to his surfing style, his posture, how he plays the turns, how fast he can go, how he can manage speed, and if you want to go slow and stall.
Morocco is part of Africa. It is on the most northern part of the tip of Africa. But most surfers from Morocco tend to compete in the European region just because of the proximity.
For sure, they just gonna go like flight up, and it's super close from the south part of Europe and my new country, my residing country right now, Portugal.
What would you say to France? It's around an hour and a half flight, maybe 2 hours from?
Yeah, 2 hours flight.
Casablanca?
Yeah, Casablanca.
Pretty close. Here's Thompson now, the South African, out there in the white jersey. He's currently leading this heat. 9-point heat total for Luke. Strong finish right there for Thompson. Silky smooth on the backhand. Had a great performance at the U.S. Open. He's been a bit inconsistent with his results so far this year. But a real young surfer still. A junior. Had a chance to compete at Seaside Reef in San Diego, California earlier this year for the World Junior Championships. And I really like what I'm seeing so far from Thompson. Real cool kid, too. If you've ever met him in person, you'd really like him. But you get him at a point break, though, Marcos, and that's where you really see the style be accentuated.
It's a different equation if you go for a point break so fast, like J-Bay and stuff.
Oh, Ibai now on this right-hander. That's a strong start for him. Whoa, throws the tail around and fully commits to that turn right there. Is the surfer in the red jersey. That was some extreme stuff from Imai Kalani Devalt.
I love how he slides his fins. So much flair there, style. He have a special expression. He put out there. He's a kind of a shy guy, nice guy, but super.
He's quiet,
quiet.
Yeah.
But he make the surf talk to himself.
Nothing quiet about this though, Marcos.
Nothing quiet. Look at this, how he's sliding his fin, almost fading out. And how about style? The position of the arms. Everything is in place there.
Maui 101, and here's the other surfer from Maui in blue, Jackson Bunch. First wave of the heat for him, Marcos.
Yeah, let's see the front side annihilator. He was one of the standouts in Nerecera, surfing so good in the backhand there.
And then Thompson's last.
I can see some resemblance from, back in the day, Ricky Basnet, so much legacy in South Africa, all the way down to the 70s with Sean Thompson, Michael Thompson, all the boys. He's a legend, Sean. Shout out to you, my man. Busting out the door era, OG.
There's Tim Biso. He'll be coming up later today.
Yeah, another one that's almost residing half part of the year right there in Teresita in my villa.
Yeah.
Shout out to Timothée Bissot. He was serving tables in Guadeloupe in Caribbean to be able to surf in the QS. He's a grinder, amazing powerhouse, like a type of Oki, type of goofy footer.
Former runner-up to the World Junior Champion. That was to Junior Championship, excuse me. That was to Lucas Silveira, actually.
Oh, yeah, 2016.
A few years ago. There's a
Teresita.
score for Imai Kalani Devalt. Comes in at his best in the best of the heat of 5.83. Impressive stuff right there. He's now in the lead in an important heat for him.
Keeping the dreams alive, Imai.
So a 10.26 heat total. That moves Thompson down to second place. Luke's last just a 4.0. The opener of Jackson Bunch a 3.27. And a quick one there for Imai. Don't even know if he actually got to his feet.
It's a nice reference to show people at home how punchy this wave is. It's just a left over. And it's Imai from Maui. He's so used to surf with its texture on the water.
14 minutes to go now in priority with Bushkwa, who was in the top two spots for the majority of the heat so far. And now in third place, needing a 4.77 or better. Meanwhile, Jackson Bunch needing a 5.73. I mean, ideally for both surfers from Maui, they want to get 1 and 2 in the heat,
sure,
right?
yeah,
But in the end, both of them have a job to do. Even though they're coached by the same person, they probably have some different strategies and game plans going into the heat, knowing that there is a lot on the line for both surfers out there in the water. If Imai Kalani Devalt makes the semifinals, he will guarantee his spot and qualify for the World Championship Tour. And that guy, former number 5 in the world, Morgan Sibulik, looking to make it back to the CT as well. He's coming up in a few heats. Don't miss anything. All the action here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. It's been a spectacular day of surfing so far for day number 2 of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Round of 64 for the men out there right now. It's heat number 6 in the water. Imai Kalani Devalt, number 7 in the rankings, coming in to stop number 6 of the Challenger Series, is leading the heat over Luke Thompson, Teva Bushkwa, and Jackson Bunch. Bunch, the surfer in the blue jersey who got a quarterfinal finish over there at the last event in Teresita, looking to continue his run of good results here in Saquarema. Meanwhile, Devalt looking to re-qualify for the CT. He was a member last season before the mid-year cut. And speaking of Imai, here he goes. Great looking wave for him. Straight up and vertical, throws the tail, and he's going to go down. So the backwash seems like it might be picking back up. We just hit the low part of the tide around a little over an hour ago. The tide is rising now. We do have a 3.4 high tide and around 4 hours, Marcos, and definitely seems like the backwash could be huge for the later heats today. As we look at the beautiful background right there in Saquarema, looking at the scenarios right here, if Imai places third or better, he will qualify for the Championship Tour for 2024. But coming up, we do have not only Morgan Sibilik, but Jet Schilling in the next heat. And if they win this event, they will automatically qualify for the Championship Tour as well.
There is a lot of layers of possibilities going on right there. Imai is keeping his dream alive. So Kate is the same situation, Sammy also. So layers, Federico and Jake and the boys, and then another layer, 4 layers of possibility here.
And can't forget about Jackson Bunch in the blue jersey. He also needs to make it out of this heat and win the event to qualify for the Championship Tour in 2024. You see the South African camp right there. Daniel Emsley will be coming up in the white jersey, also from South Africa. Rooting for Luke Thompson in this heat right now is that crew downstairs in the Área dos Atletas do Banco do Brasil. 9 minutes now on the clock. Imai Devault still in the lead. Thompson in second. Bushqua in third. With priority needs a 4.77. And this guy, Jackson Bunch, looking for a 5.73 or better. Setup snap on the backhand. First time we've seen him go right so far in this heat. Straight up in vertical right there. Slid the fins well. Might have one more section. The double up here on the shore break. And does well to fit in one more. So good work right there from Jackson Bunch. Coming off of a quarterfinal finish. 8 minutes 40 to go. Needs the second best score of the heat so far, Marcos. Seems to be his best wave.
For sure. He was trying to reconnect with his game plan of success, going ballistic on the backhand in Ericeira.
And Thompson to the air. Pulls it too. Beautiful rotation right there from the kid from Cape Town. Got some hang time, got some air time, and it was clean. Looking to replace.
And got some applause from the Aussie group.
And they loved it too. If they're looking, to really get a couple of these surfers that are on the cusp of qualifying out so they can potentially get their guys in. Yeah. Morgan Sibilik coming up needs to win the event to automatically qualify for the Championship Tour. But if either Imai or Jackson were to bow out in this heat, that would be huge for them. So Thompson right here trying to play spoiler with 7:45 on the clock. Good air. And we also have the score to come through for Jackson Bunch.
A full rotation, landing almost on the flat, but on the foam there. Almost like a coping block. Super skateboarding influence trick. With fast, nice landing. Amazing claim.
Yeah, get a height on this as well.
Yeah, look at the tail there. All the way pointed to the competition compound over here. I love those reactions, like the Joe Rogan reaction on UFC.
And there's the Safa camp. They're stoked on it. Even Maxime Husino in the background was happy about that as well. 7 minutes to go. Priority still with Teva. And waiting on scores for both Jackson Bunch and Luke Thompson. So some big moments right here. Scores through for Jackson. Not enough for second place, but it is his best. A 5.43. Now only needs a 3.57. But we are waiting on Thompson's last score, and he's only looking to improve on a mid-4. So say he doesn't get something excellent, he gets something in the good range, but a 6 makes a huge difference right now at this point of the heat.
For sure. Judges are almost like splitting hairs right now, so there's no safe zone in this heat. The level is so high. I think Imai is leading right now with a lot of flare, posture, and good placing maneuvers.
And here's Bushqua now, the setup carve into a potential layback right there. Didn't seem like the section was really allowing for what he was thinking. 6 minutes now on the clock. Priority with Imai Kalani Devault, the heat leader at the moment. And that could play huge dividends at the end of this heat. Just knowing the implications of the scores that are about to come through for Thompson. And a victim of the backwash right there is Imai. He goes down and is going to try to recover third priority before Teva gets out there in time.
Yeah, it's kind of usual to see like some surfers being victims of the backwash. Is a factor here. Tide are changing. Right now we're almost like hitting the lower part of the tide right now for the day.
Non-stop waves. Here's Jackson. And the last of Thompson is enough for the lead. It's a 6.93. So Bunch needs a 4.84 or better on this one. And a little caught behind after the second turn. And now here's the heat leader. It's going to be a quick one for Luke. So he moves up into first place with 5 minutes to go. Most crucial part of the heat right now. And Imai gets dropped down to second place. And he's going to have to try to play some defense against both Jackson Bunch and Teva Bushkwa right now.
For sure. He almost like right now friendship and business are colliding for Imai and Jackson.
So this is Thompson's last.
He was setting up. Okay. No air there.
And Jackson's last. Needs to be at least a 4.84.
I think he was super smart to go for more like a deep water type of riding right there. But I thought the wave will peel all the way to the inside and kind of close out with a lot of texture going on.
And it's a 2.4, so not enough for Jackson. And talking about a kid who's still a junior. We have two kids that are juniors out there. Luke Thompson in the white and Jackson Bunch in the blue. And looking at the heat recap, it was a quick start for Luke Thompson that got him into the lead momentarily. Had a pair of fours, a 4.17 and a 4.47, then got a 4.53. And next thing you know, Imai Kalani Devault makes a comeback, gets a 5.83 right here.
Yeah, pushing the brakes on this sliding. Yo, amazing. Sliding the fins and its snap throw fin.
And then one of the best airs we've seen all event long, a 6.93, best of the heat for Luke.
Almost like an air tutorial. The landing was on point.
And that's Smith Shapes. Swallowtail underneath his
He could have
feet.
made like the Christ like claim like Jordy did against Adriano once in Rio.
Yeah, I think.
You remember that? The Christ the Redeemer?
Jordy owns that one. Though.
Yeah. He got a patent.
He silenced the crowd on the beach in the final that year.
You got to have like throw to Jordy like 20% fee for agents.
Yeah, I think there's some trademarking going on
for
right
sure.
there.
He trademarked that claim.
So 3 minutes on the clock now. And it is crunch time for a couple of surfers. Imai all the way on the other part of the beach. Seems like he's going to be blocking off the lefts for anybody that's searching for a score over there. But Jackson Bunch, though, does not need a huge score. A 4.84, and Bushkwa with priority needs a 6.03.
It's almost ironical how Imai right now have to play the tactics against his own friend. So business and pleasure, business and friendship.
Ooh. It's a good start for Bushkwa on the backhand. Nice precise turn, and unfortunately for him, that wave just dies out afterwards.
And fizzles so fast.
Well, the tide's switching too, and especially, with a decrease in swell today, even though there is a different type of swell in the water right now, you're not having the same kind of size. So the sandbars are accommodated for a larger swell out there right now. It goes deep real quick at certain points of the sandbar.
For sure, almost like separating sessions. It's kind of hard to see which one is going to double up and peel all the way down to the inside.
2 minutes now. Devault with priority, waiting on the last of green, needs a 6.03 or better. And let's see what kind of tactics Imai plays right here. He's going to let Jackson go on this one. And he's up and riding Bunch with a chance right here. Couple of slashes on the backhand. Really needs this wave to stand up. Setup work heading into the inside. Has to do something spectacular here to get the score. And that's going to be it for Bunch with 90 seconds to go.
The wave was kind of soft there. Remind me a little bit of lowers in the high tide.
Could be. A minute 20.
A lot of drama and glory going on, guys.
Well, and he's not done. He's still paddling out with a lot of enthusiasm as his last score comes through as a 2.9, and the last of Bushkwa won't be enough either. So it could potentially come down to the last 60 seconds. But knowing Imai and the amount of experience that he has in big moments, don't see that happening too much, especially with Thompson also in second priority and being in the lead. 45 seconds to go, though. Never say never, as Jackson Bunch also has an incredible air game. We call it Maui glass for a reason. It tends to be very windy over there, and you are practicing in every kind of conditions imaginable. 30 seconds to go. Let's see if they have a chance. Imai moved towards Luke.
I want to
and
see
towards
Imai
Jackson.
playing tactics right there. But
It's
still
like
there.
that's the strategy right now.
No playing defense.
And not many waves coming through. It seems like Thompson will be holding on to first place. And a huge win for the South African surfer in the red jersey. Cape Town's own Luke Thompson might even get in one more air. He's going to stick to the rail right here as he'll get a victory lap and close this heat out. What a performance. Had 6 waves, 7 including this one that won't go into his top 2, but had a couple of 4s at the beginning, then improved with the mid 4, and got his best score, the best of the heat, a 6.93 after Imai Kalani-Deval had taken the lead with a 5.83. It's Thompson and DeVault moving through. Jackson Bunch, his season is done on the Challenger Series, and so is Teva Bushko. We'll see them next season in 2024. Big moments coming up. Morgan Sibilik and Jet Schilling about to hit the water with qualification implications on the line here in Saquarema.
Saquarema as magical, somewhere that you can get lost and really experience the true benefits of nature.
I feel super welcome in Saquarema since I arrived. Like everyone is being super nice, kind to me.
Saquarema's been very welcoming for us surfers abroad. You know, we're checking out some beautiful spots here in Saquarema, and I'm really enjoying my time here. And the waves are pretty fun, the people are very nice, the food's pretty good. So yeah, I love it here.
É privilégio, né, receber essa galera aqui na minha cidade, ver que eles estão interessados em conhecer além do campeonato, além das praias, uma cachoeira aqui perto, um lugar diferente, ou a história da igreja, e passando o meu conhecimento local é realmente um privilégio e uma honra.
It was so incredible to learn about what the city of Saquarema is doing for the kids and to progress their surfing. Facilities are incredible. It's giving many kids like an incredible opportunity.
Thanks to Saquarema. Thank you very much for having us and showing us around.
Leading up to the Corona Saquarema Pro, a handful of Challenger Series athletes went on an excursion to see the sights of Saquarema, led by local boy Vicente Neves. Good to see them explore what Saquarema has to offer besides just surfing. Round of 64, heat 7 for the men out there in the water. Morgan Sibilik in red, Jet Schilling in the blue, Daniel Emsley from South Africa is in white, and Kehu Butler from New Zealand is in the green jersey. Emsley, his opening ride, a decent one on the back end here going left.
I like how power he made this last effort there, last turn. Amazing arc. Shout out to Greg Emsley.
His uncle, one of the CT surfers that have represented South Africa in the past from East London, and a great young surfer coming up through the African ranks right now and worldwide too. First year on the Challenger Series for young Daniel, and he's making it worth his time. He's been enjoying every single stop he's been to so far and trying to grow not only as a surfer, but as a human being as well. I think he's done that and a lot more. Here's Daniel on the backhand again. Seems like his strategy was get to work quickly. 4 minutes have gone by, and he's already going to have 2 scores underneath his belt.
He find his own sandbar there.
It seems that way, because his opening score of 5.67, it is a good one. And speaking of a good one, Kehu Butler had a great heat yesterday. Was able to get a heat win, move through into the round of 64. Low expectations for himself, but if he is able to make it to finals day, that's big for him. Morgan Sibilik, though, is a former number 5 on the championship tour in 2021. He's looking to requalify for the CT and potentially make it back to the WSL finals and be one of the first world champions for Australia in the last 10 to 15 years. Kid from Merriweather, New South Wales, Australia. The red jersey, the highest seeded surfer in this heat. As Jet Schilling up and riding now. A lot of spray and a 1-2 punch right there for the kid from San Clemente, California. 25 minutes on the clock and a strong start for one of the surfers that is looking to win here to secure his spot and qualify with a victory in Saquarema, Marcos.
Those types of conditions suits well for Jet. He's so fast. He's so used to those beach break, mixed beach breaks, A-frame situations. Riviera, State Park, even with the little rocks there, but T Street. How fast he was going. Like, nice snap, nice re-entry in the end.
And then Morgan opened up with a 3.5 on this right.
One of the standouts of the season of 2021, as Mitch just told us, one of the finalists in that season. Morgan, always on point, on rail.
Very precise surfer. As waiting on the score for Jet Schilling right now. 24 minutes on the clock. Big performance from Luke Thompson. And last he's downstairs with Rachel.
That's right, Luke Thompson. You had a great start. Then you went to second. Then you had an amazing air that put you back into first. What did you see in that wave? Talk us through it.
Actually, it wasn't even in my game plan to go sit on that right. I was going to go sit on the left the whole heat. And then I was trying to kind of take away opportunities from other people in the heat, and Jackson paddled over to the right. So I paddled on with him, and I actually gave him a pretty good wave. And then when that wave came through, I was like, okay, I think I'm going to get a closeout, so I might as well try air. And just kind of raced and hoped, and it worked out, and it was pretty nice. I haven't really had a clutch moment this year. And it felt good to kind of get it going my way for once, yeah.
It was a great change of strategy. And we all saw you with your AirPods on before the heat. Were that music or was it meditation? What was that?
Like music, kind of some amped up music, some calming down music, just kind of like a mix of both. I like to get in the zone before heats. So, just chuck on a pair of Skull Candies and kind of just zone in and kind of get focused.
Yeah, it definitely made you feel present. Congratulations, see you in the next round. Yeah, for sure.
Hey Mom, hey everyone watching back home. Thanks for watching, thanks to my family, and thanks for the support, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thanks. Awesome stuff there from Luke Thompson. Big congratulations to him, and obviously has to say hello and thank you to his original sponsors, his parents.
Yeah.
So hello to the Thompsons back in South Africa watching home. 4:30 in the morning, by the way, so they were up early. And they're definitely watching Daniel Emsley rip these waves to shred as well. So Thompson with an 11.46 heat total. And next thing you know, Daniel Emsley in control of this one so far. As Schilling's opener comes through as a 6.0. He's back at it. Another excellent calm on the forehand, but this time goes down on the second turn. 22 minutes on the clock. Sibilik has 2 waves, a 3.5 and an 0.5. And then we also saw Kehu Butler get an outstanding wave as well. Should be a strong score for him. Here's the last of Jet Schilling.
Check it out, guys. Nice snap, super fast. Under leap, need the leap. This kind of sliding fin, like he entered there.
Yeah, seems like his front foot just slightly slipped off. And then Emsley right here. He's been in control.
On rail, 3 turns. Nice combination.
Loves it, too. And this is Kehu's wave. Comes in as a 5-point ride.
Always with traction, always with drive. Check it out. A little pivot in the end. A little 12 o'clock off the top.
And then Morgan. This is his third ride, going left for the first time this heat.
Have a lot of tools on his backhand. Check it out, this second snap. Closing out. close-out session.
And didn't fully ride out of that last one, but this is a competitive heat out there in the water right now. Everybody's going to have a decent score under their belt. And a lot of pressure right now for both the surfer in red and blue, as they are within the top 15 right now with chances of qualifying for the championship tour. Here's Emsley, and he's looking to play spoiler. Throws the tail, and for the first time in the heat goes down. So waiting on 2 scores for him. The last one for Jet Schilling, and one more for Morgan Sibilik as well. Very active first 10 minutes of this heat. Everybody's caught at least 2 or 3 waves.
For sure. We can stack a clip from just this heat right now. And it's amazing how heterogeneous can be, like the surfers at School of Surfing there. And everybody going, like the regulars going backhand, so precise. Little young buck from family, dynasty. It's amazing how far surfing is going right now. We have so many dynasties around the globe. The Fletchers, the Pupus, the Toledos, all over the globe.
Oh, can't forget about the Wright family either.
Oh, for sure, the Wright, man. Those guys, like, they can put, like, some walks in the granola.
Maybe the best surfing family out there in terms of competition, obviously. Owen, I'd have to say, might be the best surfer I've ever seen in my life with priority. He is a monster without priority, and he's a worse monster with priority. And then you have Mike, who was just on a roll there for a few years, and Tyler being a 2-time world champion.
And last
an incredible
quick movie
surfing.
from Quicksilver, Mikey was, ballistic, surfing so good. Different boards with a asymmetric board from Ryan Birch, I think. He was killing. How about style?
And speaking of killing it right now, Daniel Emsley, a 6.4 on his previous ride. So extends his lead by a significant margin right now. Doesn't seem like his last one will change the scenario for him. Meanwhile, Jet Schilling waiting on a second score. Kehu Butler with priority has a 5.0 in his scoreline. And Morgan Sibilik waiting on his third ride as well. Here's the replay of the last of Daniel Emsley. This is the 6.4. Best score of the heat so far, Marcos.
Amazing. On point with 3 turns. Nice combination. A little lack of variation, but how about the arcs?
That's pretty strong.
Yeah.
I mean, kid's still a junior. He's got the best score of the heat.
The young buck can pack a punch.
Yeah, definitely can. And that might have been a knockout right there. And I heard you mentioning yesterday weight classes.
Yeah.
If it were to come down to weight classes, I felt like I would have had a way better chance of qualifying
for
my tour.
Yeah.
But, that's what surfing's all about, though. Everybody has the same kind of conditions. I think equipment has been a huge change in a positive direction for a lot of people, whether a smaller surfer or a bigger surfer.
For sure.
And fins. I can't believe that, 80s, 90s, even the 2000s for a good margin, too. They still had glass on fins as a big thing. And, you're able to change your fins a lot more now. You can travel with 3-4 different sets. And sets for different kinds of conditions, too.
And for sure, and you can make like a one board, have like different variation of functionality. You can put a trailer fin. Now that I'm designing my own boards, I pay way more attention to details on boards and how they function. So it's always a constant studying. It's amazing. It's part of the game, man.
It definitely is.
People are splitting hairs, so it's a way of, having success and maybe moving forward with your career.
Well, and evolving as Daniel Emsley right now. He's definitely grown into a mature competitor out there. Here's Sibilik on the backhand, inside wave for him. An excellent use of third priority right there. A lot of spray on that third maneuver for Morgan. His previous wave comes through as a 5.37. Meanwhile, Kehu Butler has been patient after his 5.0. Before this last exchange was needing a 3.91. Schilling's second comes through as a 2.9, so maybe a missed opportunity right there for Jet to maybe match the 6 that he had in his scoreline at the beginning of this one. 16:30 on the clock. It's been non-stop action so far.
Non-stop for sure. Oh, my God. A lot of tools in the box for those guys. The South African in the lead, a young buck. No shine for Daniel Emsley, sorry. And Jet Schilling surfing so fast. The 2% crew, they're being like standouts for this CS tour this year. So many talents coming from San Clemente. We've been using the cliche since the 80s with the Jimmy Rogan thing, with Mike Parsons and then Archie. And in the other aspect of surfing, more surf punk, Fletcher, Archie, and then Wardo, and then the Gudauskas. The list go on and on.
Well, speaking of going on and on, Morgan Sibilik moved up into second place, and he wants to be going on and on into the final. Drops a 4.83 on that one. So if he wins this event here, he qualifies for 2024 on the Championship Tour. Here's Kehu. Use priority right there, and unfortunately for him, that wave is going to close out.
Was a drainer. It's kind of, you got to use maybe more the deep water type of waves, like Morgan did, like upside down, 12 o'clock.
Yeah, Butler really excelled in yesterday's conditions. Right what he needed. I mean, had a couple of great waves, real aggressive when it came to those critical sections, especially on the outside too, but real strong dude. You see him, think to yourself, wow, this guy's a rugby player.
Yeah, for sure. He was a middleweight fighter for UFC. We make a lot of reference from UFC yesterday with the big Samoa, Super Samoa, Mike Hunt, and a lot of boys from the Kiwi land.
And that was Aiden Mason coming up, saying hi and wishing them good luck as all the Safa crew. And there's number 4 in the world on the Championship Tour, local boy, Joao Chianca. He's going to be coming up in Heat 8. Joel Vaughn and Valentin Neves, another local surfer, will be in that heat with Joao.
Guys, Valentin Neves here in Saquarema is like Axel Irons in Hawaii, North Shore. So he's the son of the legend, 3-time Brazilian champion, former CT level surfer, Leo Neves. Rest in peace, Leo. We love you here. We can still feel your presence over here. I don't want to go too far on this. I'm going to get emotional. I'm going to have like some tears in my eyes.
Not only a legend of the sport here in Brazil, but I think worldwide.
For sure.
One of the original pioneers was Leo. And now, legacy lives on with Valentin. He's got a tough heat coming up, though. Mason Kemp and Joel Vaughn, they're both tied at number 30 in the rankings. This kid, though, Emsley, he's been in the lead for the majority of the heat, 12.07 heat total. Morgan Sibilik in second place. Let's see if Jet Schilling and Kehu Butler can keep their hopes alive to move into the round of 32. More action after this from Saquarema. Qualification on the line for the CS surfers in the water in the blue and the red. Morgan Sibilik and Jet Schilling with a chance to win the event and officially qualify for the Championship Tour in 2024. For Morgan Sibilik, it would be his second stint on the Championship Tour. He's been there before. He was number 5 in the world in 2021. Meanwhile, Jet Schilling, the young surfer from San Clemente, the kid in his early 20s, looking to qualify for the first time and join his buddy Cole Houshman on the Championship Tour, as one of the few goofy footers to do so in the last few years. Heat 7 of the round of 64 in the water. It is Daniel Emsley, though, from South Africa leading the heat. Morgan Sibilik in second, Jet Schilling in third, with priority needing a 4.2, and Kehu Butler needs a 5.21 in fourth place. Just under 11 minutes to go. My name is Mitchell Salazar, here with Brazilian surf legend Marcos Bocaiúva. That's Morgan Sibilik on this right-hander. And goes to the air, pulls it too. Cool rotation right there for Morgs. And the Aussie crew loves it. Marcos, there's been a huge increase, not only in the presence that we've seen so far with the camaraderie among the Aussies, but it seems like they've understood their task. If one person doesn't really have a chance to do well, they're going to use that energy and concentrate it into somebody that does. In this case right here, it's Morgan.
I think right now almost all countries are feeding themselves with a Brazilian storm kind of atmosphere. When one athlete drop out, he's going to try to make his friends succeed. Morgan's one of the guys that is using sleds from Sharp Eye down under. And it's amazing how they're so tied up right now down under with the team. And everyone's supporting each other. It's amazing how everybody feeds themselves with the atmosphere from the Brazilian storm. Almost like Africa Bambata thing. Fun, unite, and have fun.
Well, Kehu Butler's part of that crew too, the New Zealander in the green jersey. We saw him catch a wave right there, just a throwaway score of a 0.83. Meanwhile, waiting for the score for Morgan Sibilik. And it's in. It's a 5.07. Schilling takes to the air. And unfortunately cannot ride out of that maneuver right there. So he's going to try to make his way back out with 9 minutes to go and get at least a 4.44 to move up into the top two spots at the moment. Here's the replay, Marcos.
Let's check it out. A tutorial for always in the air, above the air. This guy is a master, air wizard. It's amazing. He's have chilling in the name and he's never chilled. Check it out. Sliding the fins over there like a nice attempt for a 180, front side 180.
And riding that Sharp Eye, it seems like a 77 underneath his feet. Sharp Eye Surfboards, one of the premier making brands when it comes to high-performance surfboards. 8:30 on the clock, Emsley leading, but Morgan Sibilik is in second. And it seems like the Aussie crew very content that he is currently moving into the next round, Manu.
Exactly, Mitch. I'm here at the Área de Atletas do Banco do Brasil, and the Aussie crew is cheering so hard. Oh, my God. You look like Brazilians cheering. Who cheers more, Brazilians or Australians?
We're trying to. I think the Brazilians inspired us to cheer more, so we're just trying to get around our mates and cheer them on into good results.
Okay. And is it hard out there? What do you think?
Yeah, it's tricky, but the boys out there at the moment are making it look pretty easy. Morgs has got a couple good scores, and the other boys have got some good scores too, so it's definitely an entertaining heat.
Perfect. And you've been in the water already. What advice do you give Morgan?
I don't know, just to go out there and trust himself. He's such a good surfer. He's so good in this stuff, so just go trust yourself and, yeah, smash it pretty much, and he's doing that.
Okay, so now yell pretty loud so he can hear you guys.
Yeah, that's it. Woohoo!
Yeah, Morgan! Thank you very much. Have fun. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu. And I think the boys got a little nervous when Manu walked over to them. They're like, okay, this might even be harder than the Heat getting an interview by Manu. But guess what, guys? I think he crushed it. They are rooting for Morgan Sibilik, and he is currently chasing Jet Schilling in the lineup right now because Schilling is an animal when it comes to obtaining excellent scores. Last year at this event, had a heat with Gabe, who was the eventual champion of the event, needed a score right at the end, even though he was advancing, but didn't want to leave it down to the line.
Yeah.
Went for an air right at the end, used priority, actually paddled around Magina, and ended up with one of the best airs out of the event, won the heat, came in, and was just stoked to be able to beat a three-time world champion that way.
It's always a nice sculpt to do like a world champion. I recall Iago as a wild card right here in Saquarema in the 2017 season. He clinched a third spot, just lose for Adriano ADS. But before that, he have sculpts from 3 world champions, 3 multi-world champions, 2 multi, and 1 world champion. Parco, Mick, and John.
6 minutes on the clock. And here's Kehu in third priority. He is in fourth place, needing a 5.44 or better. Throws the tail. Some strong surfing right there from Kehu. They've been very critical about the size of the wave and really getting a combination of explosive and critical maneuvers out there in the most critical parts of these waves, too. Looking at the replay here, a decent ride. Needs his best score, though.
For sure. It's amazing how Kehu can be so powerful in just like a waist-high type of wave. You have the school of surfing, of Kiwi surfing, heavy back footer.
Oh, and here's Schilling. This is an insider, but has potential. Up and over the first section, throws the tail around for the second one, wraps it all the way back. And that's going to be it for Schilling on that one. Does not need a huge score, though, with just over 5 minutes to go. A 4.44, the requirement, Marcos.
That's the type of wave that putting something out of nothing, man. Amazing. The second one was the money turn. How much spray he threw there. Check it out. Tons of speed. Pivoting off the top. And now, woo, sliding the fins there with a nice variation snap and then carving back. 3-turn combo. Making something out of nothing, man.
That was a really tough wave to surf, too. A lot of backwash on this one.
And how fast he was going is something that's particular from Jet Schilling. He's always go ballistic, you know, velocity-wise.
4.5 on the clock. Here's Kehu on the right, in and out for him. Quick one for Butler. And waiting on the score for Jet Schilling as Morgan Sibilik still in second priority, in second place. He did let Jet go on that one. Opted not to use priority. Might be in position for this left. And that wave is going to close out. So it's really going to come down to this second to last wave of Jet Schilling. And in Morgan's defense, that wasn't necessarily a great wave. So probably great use of second priority to hold on to it. But Schilling went, and he's making things very interesting right here. Doesn't need much. It would have to be around a 4.5. And with just under 4 minutes to go, you want to get the information out as quickly to the surfers as possible, because if there is a situation change, Morgan Sibilik needs to answer back right here in the last 4 minutes.
For sure, got to reassess the tactics right there. Same situation that any surfer go against, like Felipe Toledo. He can make like a 5, become like a 9. So he was almost like a leftover. He went ballistic in the second turn. Nice 3-turn combo. So Jet Schilling, no Schilling for him.
3 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Sibilik has had a good heat so far, a pair of 5s. As there's last year's semifinalist at this event, local boy Joao Chianca, number 4 in the world on the championship tour this season in 2023, and got his first championship tour win in Portugal earlier this year. 3 minutes. Priority with the heat leader, Daniel Emsley, has nothing to lose, everything to gain, and he has been absolutely destroying this heat out there. A 5.67 and a 6.4. Morgan Sibilik in second, and we're still waiting on the previous wave of Jet Schilling. As Kehu on the backhand, strong combo right there. He needs a 5.44 or better. And here's Daniel using first priority. He's playing some defense, really.
Nobody's safe, Mitch. I want to put some data. I know that's just 2 minutes to go for this heat, but João was heading the trophy for the winning the event on Super Tubos by the president of Portugal. How important is surfing in Portugal is amazing.
Yeah, pretty big deal right there.
Big deal for tourism for sure.
Well,
when
beach
the
was
bigs
crowded
are set,
that day.
yeah, pack it.
2 minutes. Priority with Sibilik now, and that could be huge as scores are slowly coming through for Jet Schilling. And it's a make or break situation right here.
Sweet Jesus, man.
A minute 50. And it's just enough. It's a 4.57. Schilling to second place. Here's Sibilik with the answer back. And a big moment in this heat. And an excellent combo by Morgan Sibilik.
Let's put a pause on the results right now, guys.
Wow, needs a 5.21. And
Glory
what an
and
answer
drama.
back. What an answer back right when he needed it with 90 seconds to go. Now priority with Jet Schilling. And this is a close heat right now. Kehu Butler's last score coming through. It doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. This is a wave of consequence right now.
Man, that's why we're here. We want to see the glory. We want to see the drama. Everybody's reaping. Man, just this heat, we can stack a clip.
60 seconds on the clock. Now waiting on the last of Morgan Sibilik. It seems like somebody having a look on the outside. 55 seconds to go. As Morgan going to duck dive that wave right there. Here's Jet, though, with the answer. And needs to be crisp on this one. Is so at the end. Slides the fins. He loves it. 35 seconds. What a heat. One of the greatest heats you'll see on the Challenger Series level. Maybe the numbers don't indicate that they're reaching, 20 points, 15 points. But when it comes to competitive heats, this is one of them right now. 20 seconds.
For sure, excitement all the way to the roof, guys. Amazing power slide over there in the closeout session for Jet Schilling.
And the last of Morgan Sibilik is not enough. It's a 4.53. He has 10 seconds to answer back with a 5.21 or better. And it doesn't seem like he will have enough time. So it's going to be Jet Schilling moving through in a must-make-it scenario. Kehu Butler also eliminated out of this heat. And young Daniel Emsley with the biggest win of his career in a moment where he's just trying to play spoiler for a couple of hopeful qualifiers for the championship tour. And there's the embrace by the surfers from San Clemente towards Jet. Big moment in his career when it most matters, and he is still keeping his hopes alive to qualify for the CT for the first time ever in his young career. Still load one more wave. Either way, he's going to be moving through in second place. A 6.08 would give him the lead, though.
Oh, my God, Mitch. What an overwhelming heat we saw. The Aussies right now, not too many smiles. But keep rocking, Morgan. Good luck. Best of luck in the next season, 2024. You're already going to maybe find a slot inside of the CES. So you cannot depend on the QS.
It's a 5.53 for Jet Schilling, so not enough for the lead, but he's still moving through in second place. And it's Daniel Emsley from South Africa who takes the win. Morgan Sibilik with a strong heat and nearly made it right at the end. Kehu Butler knocked out also in fourth place. Some huge heats coming up. Heat 8, Joao Scianca, local boy, going to be taking on South Africans. Aiden Mason Camp, Joel Vaughn from Australia, and Valentin Neves, also from Saquarema, Brazil, will be hitting the lineup. More action to come from Saquarema. An exciting heat, the last one, and we got one more halfway through the round so far of the round of 64 for the men. Joao Scianca, number 4 in the world on the championship tour this year, 2023, will be in the red jersey. Aiden Mason Camp from South Africa in the blue. Joel Vaughn from Australia in white, and another local surfer, son of former local legend Leonardo Neves. It's Valentin Neves, his son, out there in the green jersey. Mitchell Salazar here with one of Brazil's best surf journalists, Maíra Puffs. Welcome back, Maíra.
Thank you, Mitch.
Big heat out there in the water. Saquarema's own João Chianca hitting the lineup, and it seems like he was off to a quick start. Already has a 5.83 and a 1.5 in his scoreline.
Yeah, this guy is always on fire here in Saquarema, his hometown, his own break, where he's used to surf. And look, that very nice first turn and strong finishing movement right there.
And a good set wave to start things off, too. Meanwhile, the other local surfer, Valentin Neves, opens up with a good-looking left-hander here, Maíra.
Yeah, Valentin Neves started quick as well. Very good variation, very good combo for him on his first wave, just feeling his board, and now is Joel. It's a replay as well. Good set right there, nice waves, well ridden. Sliding the tail, searching for another opportunity on the inside, and he does it.
Yeah, threw the tail out, literally on the shoreline. Stood up literally after the last turn right there on the sand. 26:30 on the clock. João Chianca opens up with a 5.83. Mason Kemp with priority, the only surfer who hasn't caught a wave yet. And waiting on the openers for both Joel Vaughn and Valentin Neves. You know, Joel Vaughn been a young competitor on the Challenger Series for a few years now. He's only 20 years old, which is impressive when you consider what he's been able to do in the first few seasons he's been on the Challenger Series. Made it to finals day before. He's number 30 in the rankings right now. Going to be quite hard for him to be able to qualify this year at the Championship Tour. But when we talk about somebody who's developed and really grown into a better competitor overall throughout 2 calendar seasons, Maíra, I feel like Joel's done that and a lot more.
Yeah, it's true, and they are in 30 spot on the rankings, and they need to, him and also the guy from South Africa, they need to get in the finals to get in the G10, so in the qualifications for next year, the Challenger Series.
Yeah, 11 all the way through 20, they automatically requalify through the Challenger Series. They don't have to do their regional QS anymore with that. So a 4.0, the opener of Valentin Neves, waiting for a few more scores. 25 minutes on the clock. Huge heat wins, back-to-back for South Africa, and it was Daniel Emsley in the last one. He's downstairs with Rachel.
That's right, Daniel. Congratulations. You've been leading this exciting heat. How much confidence do you need to make the heat against an important opponents, important heat for them too?
Yeah, competing against Chet and Morgan, they're trying to qualify, and for me, there's really no chance. So I just went out there with the whole goal of just trying to have fun and catch the best wave, surf the best of my ability, and yeah, did quite a good job. Pretty stoked.
That was your second best result in this year. Tell us a good and a bad thing about this wave for your surfing.
I find the backwash super tough. It's been hurting my knee a bit. It's been tough trying to adapt to that. I've been coaching with Greg Emsley back home, asking him for advice because he came here last year, just tried some tips and tricks to figure it out because it's a tricky wave. So even today, I just had the goal of I'm just going to go left, try and find the biggest waves, just do 2 turns, and yeah, I'm very happy it worked out.
Congratulations. Good luck in the next round. See you. So much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel, and a huge congrats. You can see the smile right there on the face. Says it all for Daniel Emsley, moving through into the round of 32. Went out there with nothing to lose, Maíra, and absolutely everything to gain. Another South African in the water. He's up and riding in the blue jersey. That's Aiden Mason-Kemp. Strong searing combo right here on the forehand. And a good finishing turn right there for Aiden. That's his opening ride. 23 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock now. Opener for Joel Vaughn, a 4.23. And another surfer from Cape Town. That area, one of the coldest places in the world to be a surfer, just produces talent and talent over and over again.
Yeah, it's true, Mitchell. And about that interview, and this guy that comes to compete here with nothing to lose, just as Valentin Neves is doing right now. It's his first opportunity on the Challenger Series, and it's been nice. Look, this is the replay for Aiden. Very nice turn right there, setup maneuver, and good finishing maneuver. for this wave.
Yeah, 3-turn combo right there for Aiden Mason-Camp. Looking at the angle above right here for the surfer from Cape Town. He tends to surf with a lot of clear water over there in Cape Town too. Beautiful kind of conditions. You wouldn't think that the water is so cold, but it tends to be some of the coldest water you'll ever surf. But a good opening ride here for Aiden. And speaking of Neves, he opened up with a 4, but then Joao Chianca up and riding again. He's got 5 waves in 6.5 minutes, Maida.
Yeah, this guy is so energetic. And look, trying to build some momentum right there, but the wave didn't offer much. But, I mean, Joao is always, like, very energetic with all these vibes, you know, like surfing here in his own home spot. The crowd is completely watching him and cheering for him, so that's why he's surfing a lot of waves right now.
No pressure at all. Joel Vaughn pulls the rotor. Decent little air reverse right there for the young surfer from Australia. Travels here with his dad, Vonnie, and the rest of the Aussie crew. They've been hanging out every night just in town, getting to know the place a bit more. Second time he's been here in his career for the surfer from North Shelley in Sydney, Australia. Shout out to North Shelley board riders. Probably watching back home, Jess Grimwood and all the crew. They love their board riders events over there in Australia, but more importantly, they love their CT surfers. Joel Vaughn, one of their hopefuls, still looking to make it to the Championship Tour for the first time. As Maida pointed out earlier, needs to at least make the final, and a couple other things need to happen as well for him to qualify. And one of the few CT surfers in the draw as well. We have 2 of them. One's in the water in red. The next surfer in red will also be a CT surfer. That's Miguel Pupo, number 6 on the Championship Tour in 2022. Had an injury early on this year. Didn't really surf much of the CT in 2023. Speaking of CT hopefuls, though, here's Joel Vaughn's last.
Yeah, just getting some speed and throw to the air, kicks the tail, and stomps it. Not really big wave right there, kind of smaller wave, not of the set, but very nice, tricky right there.
How long have you been covering surfing as a professional?
I think more than 15 years already.
Australians, we've talked about their dominance before in Brazil. CT, QS, Challenger Series too. They've done very well in the first 2 years that we've had this event so far, this being the second one. A couple of great results last year for a few of them, but has anybody stood out more than anyone else besides a non-Brazilian surfer than Joel Vaughn in the first few rounds that we've seen Saquarema on the Challenger Series schedule? Had a great performance last year.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. I think your memory is something that I really appreciate. My memory is not that good as yours.
I was here too, so that helps.
Yeah, it helps a lot, for sure.
Just really like the way he's able to combine his aerial surfing with his rail surfing. I think we have a great young crew of surfers coming through the ranks right now. One of them, Daniel Emsley, he won the last heat. Kehu Butler, he's been on tour forever. He's evolved. And I think that's what the Challenger Series allows. It forces people to progress and elevate their game at this level of surfing.
Yeah, for sure. Today, like every heat, really, it's really high the level right here, and really matters for all of them. And now we see like Valentin Neves paddling. For him, it's just something like he's just here competing, participating. It's not really important this points for him right now, but they can be really dangerous, those wild cards.
And here's Mason Camp now, opened up this heat with a 3.57. Gonna go down on the finishing turn right there. Had a couple of great carves on the open face though. 6 waves ridden so far for Joao Chianca. We also saw Valentin Neves, our current heat leader, the local boy from Saquarema as well. His best score so far, 5.43, and his backup score, a 4. Meanwhile, Joel with a 4.23 and a 2.93. Here's the last of Mason Camp. Comes in as a 3.17 Maida. Knows how to surf on rail.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, he lost balance in the last movement right there. That's why the score came as a 3.17. But like getting all the waves there, putting the board under his feet, and this is João Chianca.
Chumbinho, as they call him. A lot of energy on this one so far, and just blowing the roof off of this wave on the left. Chianca with what seems to be like one of his top 2 waves in this heat. Catching up with Joel Vaughn right there at the end of his 4th ride. See what he did on the replay, but Chianca, though, a lot of energy, as you normally say. I feel like him and Italo tend to be some of the most energetic surfers on the Championship Tour. Here's Joel Vaughn's last.
Nice snap right there. Third one as well, and the wave didn't offer much for him.
And then Chumbinho right here.
Very energetic. Quick turn, first turn, then a setup turn right there. Another one. A lot of movements, Mitch.
That is for sure.
Many combined.
And he has improved a lot over the last few years. Specifically, I want to say, since he got knocked off tour and then had to regroup himself, re-qualify for the CT through the Challenger Series last year, and was able to make the semifinals here at his home break of Itaúna in 2022. And looking at the slow-mo, his technique has just improved so much too. And even though you see a lot of energy displaced in a lot of these different turns, he's still very precise with his attack.
Yeah, it's true. And what I think he improved the most was his mindset, you know. This year I had a nice interview with him during the championship tour, and he was talking about this. When he realized that he doesn't need to serve each hit in his best performance, he just needs to be better than his opponents. When he realized that, he just felt great, and he started to put some good results on his board, you know.
There's a level of comfort when it comes to competing.
Yeah, sure. Because he was always like trying to do something very, very special in every heat. And so he was losing a lot of energy with this pressure that he used to put in himself. So he said that he and Pinga, his manager, they worked on that, and now he said that he's being better, actually, mentally.
Well, he's a perfectionist.
Yeah.
He wants to be the best every time he can. And speaking of being the best right now, drops a 7.33. Vaughn goes to the air and looked for a wild rotation right there. Has a 5 in a scoreline at the moment. And in third place, needs a 4.44 to move up into second. Mason Camp in fourth, looking for a 5.86. And meanwhile, the surfer with priority, who has been one of the least active surfers in this heat, Valentin Neves, looking to replace a 4.0. Meanwhile, though, João Chianca, Channel Island Surfboards, looks great underneath his feet. He's leading heat number 8, halfway through the round here in Saquarema for day 2. Non-stop action here in Saquarema for the final Challenger Series event of 2023. Local people enjoying the flavor that not only Playa de Itaúna has to offer, but also the amazing surfing at their disposition at the moment. Joao Chianca, the local boy, in the lead right now with a 7.33 and a 5.83. During the break, we had some riders up. Mason Camp right here. Aiden looking for a 6.26. First time we've seen him go left in this heat, Maida.
Yeah, he has to achieve 6.26. It's very high score, and this one was Joe going left as well.
Yeah, Joe Vaughn needing a score before we went to the break and got it a 4.83 on that last one. And then Joao Chianca right here also getting loose and very active on this wave too, as he is looking to replace a 5.83, brings it all the way to the shoreline too. The crowd loves him, and he is just embracing being the popular figure here at the Challenger Series event in Saquarema. Chianca up and riding again, down the line snap, throws the rotor, and almost pulled it. Hit the deep section right there though.
And now it's Joe again on the left, snapping pretty hard on the lip. Very good wave for him right there. See the replay, Mitch.
Yeah, Vaughn with a good performance right here. With 11 minutes to go now, and you know, he had to make a big comeback in this heat just to be able to move up into second place, as he was struggling just to find some good scores in this heat. Meanwhile, Neves, he was in second for the majority of it and still has not been able to replace the 4.0 that he has in his scoreline. Needs a 4.4 to move back up into second. The last of Mason Camp comes through. It's his best, a 3.8. Needs at least a 6.03 for second place. And still waiting on the second to last of Joao Chianca with 10 minutes and 20 seconds to go. You know, what's so incredible about Chianca's performance so far, he's got 9 waves. He somehow recovers priority right here and still has 10 minutes to surf an even longer heat.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. He's surfing like completely relaxed. It's his own home break. He had a blast this year. With a 4th place in the world, you know, such a nice performance he has in Trestles. So, I mean, this guy is just relaxed and having fun. But, I mean, they are all competitors.
Yeah.
So, for sure, he wants to win. He wants to get the trophy here at the Saquarema Pro, apresentado por Banco Do Brasil. So, look the score, Mitch.
Yeah, 7.93 right there. Couple of 8s at 8.5, highest and the lowest thrown out, and the average comes out as a 7.93. That's still a great score, one of the highest of the event, and one of the highest heat totals of the event so far, 15.26. And he's done it on right so far in this heat. Majority of the best waves we've seen in the last few heats have been lefts, and he's been only opting to go right. Meanwhile, Neves, he's down to 3rd, and the local wild card was needing at least a 4.4. That won't be it. Yeah, and you mentioned, you know, Joao's performance over at Lower Trestles. Was able to defeat Jack Robinson, the number 5 seed in the first match at that event. Went on to lose to Ethan Ewing afterwards, but I think his thing was just be able to at least really solidify his placing within the top 5. He had something to prove, obviously. Hey, it wasn't a fluke. I had a consistent year. The back end wasn't as good for me, but I still deserve a placing in the top 5. He was number 4 in the world in just his 2nd year on tour, and really his first full year. As we see him again up and riding there, nearly loses it, and recovers, trying to make it around this section, won't be able to do so. But what he did this year in 2023 for a sophomore on tour was pretty impressive.
Was pretty impressive, Mitch. This boy, I mean, since he came up like surfing pipeline, like in front of Volcom House right there. Since he came in, I felt, oh, this guy is going to be on the world tour and it's going to be huge, you know.
Well, he was a runner-up at the Vulcan Pipe Pro a few years ago at the QS level. Made the semifinals this year at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Next thing you know, he's a world title contender. Wins his first event in Super Tubos in Peniche. And now focusing our attention to Joel Vaughn. That was a critical turn right there for the second one for young Joel. And the surfer from Sydney going to kick out. He's looking to improve a 4.83. His previous ride came through as a 4.53. 7 minutes on the clock. Mason Camp with priority needs a 6.03 or better. And Neves in third with second priority needs a 4.4 to move up into second place. Very competitive heat for second, though.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly about this. Vaughn really needs to play some defense right there because Valentin Neves doesn't need much to overtake his spot, his second spot, a 4.4. Valentin is completely capable of that. And look the scores for João Chianca. Everybody under him is in a combination.
Yeah. Well, at that point, you just go out there and free surf even more, which kind of seems like he's been doing so far. This is a crucial wave for Neves, though, and a strong finish right there for Valentin. As critical as you could get right there at the end with 6 minutes on the clock now. Doesn't need a huge score. A 4.4 or better would move him up into second place.
And he really liked. It's so nice to see all these emotions around Valentin Neves here in Saquarema, the son of Leo Neves. And look, very nice setup turn right there. A stronger one. And then this was the money turn, Mitch.
Wow, what an incredible finish right there. And talk about emotions. He was letting it out after this one. Wow, the angle he chose for that maneuver right there. I don't think you could have really had any other angle to really exit out of it well. And it should be the score that he is needing, as Mason Camp got a wave, a 6.27. And Joel Vaughn's last comes in as a 3.5, so it doesn't improve. Mason Camp moves up into second place. Now Neves was needing a 4.65, and it's going to come down to the last maneuver on that wave. It's a critical section. 5 minutes to go now, and Mason Camp in second place now and has priority. A very competitive heat for second place right now, as João Chianca way out in front, a 7.93 and a 7.33, just under 5 minutes to go now. You know, different regions of the world, you have different ways of competing, different ways of developing your competition skills, and especially through South Africa and Australia, they've been two of the biggest superpowers in surfing over the last 20 to 30 years, Maida. They have a lot of competitive skills. Speaking of skills, Miguel Pupo about to hit the lineup. He's coming up in heat number 9 with Jorgen Cousinet, Timothy Bisso, and Heitor Mueller about to hit the lineup in around 4 minutes. Last of Neves comes through. It's a 5.97, so enough for second place. Mason Camp down to third. Now requires a 5.13 or better, and young Joel Vaughn needing a 6.4.
Yeah, what a moment of the heat. 4 minutes left, and as we see, now it's Aiden trying to improve his 3.8. Nice looking wave, and he liked it.
We'll have the energy on that one. It seemed like it might have been a split peak. 3:40 on the clock. As Mason Camp looking to regain position and move back up into second. So some good vertical hits right here from the surfer in the blue jersey, looking to recover second place. You know, he's had some outstanding performances every now and then on the CS, and especially on the regional QS scene, where Neves just a quick in and out. So unless Mason Camp gets a score, Neves right now at 3 minutes, probably going to opt to play some tactics right here at the end of this heat. But priority is with Joel Vaughn. Needs a 6.4, and he has an incredible air game, Aida.
Yeah. As we said, this heat is completely open for the second position, and everybody wants to advance here such an important competition. And this is João Chianca, almost free surfing right there. How great he looks. Throw to the air, slides the tail. Awesome. Oh, and he couldn't manage to finish this last movement.
2.5 minutes on the clock. There's Yufu Penrose on the left, team manager for Sharp Eye Surfboards, and a couple of athletes supporting the local boy João Chianca. That was Valentin Neves. Seemed like a wave that shouldn't be consequential to his scoreline. It's going to come down to the wave of Mason Camp in the blue jersey. With 2 minutes to go, recovers priority, needs a 5.13 or better, and here's the last of Valentin Mayra.
Nice turn right there. Sprayed a lot of water, and then looking for some ramp to fly, but just a pop-up right there.
Then João Chianca, that CI surfboard has looked great underneath his feet, and he has been one of the premier surfers for the Channel Island Surfboards team, and really having that partnership and the relationship with Britt Merrick that has allowed for such good boards.
Yeah, this board is really looking on under his feet like pretty good, and this is the replay for Joel.
And I told you, he has a great air game. Went to the alley-oop and stuck it too. You have got to be kidding me. One of the greatest airs you'll see in surfing competition. Wow. Ridiculous, Joel. That was ridiculous. 60 seconds to go. Was needing a 6.77 because the last wave of Mason Camp came through as a 5.5. And look at the reaction right there by the crowd in the Área dos Atletas do Banco do Brasil. Just spectacular stuff. Joel Vaughn just went ballistic on this last wave right here.
Yeah, and Mateus was judging right there. He gave him 10. Let's see.
And guess what? It is a perfect 10-point ride. The first we've seen so far in the event and the highest wave of the event for Joel Vaughn. João Chianca might be winning the heat, but Joel Vaughn just saved his Challenger Series year by making that air right there. And here's Neves, who needs a 9.04 or better to move back up into second place. Mason Camp needing an 8.74. And the heat leader right here, João Chianca, he's going to take the win in this one with a strong performance, a couple of sevens. But really, Joel Vaughn deserves a lot of credit. He was up against the ropes, needed a wave when it mattered. And as I told you, had a great air game and drops one of the best alley-oops you'll see in competitive surfing.
Yeah, Mitch, you predicted. Yes, he was with his back in the hopes, and so nice. I wish we could talk to him after this wave. It's very amazing, pretty high air.
And here's the replay again. I mean, you could just see him stalling for this. He was eyeing the section, and picture perfect. Not a foot out of place. Landing was perfect, and the ramp was right there for young Joel Vaughn. The Aussies love it. The Brazilians love it. Who doesn't? Mateus, Leandro, they were saying a perfect 10. And guess what? We have the first perfect 10 of the event, and it's Joel Vaughn who gets it. The height, the hang time, everything was perfect on this one.
Everything, Mitch. He just killed it.
Wow, so Joel Vaughn gets one of the few perfect 10s we've seen in competition at the WSL level, especially on the CS and the Championship Tour so far in 2023. It is João Chianca taking the win, Joel Vaughn in second, Aiden Mason Camp in third, and the local boy Valentin Neves ends up bowing out in fourth place. What a great heat. Heat 9 coming up. Miguel Pupo, Jorgen Cousinet, Tim Biso, and Heitor Mueller about to hit the water. Back into the day coming up after the break here at the Corona Saquarema Pro.
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil, by TikTok, download the app, and by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil.
There's young Joel Vaughn with one of the greatest performances of his young career so far. Drops the first perfect 10 of competition here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Embrace him. The Aussies love the performance that they saw from their home country native, Australia's own, Sydney's own, Joel Vaughn with the first perfect 10 of the event. Round of 64, Heat 9 in the water now. Miguel Pupo, number 6 on the Championship Tour ranks in 2022. He'll be in red. Jorgen Cousinet from France in the blue jersey. Tim Bisto, also from France, is in white. And local wildcard Heitor Mueller will be in green. Mitch and Maeda here for you. Jorgen up and riding. Quick one for the surfer in the blue jersey. Miguel Pupo opened up with a 4.67. And one of the first times we've seen Miguel compete in a jersey so far in 2023, Maeda.
Yeah, actually I watched him surfing in Marizias on a QS level, 1,000 QS in Marizias. He said that he was trying to put the board under his feet, feeling his knee, and he was doing well actually. Hope we can see Miguel here, like back in his game and making some hits. It will be nice to see that.
Well, here's his opener, 4.67 on this one. Decent ride.
Decent ride, nice carve right there. Strong third one. And very good finishing movement.
Jorgen Cousinet had an opener too. Strong surfing on the rail there by the young surfer from France. Been on both the QS and the Challenger Series for a long time, and he's been a staple of European surfing at the highest level of a non-CT surfer out there. Here's Tim Biso. Mentioned earlier that he's been a runner-up to the World Junior Championship before. That was in 2016. Lost the final to Lucas Silveira. As Tim, just a quick opener for him. Originally from the French Caribbean, now resides mostly in Europe. Spends a lot of time in Portugal, but loves being here in Brazil. Back-to-back seasons where he's been able to compete in Saquarema. As we see Heitor Mueller now on left. Strong opening turn right there by the surfer in green. Slides the fins afterwards. And a great opening ride for the kid in green. Tell us more about Heitor Mueller, Maida.
Yeah, Heitor Mueller. I was talking to his dad, Sandro Miller, earlier this morning. And he was saying that Heitor Mueller was pretty happy to make his hit yesterday. They got the invitation right on Friday night. So it was, they came like everything happened and they came and got here like right before his heat. And look, he has a sharp surfing. He's 19 years old from South Brazil, San Francisco. But he was saying that his main focus this year is the Pro Junior because he's qualified for the World Pro Junior in California in January. So he's here just to get used to this kind of stage, you know, with all the pressure, all the media and stuff. And the boy is doing pretty well.
Well, definitely seems that way. Mitch and Maida here in the booth. 24 minutes on the clock. Opener of Jorgen Cousinet, a 7.33. The opener of Miguel Pupo, a 4.67. And waiting on the second score of Mueller seems to be a decent one. You know, Aziz, in the performance that we saw from Joao Chianca in the previous heat, one of the highest heat totals of the event, he's downstairs with Manu.
Oh my God, amazing surf. Congratulations. Joao, you seem pretty relaxed out there, but at the same time with that energetic surf you're used to. How is it to surf at home with a crowd cheering for you so hard?
I mean, it's a pleasure to be performing in front of the home crowd again. Just been a hard week. I have been trying to get into the shape again and into a good form to compete against those guys. Everyone on the Challenger Series have been like surfing so good, and they really bring everything to the game. So that's what makes me wanting to bring the same game that I was using on the CT or the same form that I was there. So I'm pretty stoked to get the first heat done and got plenty of love from the home crowd. So that's amazing, though.
Yeah, and we were talking about how much you have improved physically and mentally in the past few years. How are you working that?
Yeah, just working consistently, like whole year. It's the CT really teaches you a lot, and it's couple heart beatings until then. So, I mean, just enjoying day by day. It has been like pretty amazing to like enjoy the momentum that I am at. So, just super stoked. Coming from the finals, coming to the Olympics next year, it's everything happening so fast, but I have been trying to enjoy every single thing, so yeah.
Great times, enjoy. And did you see Joe's tan while you were right there in the water?
It was gnarly. It was one of those heats that like I got the job done kind of early, so everyone let me kind of alone, so I was just doing my own thing, and just out of nowhere I heard a 10, and yeah, Joe is super gnarly on those types of turns, so I knew like he would bring something special to the table today. So yeah, it stokes for him.
That was pretty special. And I'll send a message for your supporters in Portuguese.
Obrigado a todo mundo. É um prazer enorme estar aqui no Brasil me apresentando para vocês. Que bom que eu consegui dar um carinho de volta para a galera. Não me lembro de ter feito isso no CT. Desculpa da minha parte. Amo todos vocês e demais. Vamos lá.
Amazing. Congrats. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Manu, and big congratulations to Joao Chianca, the local boy, moving through. As he said, he did most of his best work in the first 15 to 20 minutes. Got left alone, and then Jovan got the perfect 10 after that. Meanwhile, in this heat, though, 21 minutes on the clock. Jorgen Kuzene is still leading this one in heat number 9, but Miguel Pupo on screen did have a great wave right now. The surfer from Sao Paulo in Brazil, one of the local surfers in the event, and one of the 2 CT surfers in the event too. The kid from Maracias looking to make a comeback. He hasn't really competed that much in 2023.
Yeah, there it was written like Itanhaém because I think he probably was born there. It's south coast of São Paulo, but actually his surfing was built in Maracias, a very powerful wave. And here is Heitor Miller from South Brazil, throwing to the air, kicks the tail, and he almost did. What do you think, Mitch?
Pretty close.
Pretty close.
It's going to be up to the judges for that one. And Miguel Pupo, on the other hand, had a beautiful ride right here. 3 turns back to back. An incredible variation in really short space, too. That was awesome to see, and that's really vintage Miguel right there.
Yeah, her mom, Jane Pupo, they're Ohana, very nice family here from Brazil. They are always together. Also his dad, Wagner Pupo, a surfer as well, an athlete in previous years, and this was Jordan.
Yeah, Jorgen Kuzene waiting on this score right here. Just the 1 turn, but quite strong. Has a lot of power in those legs, the French surfer does.
He already has 7.33. Pretty high score, the best score of this heat, and now he throws a 5.23 to get the leader of this heat.
Yeah, gets a good score, a backup of 5.23 as Maida was pointing out. But the last score of Miguel Pupo does come through. It's a 7.0, so his best, and puts him back up in the top 2. Needs a 5.57 for the lead. Meanwhile, Mueller down to 3rd. So they did deem that last turn incomplete, or the last air attempt incomplete. Just a 1.93, needs a 5.68 for 2nd. And Tim Biso with priority needs 2 scores. There's the 7.0 of Miguel Pupo. Goes up to a 7.5, 7.3 right on the middle too. But talk about people that have been grinding for years on both the QS, the Challenger, the CT. It wasn't until 2022 that Miguel Pupo got really, as we say in Spanish, sus flores, his flowers. He got 6th place in the world. Was able to win his first CT event in Tahiti at the end of the road, and he's up and riding again, just building momentum, wants to be able to have some of this spark in 2024 on the Championship Tour. He was granted a wild card as an injury replacement because he deserved it. I mean, he wasn't able to surf an event this year because of injuries. Next thing you know, the number 6 in the world from the previous year wasn't able to surf. He's looking good so far to me here in Saquarema.
Yeah, he really looked good right there. Actually, I think Miguel Pupo is one of the most underrated surfer of Brazil. He's in the same generation as Gabriel Medina and also Felipe Toledo. He's pretty good, and it was great to see him winning in Tiahupo. He's a very good tube rider, and to prove himself in those kind of waves was amazing to watch.
Well, that's what happens when you're from Maresias.
Yeah.
I mean, both products of Maresias, Gay Medina and Miguel Pupo, some of the best barrel riders in the world. 17 minutes on the clock waiting for scores for Miguel Pupo. You know who has the best score of the event so far? It's Joel Vaughn, and he's with Manu.
Oh my God, what did you do out there? That was so amazing. Congratulations for your 10. You really deserved it. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was definitely really cool. I needed a score in the last few minutes, and I just felt I had to calm myself down just before that wave, and when it came through, it just kind of all clicked really naturally and landed, and that's actually the first time I've ever claimed in a heat, so yeah, I definitely felt really good, and I was just so stoked to make it.
Everybody was stoked, though. Everybody in the booth, everybody. It was amazing what you did. Congratulations again. And your crew, they were cheering so hard here for you. Do you feel that energy? Does it make a difference for you out there?
Yeah, it definitely does. I could hear them all, and I could hear everyone on the beach scream, so I knew it was big. And yeah, I was just really stoked and happy to make it, and stoked to get on to the next round.
Okay, congratulations. Amazing, huh? Back to you guys.
Amazing is, to say the least, that is for sure. I mean, what a performance. As he said, needed a score and ends up dropping the first perfect 10 in the event.
Yeah, actually, this is the second 10 score of the Challenger Series in 2023. The first one was with Jacob Wilcox in Ballito.
Yeah, against Morgan Civilek, an incredible heat. Waves are nonstop over there in Ballito, South Africa for that day of competition. And unfortunately, I believe it was the heat right after that one that the wind started to pick up, and there weren't many barrels on offer afterwards. But one of the highest combined heat totals out of both surfers in that heat, by the way, Jacob Wilcox and Morgan Civilek. Wilcox ended up winning that one and moved through into the next round. But the first maneuver, I guess you could say, that scores a perfect 10 on the CS this year, because Wilcox was a barrel into a turn, wasn't it?
I think so. Yeah, and Jacob Wilcox is already qualified for next year. I'm looking forward to see him surfing on a CT level. He surfs pretty well, and his surfing really suits those kinds of waves of consequences, like Pipeline, Tiahupo. It will be great to see him.
Sunset Beach.
Sunset Beach as well.
At home in Margaret River, Bells. I mean, he has experience at those locations, too. Wouldn't be surprised to see a top 10 finish next year for Jacob Wilcox, if I'm honest, especially as a goofy footer. I think he brings a different perspective to the lineup that a lot of people haven't really seen on the Championship Tour on a consistent basis. 14 minutes on the clock. Jorgen Kuzene with a 7.33 and a 5.23 that has him in first. Miguel Pupo in second, improves on his low score on his last ride, a 4.77. He's up and riding again. He looks energetic, fast, and with a lot of speed down the line, finishing that wave off. Mueller now on the outside. Uses priority on this one. If Pupo doesn't improve, needing a 5.78, good size set wave right there for Mueller. And Tim Biso right now trailing, as he does have a 6.77 in his score line, but needs a 5.01 or better with 13:20 on the clock. Seems that like the tide is helping with the consistency of these waves out there, Maida. Lots of waves on offer in 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's true. Heitor Miller just caught a pretty good-looking wave. A nice exchange right there on this set. Look, the team... Actually, this wave didn't offer that much, but this one for Heitor Miller was pretty good-looking. Very stand-up high, this wave, and then this finishing movement was nice.
Definitely was. Get a precision right there at the end, and surgical precision right here by Miguel Pupo. He is quick on his feet, Maida.
I like the way he does these turns. Pretty wide open with the arms wide open as well. And it's very stylish, this one, I mean. Look. These arms, the arc that he does, spraying a lot of water, and also this finishing movement. He released a little bit the tail, and he liked it.
Hey, he doesn't look injured to me anymore. Looks quite great, and the reaction right there by the Pupo clan, his mother all the way to the right, his brother Samuel, who will be competing in a few heats. Yufu Penrose right there, the team manager for Sharp Eye. And the score's in. It's the best of the heat for Miguel, a 7.07. 7.8, the high mark right there, and that gets thrown out. The average comes out as a 7.07. Takes the lead, has a pair of sevens in a score line. Vintage Miguel Pupo right now out here in Saquarema. Jorgen Kuzine down to second. He's looking to improve on a 5.23. Does have priority. Meanwhile, Mueller in third needs a 6.3. And Tim Biso, who has a 6.77 in his score line, needs a 5.8 or better for second place. 11:20 on the clock. Non-stop waves, non-stop action. Just look at the score lines for the first three servers. 14.07, 12.56, 12.27. Great heat totals out here this morning, Maida. And the waves have just been delivering all day long.
Yeah, the conditions are great today, Mitch. And also, the rain just came out. It's kind of sunny. A little cloudy right there, but it's warm. The beach is full. Everybody came to watch this really good show here at the Saquarema.
10:45 on the clock. A couple of big heats also coming up later on in the round. Michael Rodriguez, who has a chance to qualify for the Championship Tour at the end of this event. In Heat 10, he'll be joined by Joan Duru, also number 16. And Duru, who didn't surf many Challenger Series events last season, was actually able to requalify for the CS through this system. Finished within the top 20. Remember, 11 all the way through 20. They get an automatic spot on the men's side for the CS in 24. On the women's side, 6 all the way to 10 will get an automatic requalification spot for the Challenger Series in 2024 as well. 10 minutes on the clock. Seems like a couple of waves approaching the lineup. Kuzine with priority, and he's looking to recover first place if he can. 6.74 will do that, and he's interested in this wave right here. Ends up going right. And unfortunately for Jorgen, that wave just going to dissipate and fade out. So not much on offer right there. Meanwhile, both Mueller and Biso needing decent scores, Maeda. A 6.3 and a 5.8 respectively. Tim already has a 6.77. He needs something just below that, a 5.8. And Biso is a fighter. He really likes to go out there and make heats. It's what we call in the QS. He's a grinder himself.
Yeah, he is. And he's with priority right now. He will need to choose pretty well the wave. He's looking for this one. Nice first turn right there. Second strong one. But the wave got a little chunky with white water on the face. But he's looking for a 5.8, so let's see what judges think.
Not much on offer right there for Tim Biso. 8:50 on the clock. Miguel Pupo with a big comeback right here. 14.70 heat total. And Jorgen Kuzine still in second place. Both Mueller and Biso needing medium-sized scores to move up into the top two. Much more action to come after the break here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. The sun is out and the waves are pumping here in Saquarema. It's the last stop at the Challenger Series at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. CT surfer Miguel Pupo out there in the lineup in the red jersey. He's currently leading this heat against Jorgen Kuzene in second place, Heitor Mueller in third with priority, who needs a 6.3, and Tim Biso in the white jersey needing a 5.8 or better. Mitch and Maida here for the last 6.5 minutes of heat number 9. We will be running all 16 heats of men's round of 64 action. Still some big heats to come after this one, Maida. Some more names. Jake Marshall has already made it through. Jet Schilling with a huge performance to keep his hopes alive, as well as Imai Kalani DeVault. Anybody else in the draw that you're looking forward to seeing in the next 7 heats before we finish the round?
Yeah, sure. Michael Rodriguez, he's in the next heat, and he has chances to qualify, but here is Miguel Pupo just in and out, and he has chances to qualify, but he needs a win here to qualify on his own thing, to guarantee. But of course, many things can happen, depends on his opponents, but I'm looking forward to see what he can do here in Saquarema.
Yeah, looking at Heat 10, Michael Rodriguez is right there. Joan Duru still can re-qualify for the championship tour. David Silva, he's right back in the conversation after the win in Ericeira. Justin Becre made a huge jump over there in Portugal too. Eli Hanneman, the top 10 surfer, he'll be in heat number 12. I think heat 14, to me, is an interesting one because you have Kate Madsen, who's currently in the top 10. Marco Mignot, who's right there. He needs a big result here in Saquarema, though. But then you have 2 Brazilians that are dangerous. Lucas Silveira, a lot of power in those legs. And then Gabriel Klausner, who had a good heat yesterday. And he's looking to make things right today. Day number 2 of competition. Just under 5 minutes to go. Nothing has changed. Last of Pupo, just a 2.57. Scoring opportunity available here for Mueller, though. Uses priority. Up and riding now. Throws the tail around and pulls the rotation. Needs a 6.3. A fast rotation right there for Heitor Mueller. Maida mentioned that he barely made his heat yesterday. Got the call up Friday night. He was told to be here Saturday morning for his heat. Next thing you know, he's in the round of 64 and might just be getting the score he needs to move up into second place here.
Yeah, I think his wave choice has been pretty good right there, and he saw this ramp, throw to the air, and stomps it. It was amazing. He's choosing pretty well his waves, isn't it?
Definitely is. He mentioned that he's still a junior too, so for him to do this against people that have been on the championship tour, the QS, and the Challenger Series for many years, that's even more impressive.
And another interesting story that his father told me this morning is that since he was a baby until he was 10 years old, he had phobia of water on his face, and he has to go to psychologists to treat that. So it's amazing that he did it, and he's now a professional surfer, pretty good, with a good future.
Seems like it's worked out so far. So Jorgen Kuzene watching the heat recap right here. Opened up with a 7.33, then the answer back from Miguel Pupo, 7.0 on this one. And he was just in rhythm, dropping a couple of 7s in 2 out of 3 waves. A 7.07 on this one right here. The injury doesn't seem like it's there anymore, and he seems like he is finding his comfort out here in Saquarema with these beautiful lefts that we have on offer. 2:45 on the clock now. Priority with Jorgen Kuzene, and waiting for the second to last wave of Heitor Mueller. Needs a 6.3 or better. Tim Biso still needing a 5.8. And Jorgen Kuzene, who's been in the top 2 spots the entire heat, waiting on a score from Mueller to see if he gets dropped down to 3rd place right here. And that would be a pretty hard thing to swallow if you were to lose out when you're in the top 2 spots for 29 minutes of one of the most important heats of your career, because Kuzene has been a staple of the Challenger Series for It's 3 years so far, and he is looking to requalify for the CS through a good result here at this event. Still waiting on scores at minute 45 on the clock now.
Yeah, the judges are taking a careful look at this wave of Heitor Miller, because many things can change with this with this score right there. It's an important score for him, and also with priority, Jorgen Kuznet has still 1 minute and 25 seconds left.
Well, it's just enough. It's a 6.43 for Mueller, so that means that Kuznet now needs a 5.37 or better. A little over a minute to go. He does have priority, and that's the one thing that is saving him at the moment. Timbiso now needs a 5.93. And here goes Kuznet. He's having a look at this one. Meanwhile, Mueller trying to force him into catching something that's not good. It's a good start right here for Jorgen. Has a strong air game, too. Goes for the layback hammer, though. And might have to stay with this wave on the inside, too. Goes back to the prone position, stands back up, and doesn't seem like much more on offer right here. Brings it all the way to the shoreline, 35 seconds. Needs a 5.37. Here's the replay, Maida, with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, the first one was good, but not that strong. The second one was better, kicking the tail, releasing, and spraying a lot of water right there. He doesn't need that much, just a 5.37. Now the judges are watching, taking care of this, rewatching really carefully, because this is an important score for him.
Well, it's an important score, not only for him, but also for the result of the heat, too. Timbiso was up and riding as well. He was needing a 5.93. Strong start right there with a couple of turns on the backhand, and unfortunately that wave just flattened out quite a bit at the end. Mueller was also up and riding. He went left, just trying to protect the second place position that he currently has. Well, some great surfing right there on the backhand as well. And say the kid, you know, he makes it, doesn't make it. I'm impressed. I like what I'm seeing from him. And definitely knows how to put a heat together as well. So the heat is over. Miguel Pupo could probably say that he's comfortably out in first place. More than likely going to take the win in the heat. But waiting on the decision to be made for the last three waves. One for Mueller, one for Kuznet, and one for Timbiso. So at this point of the heat, you have all the time in the world. You obviously want to get into the next heat if you can. And you don't want to not let the surfers take advantage of the sets that are coming through. But you have a lot of time to compare the scores that are necessary with the scores that are already available, and that's what they're doing right now. Scores coming through for Kuznet, and as expected, not enough. It's a 4.23. The last of Biso is a 2.9, so whether or not Mueller improves, it doesn't matter because he will be moving through into the round of 32. Stand up, Brazil. Heitor Mueller once again with back-to-back good performances. But it is the comeback kid, Miguel Pupo, making good use of his wild card here in Saquarema, the last Challenger Series event. But that guy getting the call-up literally hours before his heat started, and he is making it count. Kid from South Brazil. He's just getting the news right now. He's asking if he made it, and that smile says it all. Heitor Mueller moving through with his fellow Brazilian Miguel Pupo, number 6 in the world in 2022. Will be moving in to the round of 32 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Much more action coming after the break. Michael Rodriguez and Joan Dru about to hit the water against James Rakowski and Gatien Delay.
song is here, hear the yell, back to school, ring the bell, brand new shoes, walking blues, climb the fence, books and pens, I can tell that we are gonna be friends. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. Yes, I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Yeah, we are back, guys. Saquarema Corona Pro presented by Banco do Brasil right here in the Maracanã of surfing. Myself and Marcos Bocaiuba alongside with Maíra Pabes to this amazing heat. This is Michael Rodriguez, João Duru, Jake Cocky, and Gatien Delahan is a fair with a Brazilian, 2 French guys, one from the mainland, the other one from the island of Guadalupe, and another boy from down under. Let's keep it rocking. Welcome back myself.
Yeah,
It's
yourself. Welcome back, Marcos.
Thank you, I'm ping-ponging with the mirror.
Yeah.
Amazing hits.
Amazing
How about
hit.
that 10, girl? It's viral already. I was in my
Yeah.
break, like having lunch. Oh, during the break, talking about break, this is M-Rod, man. Zigzagging, always, even in the zigzagging, his power. Check it out. Whoa, hook on the top. Nice combination, all the way from Ceará, northeast of Brazil, residing for many years in Florianópolis, training in Praia Mole all the time. One of the boys from Mayhem lost Matt Biola's team, so he's a winner in the shape ranking, Maíra.
Yeah, I love the way he uses the wedge, the edge of the board, release the tail right there. Pretty good surfing for Michael Rodriguez. Him that still has chances to qualify here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. Michel Rodriguez, if he takes a win here in Saquarema, he guarantees his spot on the championship tour next year.
So it's a win-win situation.
Yeah, it is. Actually, everything depends on the other scenarios of the other opponents, but like to guarantee in his hand, he has to win here.
Okay, so I want to say sorry to Jabe, all the way from USA. Thank you for the family that's hooking in and cheering and hooting for Jabe. So M-Rod right there in the leading row right now. It's just the beginning of this affair right here. We have 2 guys that used to belong to the CT level, João Duru, all the way from France, Hossegor, M-Rod all the way from northeast of Brazil, Ceará, residing in Florianópolis. And let's see, this is the French guy, always super solid on beach break. How about this group, Maíra?
Oh, amazing. João Duru choose this left-hander right there. Pretty good, pretty decent way for him to open his score line. And also Gatien de la Haye, I think he served a wave as well.
Okay, one of my favorite style-wise. He's such a well-rounded, poised type of surfer. Long, tall, super lane.
The replay, nice first turn right there, and the second one was stronger, more commitment. Look, on slow motion.
And he plays the turn so well in the junction, the closeout. He's a master on those in that domain. Let's see, you're gonna go for pulling an air. Let's check it out. There we go. He was telegraphing.
Unfortunately,
it's a shame he couldn't pull. He's warming up, guys. Backhand attack from Mr. Gatien de la Haye, all the way from the French Caribbeans. Okay, I think we're gonna have a nice buffer zone right now. So I will toss to Manu. Hi there, Manu.
What's up? I'm here with Miguel. Miguel that just won the heat. It was amazing. And he was injured this year, but doesn't seem to be injured anymore. I mean, you look very fine. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Feeling great, after 5 months trying to get back at this point, and I feel like my level is rising up, so I'm pretty happy with it. And happy to be surfing, to be competing, and then to be here supporting my brother.
And how are you feeling about going back to the championship tour and competing again?
I'm feeling great, I'm about to start my preseason next month, so I'm about to get ready, head to Hawaii, and start off the season at Pipeline, which is my best event so far on tour and the event that I love the most. So it's good to kick off at Pipeline. So I'm looking forward to that.
Great. And as you just said, your brother's here competing. And do you feel like you make a big difference for him to be by his side and cheering for him and giving him advices and everything?
I don't talk that much. I'm just trying to show him the way, trying to show him the energy I put on the heat and trying to look for the ways. And if he needs something, he's going to ask. So I'm just here to be by his side and support him no matter what.
And you have many fans here in Brazil. Send them a message, please, in Portuguese.
Valeu, galera, pela torcida. Beijo para minha esposa, para minhas filhas. É isso aí. Valeu.
Congratulations, Miguel. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu. He don't do the talk, he do the walk. Amazing effort, amazing performance for Miguel Pupo. 100% right now. Just warming up for the preseason for 2024 for the CT. How about his level of surfing in the heat? This is the second wave for the green. The French Caribbean guy. Amazing, a little resemblance with Benji Waterley from San Diego. That was the first wave. Better exchange for the second one. I love the closeout turn there, throwing the tail, the fins out. It's always good when you see the fins out, Marita. Am I right?
Yeah, for sure. When they throw the fins, slides a little bit, it's amazing. Who do you think is the best surfer that does this?
Oh, I think back-to-back world champion Mr. Felipe Power Slide Toledo.
Yeah, it's true. Look, this is
Gatien
live. Gatien de la Haye again. Yeah, he's been ripping.
Talking about a tall guy that know how to surf like head high, shoulder high wave. He's Gatien all there. Ça c'est super, mon ami. All the way from the French Caribbean, always with style and posture. Such an elegant surfer. We can attach some comparisons with ballet. So he's doing a dance with nice coordination, always placing the arms in the right position, almost like a taller version of Ethan Ewing. Let's see M-Rod right there, up and riding. Nice carving, connecting to the power source, and he's out.
Oh, do you think he's taller than Ethan Ewing?
Yeah, way taller.
Way
taller, yeah. I'm between them. He's taller than me, and Ethan is smaller than me.
Very big
I'm
guy.
6'1". He's around 6'2". In Brazilian measure, it's around like 190.
190.
I'm 185, 187.
Very big guy.
It's around George height, Georgie Smith. Check it out, guys. That was the second turn. Nice arc. Another one. On the top. A little lack of variety, but in the end, a little flair.
Yeah, but he kept putting turn after turn right there, splashing a lot of water. The third one seems to be the best of this wave right there. But until the end, he couldn't stop.
Amazing arcs. I think I can still hear his fins, singing from the beach. Of course, quote unquote, guys, is a metaphor.
And looking from above, this is João Duru.
Doing a floater, functional floater, smacking the lip on the end is the super blueprint of who is João Duru. He's always tough. He have a solid stance. Those type of goofy floaters, super solid.
And he has already 5.17 on the board. So he's looking for a backup score. Actually, right now, looking for a 2.07 to get the second spot of the heat. And for sure, he will get it on this wave. It was pretty strong. This last movement was very vertical. Huh?
For sure, up and down, super. Kind of sketchy landing, but he pulled that. A little shout out to all the boys in France, like Jeremy Flores, Michael Picon, Patrick, Yannick Bevan, everybody that's tuning in. Ici, c'est super, meus amis. Bonne chance pour le mec de France. João Duru ici.
Yeah.
Et Gatien aussi. Il n'y a pas de problème.
The scores are coming in for João Duru. And this is live. Michel Rodrigues thrown to the air. The the rotation, eventually this wave didn't offer much for him.
Yeah, that's a bummer because it was a nice first turn. It was a 180 rotation. Let's see Gatien. He finds his spot over there, the wedgie for the left. Let's see the pull. Whoa, up and down, a little late there. A nice four-turn combination with his left-hander. I think he finds a spot in the sandbar there, all the way to Barrinha.
But I was talking about the score of João Duru. He just got 5.73, his best wave so far. And with the 5.17, he's the new leader of this heat right there. But this wave for Gatien de la Haye was pretty good.
I think going to change the mathematics here, maybe this wave, because he plays so good the turns in the wave, like the variation there. There's the flare in the end, coming late.
Yeah, he put this snap like really vertical right there. And I don't know how, he was a little late for this one. I don't know how he could pull it. It was a good wave for him. And
this is Jabe putting some jabs there. Little hook on the top. Cocky, always surf with flair, always with tons of speed. And this is the goofy-footed João Duru.
Do you know the pronunciation of his name?
Oh, it's kind of sketchy. It's kind of hard. Sorry, guys. Cocky. Cocky.
It's just as my surname. Nobody can hear in Brazil. Okay. My surname here in Brazil, nobody can.
Yeah, it's kind of Pabish.
It's Pabist.
Pabist.
Actually, this is
from the beer. USA
yeah, from
beer?
the beer. The
you
same
have
family.
heritage there, yeah.
Yeah, the same
I don't
family.
drink beer anymore, but I still have a T-shirt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Pabist Blue Ribbon.
Yeah, it's
Pure
a
beer.
staple in Orange County. I actually know whole USA.
Yeah. This is Michael Rodriguez is with priority right now. He's needing a 5.37 to overtake the second position of this heat. Gatien de la Haye in second position, needing a 5.48 to take the lead, and João Duru in the lead with 10.9 total.
Yeah, the heavy hitters from France right now, the stars of this heat guys so far, with an American guy and a Brazilian guy. So it's kind of a battle against Europe and USA and Brazil, South America, North America.
Yeah.
And if you're tuning right now, we are here live from Saquarema with the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. This is the last spot, the last event to find a slot in the CT for the season 2024 season. So a lot of glory and drama going on. We saw a few upsets already going on today with Morgan Siblik, a former 2021 finalist in the WSL final in San Clemente.
Yeah, let's talk about the conditions right now, Marcos. The conditions compared to yesterday are completely different. The waves are way smaller, but way cleaner. The lineup, completely different show right there.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of variation in the texture of the waves today, but performance-wise, way more simple to kind of find your spot in the banks there. So a lot of opportunity going on yesterday, but kind of too punchy, too messy. Today was way more clean. So better conditions, not so much power involved. We can see David Silva is a huge, talent, scout talent for Brazil, Luiz Henrique Pinga. The winner from Enicera, the backhand killer, the guy that was a runner-up for Jackie Robinson in the stop of the elite a couple of years back in Mexico, and taking notes, drawing in the drawing board with Pinga.
Yeah, Pinga also one of the greatest managers ever, made so many champions right there.
For sure, he discovered a lot of guys. ADS, Jadson, many Italo nowadays working with back-to-back world champion from WSL, Mr. Felipe Toledo. So a lot of guys, a lot of careers being made and kind of built and sharp by Pinga. I used to have the privilege to travel with him back in the day when he was like a leader of a big, eyewear company. I was sponsored by them. I have the privilege to travel around the globe 6 years with Pinga and learn a lot.
Yeah, so did I. I went to Bali with Pinga for
the city
there, yeah. And this is Michael Rodriguez, who has also worked with Pinga for a couple years, and he is smashing this wave right now.
For sure. He didn't have so many opportunity. The wave was like angle-wise, it's kind of fat, but he managed like to place like 3 nice turns there. And Michael is so good. He's so good on rails. He's so good on the air. One of the most progressive surfers coming out of Brazil right now.
Yeah, and Michael Rodriguez, he had a very nice start on this Challenger Series this year. He got 5th on the Gold Coast. But then after that, he had a bad result in Sydney, a 33rd place. And he regained rhythm in the U.S. Open and Ericira, that he got 9th on both of them. That's why he has still opportunity to qualify himself here in Saquarema.
Yeah, he's still in the bubble. He got a like win-win situation. Kill 1 heat per day, almost like that. And Rod is a killer, man. Girl, he's from the same crop that gave us like the almost same generation of Gabriel Medina. I remember the first time that I encountered. I met like M-Rod was in the 2013 Junior Championship event that Gabriel won before clinching the world title in Pipeline. So from that path, from that crop, amazing surfers. Mitch Parkson, Michael February, a lot of huge stars, huge names. Hamzi Bokan was one of the standouts there. Was a runner-up for Gabriel like he was here in the last season in this same event.
Yeah, he was runner-up here last event. And we were talking about Carlos Munoz before and also about now about Ramsey. But let's just watch first this wave.
Whoa, what a jab for Jabe. My God, nice conclusion over there. Close out maneuver. Super 12 o'clock.
Yeah. So we were talking about Ramsey. It was sad because he got into the championship tour and got injured right before the first competition there.
Yeah, almost the same situation for Carlitos Pura Vida Munoz.
Yeah, and this was Jabe catching this.
That was the last wave of M-Rod. Check it out, connecting the dots. Second off the top. I thought he gonna like throw a rotation there, but didn't have space and not too much speed to do a punt there.
Yeah, Michael Rodriguez is looking for a 5.37, and this is Gatien de la Rey on his backhand, looking pretty well, actually.
Yeah, in tune with the conditions. Amazing.
Surfing
Let's see.
strong.
This is real time, guys. Nice second snap. Let's see if he's going to pull some air. No, another rook. Oh, almost like a snap layback. Another one. Setting one for the closeout. Hook. And he keep getting space for more. Now the rotation. Oh, sweet Jesus. He couldn't pull. Amazing effort. Well, variation, speed, power, and flow. Everything in place there.
Yeah, very good looking wave for Michael Rodriguez. Probably his best one on this heat. And this is Jabe again on his backhand.
A lot of precision from Jabe.
Yeah, and João Duru couldn't finish this last movement. Like many waves ridden right there, so we gotta wait for all these scores to come in. Everything can happen in this heat. Still 8 minutes and 45 seconds left.
So it's perfect right now for us to catch a break. So we're gonna have a quick break. Stick around, guys. We'll be right back with plenty of action to come. This is Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil.
Welcome back to Corona Saquarema Pro. And I was taking this break to come and visit the VIP area, which is pumping. There's a lot of people here watching this contest, which is amazing. There's a real show out there, and everyone is drinking a cold Corona. It's perfect for this Sunday. The weather is really nice. The sun is coming and going, but it's perfect to come here and drink your cold Corona.
Aloha Sunday for you. Amazing, Rachel. What an atmosphere over there. So good to be here drinking a little Corona in this atmosphere. So hot, so it's the best way to kind of chill your vibes here.
Yeah, now we feel Saquarema as it should be. Actually, yesterday was raining a lot, so today the waves are good, the sun is out, and everybody is enjoying.
It's kind of still overcast, but our temperature-wise, the vibe is to the roof.
Yeah, it's true.
Amazing. 5 minutes to come, still like 5 minutes and 30 seconds precise right now. John Duru on the lead. Gatien Delahaye, it's almost like a French affair. Let's see. Wow, amazing first turn in the replay for Mike Emrod. Second turn, ballistic. Two-turn combo. Whoa. He feel it. He's feeling.
Yeah, he's feeling. You look
at
the
the
fins
size.
right there,
Wow.
and how he released his fins, and also very vertical on the second movement right there.
And he was so fast to connect one to the other.
He is, and actually he is looking for a 5.63 to get the second position of this heat, and he did. He got 7.1 and went in the lift till the...
Yeah, he slingshot all the way to the leaderboard right now. Let's see what Gatien can pull. He now is the sideline. He's going to go to the air. He stomp. Whoa, nice variation there with the alley-oop. But actually, it was a kind of a flat spot for landing.
Yeah, he couldn't finish this movement right there. But Michael Rodriguez just got the best score of the heat and put him until up there in the lead of this heat. And João Duru now with priority, chasing a 6.85 to regain the leadership of this heat.
This is all the way from USA. This is James Swiatkowski. Trying to find the rhythm still. There you go. Keep rocking, Jabe. Oh my God, the man of the hour, man. That's going viral, man. How about the height of that 10? Woo! I'm gonna lose my speech over here, man. I'm speechless and I'm full of words and tools. And still in the leading board right now, Emrod.
Marcos is just tripping out here because he's...
I like, above the air tricks. I love it, actually. And the size that he reached, oh my God. Can
He's
be a
talking
record.
about the 10-point ride.
We're going to have a special guest. We're going to do some drama here for you guys to understand who going to be with us. It's a part of almost like a dynasty down under. And it's about a big air that went viral a couple of minutes early on. So you guys, I think, can figure out who am I talking about. So a little drama there going on. Let's see. Still in the second priority for Michael Rodriguez. First priority for John Duru. So kind of tough test right now for Gatien and Jeb.
And this is Miguel. Who is this? No, Miguel. Michael. This is David Silva. Sorry, guys. This is David Silva.
Or how we call him with more intimacy, DVD. Amazing guy. So humble. Huge surfer. Super humble spirit.
The winner of the last event in Portugal, Edicera, just put on a show with a very strong backhand surfing right there. And he is in the next heat. But talking about this heat right now, Michael Rodriguez just got a 7.5 wave, the best wave of the heat so far. And also he has a 5.07 with a 12.57 total. He's leading this heat, but this guy here, Jabe, is trying to get a good wave to put a 6.53 on score.
He's trying to find the rhythm. The board is functioning well. He connects the first turn. A little, phone climb in the end. He's trying to connect the rhythm and find the flow. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Still waiting for scores. Still on the leading board. First position for Michael Rodriguez. Second position for the Frenchman, Jean Duroux. Nice over the top. 12 o'clock turn there. A little re-entry, a little foam climbing there. I think he's surfing with the EPS gear there. Nice deep bottom turn. Check it out how 12 o'clock he went there.
Vertical, strong. But unfortunately this wave
kind of die out in the closeout. He was preparing a ballistic turn there. Let's check it out. John Duroux. Nice nap for the beginning, connecting the power source. A little hook layback, couldn't pull. Keep moving, guys. Amazing. Energy inside of the water. So many possibilities, like A-frame peaks, split peak situations going all over the place.
Less than 30 seconds left, and we can see Michael Rodriguez using his priority on defense right there. This beautiful shot from above here during the Saquarema.
I love the bird view from the drone, Maíra.
Yeah, it's
And
true.
right now, the experience is paying, because the two guys that used to be from the, CT Tour, the elite of surfing, they come through, they show their surf, they show their skills, and they are connecting for the next round. So I did a lot of anticipation for our next special guest. All the way from down under, the man of the hour, the viral moment of the day, maybe of the week. It's a shame we don't have a Yeti for him, but maybe next year, next season, 2025, maybe he can find a Yeti for himself to put a lot of Coronas inside. Okay, guys, perfect situation us to catch a break here. Stick around. We're going to be right back with Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Stick around. For you.
Congratulations.
Man, amazing. I was speechless
Amazing.
when I saw. I was. By Banco do Brasil. I was doing a lot of anticipation for our special guest, Mr. John Vaughn. Oh my God, man, the man of the hour. This VAR is going to stick around for a while. You don't find yourself a Yeti, but you find yourself, a lot of notoriety right here. How Brazil is treating you so far, Joe?
Yeah, I'm really stoked to be in Brazil. It's such a cool country, and the waves are really fun. And I'm just very stoked to have gotten a tan in that last heat.
Oh, Joe, you have a first name of a legend, Joe Parco. So kudos to Joe. A little shout out to Joe Parco. And how you put that thing, man. Normally we can call that trick in two ways: alley-oop or fake air. What's your name?
I call it an alley-oop.
Cool.
Yeah.
Myself also.
Yeah.
And you've been training. I know you have a younger brother who's killing in the step high. How you train those tricks? You do any skateboarding, any acrobatics on the gym? How you train yourself to pull in a contest a trick so hard like that one?
I used to do skateboarding when I was younger,
Okay.
but I kept hurting myself, so I had to stop doing that. But I don't know. I just try to do it as much as I can in the ocean, and
You can comment on your own trick right there. You're gonna show it.
yeah, I just try to surf as much as I can at home. We got very similar winds and waves like this at home, so yeah, I just try to do it as much as I can.
Whoa, look at the height of this trick, man. Without like towing stuff. And how important, I talk all the time about the invisible turns in surfing. Fading and stalling are one of those. How important was the stalling there to be like in the power source to do the punt there?
Yeah, it was definitely important. I just saw the section. I knew it was going to hit down the line a bit more, so I had to just stall at the start of the wave, and it just gave me the right bit of energy to get the speed and get to the section on time.
Can you do one of those tricks in skateboarding nowadays, or you don't harm yourself anymore?
No, I can't do that skating.
Okay.
No.
Amazing. You have any questions, Maida?
Yeah, sure. You were with your back on the hopes. You really was needing the score. So what was your thought when you saw the wave?
Well, just before the wave, I knew that I was needing a score, and I just kind of calmed myself down and took a few deep breaths, and I actually thought to myself to do it, just try a big air, because I wasn't getting any good scores going left, so I thought maybe with the wind being so good, I'd go try find a right and do an air, and I just felt really calm and very present, and it just kind of all happened, and I didn't really have to think about it too much. It just kind of came along, and yeah.
Very nice. And talking about Saquarema, what do you like best here in Saquarema, and about the waves as well?
Yeah, the waves are so good, and I'm having some really good food around, and it's just been all I'm staying with a few friends, and it's just been a really good trip so far, and hopefully it gets a bit better.
Back in the day, from my generation, the Aussie surfers just dig rock and roll, like heavy metal, thrash metal. How your generation proceed with, soundtrack wise? What's your best music genre?
I actually listened to Metallica just before the heat, and
keep rocking.
Yeah,
man.
Gets me all psyched up.
And how about Wolf Matter?
I try to I only like to listen to one song, and there's just this one from Metallica that I like to listen to, and it just kind of resets me before the heat, and I just get to listen to it and not really worry about anything else, and then get to take the headphones off.
Keep the Metallica on, man.
Yeah.
Right now we have a buffer zone, so we're gonna toss to Manu because she's with Rod, the man of the hour, also.
Guys, I'm here with Michelle right now. Everybody was watching you, and in the last few minutes, you caught that wave that got everybody impressed. How was that for you? Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I'm feeling good. It was a good wave. I was waiting for a good wave. Pretty hard to position in there. But yeah, happy to make through and just want to be ready for the next one.
Great. And what are your goals for this event?
Everybody knows. It's qualified for sure. I want to be back on tour. I love that place, and as soon as I can, I would like to be there for sure.
Okay, so send a message for your fans in Brazil.
Valeu todo mundo que está na torcida. Primeiro passo foi dado. Vamos se preparar para a próxima. É isso.
Congratulations, Michael. Back to you guys.
Super serious with the eye of the tiger, Mr. Rod. He have the eye on the prize. He got to keep pushing. So, Joe, I'm going to put you like a surf commentator right now, maybe for the first time. Cauã Costa was one of the guys yesterday with a huge punt as yourself, the same rotation, clock rotation on the alley-oop. You know Cauã already, or was a novelty for you?
Yeah, that air that Cal did yesterday was incredible. He did a turn before it and landed so smooth on that wave, and then got a turn after, and I was very impressed. And he was here last year, and I saw him in the World Juniors, and he surfs incredible. So it was really good to see.
Everything he does is huge, man. It's amazing on rail, amazing on air. The next replay, I want you to do your first job as a commentator, okay? I'm
Okay,
going to
I'll
toss
try.
it to you, okay?
Yeah.
So all the way from the hometown of Seignots, France, Justine Becquet. Ça va, mon ami? This is Maxime Houssanot, another French Euroforce fella. Nice hook over the top. Amazing to have you, Joel, here.
Yeah, and yesterday, Kawan had this 8-point ride, and it was the Natura Kayak best wave of the day, and potentially your wave today can be the best wave of the day, Natura Kayak best wave of the day, and this one of Kawan Costa right now.
Right now, today, real time. Oh, this is a replay. Oh, my sweet Jesus.
Yeah, this is the replay, his first wave ridden. We still don't have this score on the board. And this is the David Silva replay as well.
Joe, how about these 2 turns over there, man?
Yeah, that was really good surfing. He connected really well with the lip and through so much water. And David surfs so well, and someone I've watched on the tour before, and he's an incredible surfer. And that 2-turn combo was so good.
You have any hacks for surfer fans fans that usually used to surf? Then you can give us some hacks to how to do a fan like that, to do more spray on the turn.
I think it's all about timing. Okay. David's really good at it, and he comes and times the lip really well, and he's also so powerful. So that's kind of
amazing to have you as a surf commentator here, man. Still the man of the hour, and maybe the Kayak Natura winner of the day. So back to the drawing, the board here, the bracket, still in the lead, David Silva. So it's almost like a Brazilian affair. First position for David, second position for Kawan, and the 2 Frenchmen, 3rd and 4th. And if you were in the position of Maxine or Justine, you gotta like put more pressure in yourself, or gotta surf more loose as a free surf. Strategy-wise, what you should do when you are against the ropes, Joel?
I think it's all about staying calm and trusting in your ability. And both Maxime and Justin surf so well, and they know that if they get a good wave, they can definitely get the score. And as we just saw Max surfing a really good wave then, and it's just all about just staying present and just focusing on what you can do. You can't really control what the other competitors are doing, so that's just what I try to focus on.
Maíra, can you do the replay for us here?
Yeah, sure. Very nice net right there. Beautiful carve. And then coming for the finish movement, releasing the tail. Pretty good wave for him, Maxime Houssanot. This wave just got him in second position. It was a 5.1. And this is live. Justine Becquet. Nice looking wave for him. Throwing a lot of movements right there, unfortunately.
2 rotations in 1 wave, amazing how progressive he can go. We are splitting hairs on the level of surfing right now, Joe, and it's amazing. And anything you can sharpen your knife. And how about, board construction right here for Saquarema? You bring some PUs, you bring some EPS. How about your magic carpet over here, your quiver?
I'm riding a round tail PU. Okay. I didn't bring any epoxies. My PUs feel very lively in the small waves, so I feel like I didn't really need any. And there's so much power over here in this wave, so the PUs work really well.
Can you help us understand how quick the surfer have to be to do turns like those punts, those variation rotations?
Yeah, you have to be your timing has to be so good, and Justin just got a little bit caught on the end of that turn, and it's quite hard. And
can you take us to this one, Joe?
Yeah, David started off with a nice snap and a second one, and then lip line to finish. It was a pretty good wave. I'm sure it'll better his 3.7 on this wave here.
Yeah, David just put on a show in Edicera with his backhand surfing. And again here, surfing pretty well on these rides in Itaúna.
Yo, live action, going for the air, like he just don't care. Oh, he couldn't land it. It's kind of hard. You got to point your nose always to the beach. Am I right, Joe?
Yeah, for sure. You got to, with this wind coming up the face, you have to like launch towards the beach just so the wind doesn't blow you off the back. And I think Justin just got there a little bit too early for that section. And if he'd gotten there a little bit later, he might have been able to launch out a bit further. And yeah, it's all about the timing and how far you go to the beach.
Yeah, and Joe, you just said twice about being present. So I was wondering do you make like any train on that, like in your mind, in your psychology, like?
Not
no,
really.
Not really.
I've done some stuff before. Not so much this year, but I've done some stuff in the past trying to focus on that, and I just try to use the tools that I have, and yeah, just I don't know, I just try to keep it real simple. And
Yeah, but you did already, so you worked on that. So
yeah.
That's why, for sure, after we saw you surfing that heat and with the hopes, with your back against the hopes and doing this air, I'm pretty sure you are great on your mindset.
Your best result so far this season was in Bolito. Do you know what was the reason for that?
I think I just gave myself as many opportunities as I could within the heat, and in the other comps I didn't really pick the right waves and didn't really give myself opportunity to get through the heats, and I feel like in Bolito I was able to pick some better waves and surf them a bit better as well.
So, and talking about now Surf Dynasty, we have Nat Young and Bo Young, we have the Wrights, we have the Parkinson family. Do you think the Vaughn can be like a dynasty further on in Oz surf history?
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I got my little brother who does competitive surfing, and I've got two older brothers who pushed me to be as good as I am. They're definitely my inspiration, and I learned to surf from them and my dad. So yeah, they've helped me out so much, and yeah, it would be really cool.
Okay, man, amazing. I'm so proud of you and your younger brother and the whole family. Kudos to all your mates. And right now, still in the lead. That wave for David Silva was a 7.5. Live action here, trying a rotation, couldn't pull David Silva. Plenty action going on in this heat, like none of the others, of all of the others maybe. It's a different strategy to surf and compete in beach breaks like this. Okay. Oh, you can see how he got it wrong this turn. Maybe it was just a flat landing spot, maybe, Joe?
Yeah, I think the section just kind of went a bit flat and didn't really allow him to come back down the wave. It was, yeah, he did it really well, but just the section kind of let him down.
So, guys, it's plenty of action now. So it's time for catching some break here. So we're going to go for a break. So don't miss it. Stick around. We're going to be right back with plenty of action to come. And we are back all the way from Saquarema. This is Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We are live. We have live action here, second round. The number of the heat is 11. I'm Marcus Bocaiuva alongside with Maíra Pabish and Joel Vaughn. And this is the crowd, guys. The beach is getting packed. It's holiday, national holiday here for Brazil. It's the end of the national holiday. It's Kids Day here, Joe. It's a nice holiday.
Yeah, of course.
I'm a Peter Pan myself, so I can attach myself to this.
Yeah, in this heat, David Silva just putting on a show right there. He really needs to advance in this heat. He needs to be in 5th place here at the Corona Saquarema Pro to guarantee his spot in 2024.
Can you call this one for us? Sorry, Marita. Woo, sorry. Was it vlog? Am I right?
Yeah.
Testing my skills with Joe Vaughn. Yeah. Joe, any specific plans for the next season, off season? How are you gonna go? How is your agenda right now?
So after this event, I'm going to Taiwan for the regional QS. It's a 5,000 event, so it's quite important. And then I'm not sure. I think I'll go home and over Christmas and just stay at home, and then maybe I'll try to go to Hawaii and go there for a bit, and then just get prepared for the regional QS.
Amazing. Are you going to work on your fins, on your boards, on coaching? How are you going to proceed with this?
Yeah, definitely work on my boards. I haven't. I'm just started working with Darren Hanley at the start of the year. And,
whoa, huge news, man.
Yeah, and my boards are feeling really good, but it'd definitely be cool to just experiment a bit in the off season and try out some different boards.
Maybe let's manifest further on. You can put some points on the shaper rankings on the first division for DHD.
Yeah,
they are there, man.
Yeah, they're
the only Aussie brand on the top 5, maybe. Am I right?
I think so. Yeah, I'm not too sure, but everyone on Darren's on the tour is surfing so well. Ethan was ripping this year. And
my twin brother surfed DHD Brazil.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
nice.
He loved it.
Yeah.
And I'm building my boards. He don't use my boards. He used DHD.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. Thank you, Darren, for my twin brother boards. So we're still chatting here with Joe Vaughn after huge punt in the alley-oop mode, clockwise. Amazing. I'm still mesmerized for that. And we're still in the lead. David Silva, second place right now. It's for Maxime Roussanot, the French Mac all the way from Réunion Island. Third position for another French man, and fourth position for one of the standouts yesterday, Mr. Cauã Costa, one of the new superstars from Brazil. Maíra.
Joel, it was your first 10 in competition?
Yeah, definitely this year, and I think it's my first 10 competing in on the Challenger Series.
Yes, so congratulations.
Yeah.
This is a future superstar from Brazil, Ryan Calano, the son of my dear Paul, Mr. Alex Miranda. Ryan Calano, father used to direct the sickest video clips from Brazil, from trash bands to rap bands, and this is the Jadi, our super warrior. Everybody knows Jadi. Everybody loves Jadi. Am I right?
Everyone loves Jadi. He's such a legend, and I grew up watching his surfing as we see Koau.
Talk us through, man.
Oh, wow, that was a really good wave, and he only needs a 4.16, and I'm pretty sure he'll get that. Did a big air out of the bowl, and finished with a really, really well timed.
He's your teammate.
Yeah, he surfs really well. That last term was so well timed.
My twin brother was the guy that put him in the protocol.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, that term was so sick. That was a really good combo.
You do some drills with your brother, like heat drills?
Yeah, I do some heat drills with my little brother all the time. He sometimes beats me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How old is he right now?
He's 17.
17, and you?
I'm 20.
Okay. You got a sparring for yourself.
Yeah, it's really good to have someone as good as him to push me. And
as good as you for him also, man.
Yeah, thank you.
This is pretty common on surfing, isn't it? Like here we have João Chumbinho and Lucas. They are all always pushing each other. And this is Maxime Hussenot, pretty
Nice
decent
close out
ride
the
for
entry.
him.
Amazing, Maíra. So who is the judge when you do the drill with your brother? Your father?
Yeah, my father.
He don't got bias anyways?
Nah, he's pretty fair when we do that.
Fair and square.
Yeah.
Okie dokie, man. So Costa right now is up to second, 12 and 20. So double digits for Costa. Can you talk us through this replay, Joel?
Yeah, the wave started off a little fat, but when the Maxime came to the inside, he connected really well with that last turn. Not sure if it'll be enough to... He needs a 7.1, so I'm not sure if it'll be enough to get him into second. That last wave of Cow came in at 6.53, so that pushed him up into second.
Hey, Joe, let's chat a little bit about free surfing, because down under you guys have amazing free surfers nowadays, like Dakota and the legendary like Aussie Ride, Shippa Wilson. From those guys, I don't want to put you in the spot, but I'm going to put you.
Yeah.
Which one is your favorite? After this, talk us through this and go back to the podcast after.
He's cool. He starts off with a nice wrap and, again, throwing lots of water, coming to the inside and times that really well. Finishes that off and he loved it.
Whoa. Now you can say which one is your favorite free surfer down under.
Oh, I'm not too
Actually,
sure.
a bunch. You can throw some 3 names.
Yeah, like you said, Dakota, he surfs really well, and I'm pretty sure he might start. I'm pretty sure he'll start doing the QS, and
whoa, nice news.
It'll be really sick to see him on the Challenger Series. He surfs so well. That last wave of Cow was really good. I'm sure he'll might even better, and yeah, there's just so many good surfers from Australia, so many people to look up to, and yeah, it's really good.
And from the World Championship side of things in Down Under, which one is your favorite? Because there is some Mick Fanning in your DNA, man. I can tell.
Yeah, Mick Fanning was someone I looked up to my whole life, and he's such a good surfer, and he's an amazing person. I've met him a few times, and he's so down to earth and just so nice, and yeah, he's a really, really good person, really good surfer, and yeah.
So if you were like against the ropes right now, like Maxime is right now, not the French, Justin is right now, what will be your strategy?
Well, Justin has a priority, so I'm sure he'll be just waiting for a good wave. He knows that if he gets a good enough wave, he'll be able to get the score. And Max, with the priority, I'd probably just try to move away from the other competitors and get down the beach and try to manufacture a bit of a score.
Thank you. So one day competitor, one day podcaster and surf commentator, and now coach.
Yeah.
A full day, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Cauã Costa did a really great job in his last E4. He got a 6.93, his best score so far on his last wave. So now he's in second position, needing a 6.85 to gain the lead over David Silva. And now this pedal battle, Cauã Costa playing some defense right there.
He cannot play defense
because
he has a fourth, priority right now.
But he's putting some pressure.
Yeah, psychologically, Freud stuff.
Yeah. About your strategies, Joel, do you like when you get in the water to compete? Normally, you were on your own thing, or you like to play some strategy with the other opponents?
I try to paddle out and just try to keep to myself and focus on what I can do. But then, when it comes down to the end of the heat, it's you have to kind of do what Cow's doing and get nice, right and close, and you have to put pressure on just because you can't let anyone in this whole series have any bit of room, because anyone can get a big score and go to the lead. So it's quite hard. Yeah.
You were talking about that, like so many good surfers worldwide, and in this competition here we saw this high level of surfing. How does it feel for you being surfing against all these guys?
Yeah, it's really hard. Like everyone, like I said, surfs so well, and there's no easy heats. And Yeah, it's just so tricky with the four person format. It's a really tough. It's really tough to try to get waves, as we see Max.
Can you talk us through? Oh no, now it's time. We have a buffer zone to watch the replays, the recap, and you're gonna talk us through. Okay, you're
Right.
the surf commentator right now.
Is David's 7.5, big first turn off the lip, and beautiful flow into the second turn, and timed that really well. I think he wraps the finish there. Oh no, he got one more. That was a really good wave, and this is his 6.27 midway through the heat. Two nice turns to start it off, and finishes it there. He's got a really good backhand. And this one's Cow's last wave, the 6.93. Big wrap to start. Nice timing there, and that last turn, really good to finish it off. He did really well there to improve his score and make it a lot harder for Maxime and Justin to get through the heat. So that was a really good move from him.
You can play a defense just surfing.
Yeah, definitely.
It's better than use statics.
Yeah.
I think it's your mindset is right there.
Yeah.
Cool.
And this boy...
During the recap, we have this wave from the Frenchman. Talk us through, Joel.
That was big first turn from Justin. Another big second turn. Wave was a little foamy. Didn't really allow him to get a third one, but we'll see how that goes. It might improve his situation. But
You need a high score, man, 8.16.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he'll be able to get the 8.16, but it might help him. There's only 58 seconds left.
He's trying to close the gap a little bit.
Yeah.
Did you bring any, Vegemite in your luggage?
Oh, I usually do.
Oh, yeah? Normally?
I normally do, but I
Cool.
didn't this time. I wanted to try to have some variety in my breakfast.
Amazing. It's a staple, man. It's a staple.
Yeah.
So still waiting for scores. 30 seconds right now. It's a do-or-die situation for Justin Becquet and Mr. Maxime Roussanot. One French from inland, one French from Reunion Island. We're going to do a countdown. We're going to thank our guest here, podcaster, surfer. He didn't get the score that he needs, so his official results. Two Brazilian guys going to the next round. Oh, no. That was
before the buzz, I think.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
no buzzer beater moment there.
Yeah.
There was a little adrenaline just to the end, more emotion to the end, man. Hey, Joel, we cannot thank you enough. Multitask today. Future Yeti cooler owner, and today surf commentator, surf coach, and amazing surf rider, man.
Yeah.
Kudos for you, man.
Thanks so much
Mate,
for having me in here.
You're ripping. Keep rocking. You have any message? It's our camera. Say hello to your people in Down Under.
Yeah, hey everyone, thanks for watching. Thanks everyone for the nice messages, and just want to say hi to the fan back home and everyone watching. Thanks so much.
Amazing, mate. So we're going to go for a quick break, but stick around. We're going to have plenty of action to come. This is amazing. This is the last event of the CS season. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. Stick around. We'll be right back.
The people of Saquarema are incredible. And they're on the beach, they're watching, they're supporting. It's thousands and thousands of people screaming. More than listening to the crowd, it's the feeling that this is my time now. I'm home. I've been so successful in Saquarema. Being around people that you love, it translates to my surfing. All that passion is just, it's really special. It's beautiful. My country is here supporting me. They got my back. Puts me in a state of mind that I'm free. Saquarema faz eu me sentir em casa.
It takes a village to raise a child, but it takes a nation to host a world champion. And guess what? Felipe Toledo won back-to-back world championships in 2022 and 2023. You can check one-on-one at worldsurfweek.com. Round of 64, Heat 12 in the water now. Eli Hatteman in the red. Jadson Andre, former CT surfer, is in the blue. Alistair Reginato from Australia in the white. And Ryan Kainalo, local surfer from Brazil, is in green. Mitchell Assad here with Marcos Bocayuva. During the break, Jadson Andre got to work quickly. He had a quarterfinal finish at this year's CT stop here in Saquarema, Marcos.
The king of the grinding. Oh, my God, Jaddy. I think he's a global legend, a global hero, not just for Brazilian audience or Brazilian fans. Jaddy come all the way from the same spot that brings us Ítalo Ferreira, Rio Grande do Norte, back in the northeast of Brazil. Such a legend, humble, always, helping people, surfing, have to bounce back so many times to the QS, drawing board, back to the CT. He's a legend, man.
Opens up with a 3.83, and he's one of those guys that gives a lot more than he actually receives to Jadson. Not only a hero to the Brazilian people, but I think worldwide, just for surfers in general. Been around and done that multiple times. Opens up with the first score of the heat. A big one out there in the water right now, as Eli Hatteman has a chance to qualify for the championship tour with a good result here in Saquarema, the last event of the Challenger Series in 2023. Coming up against a powerhouse in the white jersey, Alistair Reginato. And then this kid, Ryan Kainalo, the Brazilian in the green jersey, opens up with a strong turn on the forehand right there and throws the tail around to pull the reverse. Complete opening ride for him, 25:30 on the clock. So non-priority situation between Reginato and Hatteman. Third priority goes to the experienced competitor, Jadson Andre. And there's the kid from Ubatuba in Sao Paulo, the youngster from Brazil.
Yeah, for sure. This is Brian Canalo, the son of my dear friend Alex Miranda. His father used to directed the most gnarly video clips from Sepultura, from the rap bands of Brazil. Alex Miranda used to be a professional surfer himself. He always put a structure for Ryan all the way to the toddler times when he went to Hawaii. Put a jet ski in the combo, surfing there with Ryan. So he was like Teco Padrats back in the day. He was built to be a champion.
One of the original big wave riders from Brazil.
For sure.
Miranda as 24:45 on the clock. Big heat win for David Silva. He's got a CS win earlier this year at the last event in Ericeira. Manu, he's looking to go 2 for 2 back-to-back wins here in Saquarema.
Yeah, Mitch, I'm here with David. What an amazing heat. Congratulations. Does your win in Portugal make you feel more confident to come to Brazil?
Yeah, I thought the win in Portugal is more confident for here. This event is very important to me because you're going to the CT again. But I'm very happy to make for the heat. It's very important to 2 points here. And then I'm very happy to take for 2 good waves because the heat is very strong because Kawan is very dangerous to the airs. And then I'm very happy to take for 2 good waves.
And how are you working your body and your mind to try to be on the championship tour next year?
I think so. Is putting my mind that just goes to surf because the pressure is hard now. But I think so. I go to surf. I go to more relax. I stay here in my family. I think so. It's very helpful to me. And then I'm very happy to stay here again.
Beautiful family, by the way. They're watching. Send a message in Portuguese for your family, your fans.
Yeah, thanks so much. Cara, muito obrigado a todos aí pela torcida. Muito amarradão de ter passado. Graças a Deus, Deus me deu mais uma oportunidade para estar participando mais uma bateria. E é isso, vamos com tudo. São pontos importantes, são eventos importantes, mas estou pensando mais em surfar e me divertir do que na competição. Eu sei que é difícil porque é uma pressão muito grande. Mas, cara, amarradão de estar aqui em Saquarema com toda a minha família e é isso.
Congratulations. This is David Silva. Pretty focused, guys. Back to you.
He looks great, Manu. Looking to go back-to-back in terms of the victories here at the Challenger Series level. Big win for him in the round of 64, and he's moving into the round of 32. Back to the water, 23 minutes on the clock. Ryan Cainalo opens up with a 4.83. You were mentioning that his father, Alex Miranda, one of the original pioneers of not only the introduction of the jet ski here in Brazil for surfing, one of the original big wave riders. It seems like his son doing quite well in competition too.
For sure. He's a grinder. He's such a legend at a young age. And how about the technique and this blow tail nose peak reverse, man? Wow. The rotation in the end, he got to put some full walks all the way to the nose.
In his late teens, too. He's still a junior. The kid has competed across the globe for many years now. I saw him compete in El Salvador at a Alas event, the regional tour here in the Americas in 2021. And speaking of hopefuls for the Hawaiian nation, Eli Hanneman from Maui, looking to be only the fourth surfer from that beautiful island to qualify for the championship tour, opening up with a strong wave right here, Marcos.
Yeah, we got Imai, but we got Elias. Talking about surf proteges, he's like BJ Penn on surfing.
Yeah, the prodigy. We actually coined that name for Baron Mamiya now. Kaipo and I agree that the prodigy of Hawaiian surfing is Baron, and as you can see, Eli's actually wearing a knee brace on his left knee, so nursing a bit of an injury, but doesn't seem like it's really phasing him at all in this heat. That's a strong start for him in the last Challenger Series event of the year. You can see his results so far in 2023. Opened up with a poor result over on the Gold Coast, much better in Sydney in 9th place, but then the victory at the U.S. Open, that's kept him in the top 10.
Yeah, kudos to Brad Simpson, to Alejo Muniz, a few guys that won the U.S. Open. That's such a traditional competition in Huntington Beach. You got to know how to do the Huntington Hop.
Definitely. And it just didn't seem like anybody was going to beat him on finals day over there. Jake Marshall had an incredible heat, did not make a single mistake, and Eli was just a little bit better than him. Ended up beating Crosby Colapinto in the final over there in Huntington Beach, taking out the biggest win of his young career so far. Opens up with a 4.03, and here he goes again. The kid from the Valley Isle. Setup carve. It's a bit of a frothier wave. Caught this on the way back out. Setting up, potentially for an air. And he's going to kick out. You know, I had a look at the beach from the Área dos Atletas do Banco do Brasil. And not only were the waves very fun, but as you can see right here, the tension in the athletes area is pretty big. Eli Hanneman qualifies for the World Championship Tour with a 5th place finish here in Saquarema. A lot of numbers being involved right now, and certain people need to make heats in order to keep their hopes alive. This young kid is a ripper. Love the style that Reginato brings to the Challenger Series. A lot of power. He's a bigger kid and really puts in a lot of torque into every section that he has on offer. Once again, heading into the inside, threw the fins out. Wasn't able to ride out of it, but did some damage before. Just under 20 minutes, now on the clock. As we see the kid from Australia has a lot to prove right here in the last event of the season.
I saw some resemblance with Bruce Adams, young Bruce, and I saw some resemblance with Thiago Camarão, another OG from Brazil, a grinder from the QS. Shout out to Camarão. And right now, Cailano is still on the leading board.
Here's Jadson Andre with the answer back. A couple of strong grabs in the pocket. Up and over the section right there. Once again, bringing the variation to the table on this wave. A couple of laybacks to finish this wave off. 19 minutes to go. The opening score of Hanneman was a decent one. Should get a small backup. And Jadson Andre also has a chance to qualify for the CT yet again with an event win here in Saquarema. Can still make it, even if he does make finals day. There have to be a couple of other potential situations, but he will secure his spot if he wins. Good wave here, Marcos.
Yeah, amazing speed, power, and flow for Jadi. He's such a high lander. Highlander for Brazilian surfing, for global surfing. Everybody loves Jaddy in the global surfing community. Such a rumble dude, always trying to help people out. This is Eli. Amazing snap on the first turn. A little setup turn there. Let's see how he's going to place that one in the closeout session. Nice rhythm.
Yeah, Eli was a social media sensation when Instagram kind of first became a huge hit with surfing. And as you can see right here, he is a quality surfer from the island of Maui. And here's Reginato's opener. A lot of torque in that one turn right there, Marcos.
Yeah, a lot of body torque. Folding his body, like Brett like to say. It's almost like a water ballet. Of course, with the raw power.
You know, it's really impressive when you see somebody his size be able to turn a board that quickly in a real short space, too. Getting the amount of speed necessary for somebody as big as that, it ain't easy.
Yeah,
and to
for
be
sure.
able to make it look
you know
easy
about
is hard.
these.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost like a blueprint of a George Smith in Down Under. George is an amazing small wave rider, and he's 6'3".
Jordy Smith?
Yeah.
No, he's bigger than that.
6'4"?
Yeah, he's got to be at least 6'3". Yeah, 6'3", 6'4".
I said 6'3".
Yeah, oh, okay. Oh, I
Okay.
thought you said 6 feet, though.
No,
I
6'3".
apologize.
Yeah, my accent.
Yeah, no.
We are 6'1" around, me and you?
Yeah, I'd say close to 6'2".
Yeah, 6'1" and a half.
You know, Owen Wright, also one of the tallest to ever do it.
Oh, for sure.
Trying to think of other tall surfers. Kelly's not very tall, but his feet are huge,
Yeah,
though. And
yeah.
if you look at his feet, you know, in
Gatien
terms of his
de la
body,
Haine is
Gatien
like
de la
6'3".
Haine is tall. The Mignots, pretty
Kate
tall kids,
Matson,
too. Kate Matson,
2%
big.
crew.
Cole Hauschman.
Oh, Cole Hauschman will be like a heavy hitter in the UFC, man.
Jake Marshall, Crosby, Colapinto is actually more than it.
Yeah.
Like now that I think
the
of
list
them,
is going on and on.
another big guy right here on screen too. Federico Moraes.
Big in size and big in meaning.
And in heart too.
Yeah, there is a whole country in his back right there. Portuguese flag.
He's looking to requalify for the championship tour.
A shout out to our Portuguese audience right there. People in Portugal are aficionados of surfing, man.
Fans.
Super fans.
Definitely love the sport of surfing. It's grown the country, not only financially, but from a tourism perspective, too.
For sure. How about Nazaré? Peniche, Supertubos, my dear Villa of Ericeira, the Carcavelos area, you know, Cascais we gave us Federico Moraes. Further down south, Sagres and Costa da Caparica. Oh, my God, so many OG spots there.
Well, speaking of OGs, here's one of them. Won his first and only CT event in 2010. Right here in Brazil. That was in Santa Catarina. And looking good on this one. Lighting this wave up. All the way down the line is Jadson Andre. And only looking to replace a 3.83 with 15 minutes on the clock now. Hadman drops a 5.47 for the left. That is his best at the moment. Reginato's opener, a 3.83. And Ryan Kainalo still with priority. And up and riding now. Great combo right there on the backhand. His first ride was a 4.83. Looking for a solid backup to that score. Just under halfway through the heat still, Marcos on the clock.
What a mixed heat, man. There is an OG legends, super well-rounded like Jaddy in the same heat as the phenom from Brazil, the prodigy.
And
Nice
Kainalo,
to turn.
he has a wide base too.
Yeah.
Rarely falls, and it is because of that wide base. Reminds me a lot of De Souza.
For sure, there's ADS, you know, IQ over there for sure.
Maybe a couple feet taller than De Souza.
Oh,
though,
yeah,
but-
he's a tall dude.
Yeah,
Tall
he's
little
big.
dude, man.
And then Jadson with a strong ride right here, looking to better a 3.83 Marcos.
Oh, yeah, countless maneuvers. Always a Highlander. The amount of wheel he's put on his surfing is amazing, man.
So the Highlander, is that a reference to the movie? With,
Yeah. We call
Sean
it here in
Connery?
Brazil. Yeah. He never give up.
Oh, I get it now.
It's a private joke for Brazilians.
Well, because a Highlander isn't like the clash at the end. They're supposed to be like enemies, and whoever ends up on top is the new Highlander, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I get it. Well, he's
That's
been
the
the
old
Highlander
crop
for
and
years.
the new crop. Yeah.
Nobody's been able to take away that name for him.
Hey, man, first victory in the CT against Kelly back in Santa Catarina.
Here's Hanneman now. Has a ramp. He's going to go to it. pulls the rotation. What an air by the kid from Maui. And we saw it coming. You could just see the section right there.
This is pure special session stuff.
And he was setting up for something huge. We asked, and he delivered. 13 minutes on the clock. An impressive rotation here.
He can show and tell. Amazing, Eli.
It's not every day you get to see that kid claim either. So if he's claiming something, it's for a reason.
Yeah.
Impressive stuff right there from Elijah Hanneman.
Fist bump on the chest, Eli.
Wow, that was a gnarly section too.
I don't want to be a judge right now, guys.
Nothing easy about that landing whatsoever.
A lot of heart.
That is for sure.
A lot of skills.
12:30 on the clock. And I love that people are stepping up when they need to.
For sure.
A lot of the high seeds have been moving through with strong performances, and they know what's on the line. Hanneman about to drop a monster of a score as we see Jadson right there real quick up and down. Went for a rotation of his own.
Whoa, my God. I still have my chin dropping over here.
Well, and Reginato's been very smart with the way he's competed so far in 2023. Do not think that will change. He tends to be on the best waves most of the time in his heats. Opened up with a 3.83. For the most part, you'd be thinking that's his backup score. But right now, both Kainalo and Reginato are going to need something big because the last of Hanneman comes through as an 8.5. One of the highest scores of the event so far, and well-deserved, Marcos.
For sure, man. The high of difficulty of this trick is amazing. How high he went there. The rotation, the landing, everything on point. Eli, you're the man of the hour right now.
Reginato with priority needs a 7.27. Ryan Kainalo in third needs a 6.27. And Jadson Andre needs to win this event to officially qualify for the Championship Tour for 2024. He's looking to replace his 5.43 as his low score. 11 minutes on the clock. Some big heats coming up. We have Frederico Moraes, number 3 in the rankings. In the next heat, Mikey McDonough, Leo Casal, and Jarvis Earl, our current World Junior Champion, will be joining him in that one. We talk about conditions excelling too at the same time. First 2 days of competition have just been non-stop. The consistency of these waves here at Praia Itaúna have been great. I mean, I think we should come here every single year for a challenge.
For sure. I have a little flashback from the Haleiwa contest back in 2014 when Dusty Payne took the wallet from Julian Wilson in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I went back-to-back. We went back-to-back 5 days straight up with competition. The first day to the 5th day.
And Sebastian Zietz, I believe, was in that final too. Man, you're throwing some heavy names around here, Marcos.
Whoa. I love heavy names, man.
Well,
I don't love heavy metal. I'm more like a punk rock guy.
Really? You don't like Metallica?
No, I like Metallica, but
okay,
for me, Metallica is trash. You like fading into, heavy rock, but not heavy metal.
Speaking of heavy rock, you saw the event's top scores right there. Eli Hanneman has an 8.5 in this heat, and that is one of the highest single wave scores of the event so far. Just under 10 minutes to go. Reginato still with priority, and Eli's been busy in this one. 7 waves, but 2 count.
There is a resemblance with the path for Eli with Iago Dora. Iago was talking clips and, dropping from the Newport, theater to drop a few movies from Vulcan, back like a superstar, and then he joined the competition and went all the way to the elites, and now he's a huge surfer. In the competition also, Eli can transform himself with the same path.
Well, I think that the big difference right there, if there is any, is the replay of Jadson now. The one left had a cool combo right there, the carve into the throat tail. Iago had an opportunity to compete at the CT level before he actually got this. So, Eli still hasn't had that. He's had a chance to compete in the pipeline trials before.
Okay.
Which is, the event within the event, but in actual CT competition, a little bit different. That's the last of Kainalo. He's looking for a 6.27, Marcos.
Flawless in the 180, front side 180. He's trying to connect the dots, maybe have another punt. Let's check it out. Going to go left. Some variation there. Amazing wave, milk all the way through. This is the powerhouse from down under, Alistar Reginato.
And just as I told you, has a lot of strength in those legs right there. And the Queenslander looking to make things happen in the last 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Needs a 7.27 with just one score. Riding for Mayhem. Those boards looking great underneath his feet. For the most part, you'll see a lot of surfers here tend to ride the driver.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's a model that works great in better waves with a lot of push. And as you can see right here, this wave has a lot of push for the big boy from down under. Real strong turn right there, Marcos.
Yeah. He's surfing the leader of the rankings of shapers, board constructors. Mr. Matt Biolas from Mayhem. Shout out to Mr. Jean Berrini, all the way from Rio de Janeiro to Southern California to help Matt with the team riders. Like UFO helped Marcio Zovi as a team manager.
Yeah, they both have been doing it for a very long time now. I remember Yufu being there since, Marcio signed Felipe.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that was the big catalyst for Sharp Eye Surfboards because
no doubt
before, I had ridden a few of the boards when I was doing the QS. I had ordered a couple from Marcio. Next thing you know, a couple years later, they signed Felipe. They're selling boards all over the world now. They're one of the most popular brands in the world. And Mayhem's, been a staple of surfboard shaping for 20-plus years.
I have an anecdote from UFO. The first day that I met the guy, I stayed in his house. I was with my friend Freddie Pompemeyer, the big wave photographer, and we were in San Clemente driving back to LA every day, and we were so tired to come back like 5 o'clock in the morning. And I say, hey, UFO told us we can stay there. Can you call UFO? And the first day that I met the guy, I stayed in his house. That shows how much heart the guy had.
Yeah, cool dude. Has a great job too, being able to deliver boards to some of the best surfers in the world.
Not bad of a job, man. This is a dream job as ourselves also.
Still has a lot of work though. 6:20 on the clock. You saw Jarvis Earl right there on screen, our current world junior champion on the men's side. He's going to be coming up in heat 13. Eli Hanneman still leading, waiting for the last of Reginato. He needs an 8.07 now because the last of Jadson Andre comes through as a 6.23. Kainalo, a 4.87 on his last. That is his best. Needs at least a 7.03 at the moment. With 6 minutes to go, let's see how he got to this point of the heat right now. Elijah Hanneman dropped a hammer of a score, an 8.5, but it all started with the 5.47, Marcos.
Yeah, the backside attack on point for Eli Hanneman, the Maui boy, a superstar on free surfing, putting all together to be a superstar on competition also.
And then the rotation here, one of the highest scores of the event so far.
Oh my God.
And the kid went ballistic.
Look how high was his tail, Mitch. Woo. I love the claim also.
And then Jadson Andre with a couple of good scores, a 6.23 and a 5.67 on his top two rides.
I love this blow tail, man. A lot of board control.
So just over 5 minutes now. And that's been the tale of the heat so far. Kainalo opened up with a 4.83 originally. And this kid just got a 4.6, his best. Strong start right there for Alistair. Needs this wave to cooperate. Goes for the air. And almost pulled it.
No speed for that, just pure technique.
And straight into the flats. Would have been awesome if he would have been able to pull it. Close but no cigar, though. Just under 5 minutes. He still has time. And needs a 7.3. Meanwhile, Jadson Andre has been in second place the majority of the heat. He does not want to relinquish that spot in this one. He's looking at the replay here. Decent sized wave. Opened up with a strong carve, too.
Yeah, there's a little double up there. You can tell by the body language he was preparing to do a punt. This lost surfboards almost like do the turn with him. I don't know if people know about this anecdote about Jadson. We almost lost Jadson to surfing for soccer because he was going for he wanted to be a professional soccer player. He was going for the tournament with his father, and then started raining, and he went to the beach, and he have the first surf session of his life, and start digging into surfing. He almost lost, Jadi to soccer.
Well,
I think he's good.
It wouldn't have been a bad career path.
Oh,
I can
for sure.
tell you that. Either way, he probably would have stayed in athletics.
Money-wise, maybe wrong decision. Vibe-wise, super right decision, man.
It depends on who you ask, I guess.
I know. For myself, at least.
You know, soccer players, they have a pretty good life. A lot of them live at the beach. I don't think a lot of them would be complaining. 3:25 on the clock. Hanneman still in first. Andre hanging on to second place as Kainalo needs a 7.03 and Reginaldo needs a 7.3. You can see him try to break away right there in the white jersey. Seems like he's moving towards the southern peak a bit more.
Mitch, you know, talking about soccer and surf, I remember a guy from Botafogo, the leader of the National Soccer Championship nowadays is Botafogo. We used to have Rodrigo in the team of Botafogo, a surfer from Santos, the same region of Renato Vanderlei, one of the guys in Brazil that have the most similar style of Cole Hossman.
Wasn't Botafogo the team that broke the color barrier here in Brazil too? Is that what happened? They signed the first colored player.
Yeah.
The
Back in the day was
League, right?
Yeah, one of the teams was Vasco also.
Oh, Vasco as well.
Yeah. Botafogo is we call the lonely star team because they have a star as a logo. And Vasco is almost like a heritage from Portugal.
Yeah, Vasco da Gama.
Yeah, Vasco da Gama. You know history, man.
Yeah.
I know you're buff for history.
Yeah, the more you learn, the better.
For sure, man.
You know, especially on the QS. You learn something
you
new every
tools,
day.
Man.
Yeah.
Great-grandfather. Oh, my God. He's Vasco great-grandfather. He's the
Well,
same.
I think our director in
bloodline,
here
man.
might be
Oh, my God, Vasco. This is huge, man.
joking a little bit right there. Our director, Vasco.
I'm not joking. I'm
Vasco
a
Figueiredo.
great son from the founder of Brazilian Republic, Quintino Bocaiúva.
Yeah, your brother told me that.
He told me.
And I honestly find it hard to believe.
Yeah.
Because Brazil's huge.
I know.
When we talked about the population, the size of the country, first of all.
Straight up bloodline. Man. He's the grandfather of my great father.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, you might have some pull if we, need a place to stay next time. So let's.
No, my heritage is cultural, man.
Here's Alistair now. Late drop for him around the section, and just a little too late right there for Reginaldo. He's been trying though. Here's Kainalo to the air and pulls it. One more section and fits it in.
How technical this kid can be, Mitch. Oh, sweet Jesus.
Needs a 7.03. And it's a pretty big score when you look at the excellent scores that we've seen so far, even the sevens that we've seen on day 2 of competition. 50 seconds. And not for lack of trying, but he has been up there the entire time. He has 3 scores that are in the 4s at the moment. This looks like it's going to be his best so far, though, Marcos.
How light he's going in his front foot, like just to twist it around this trick. Oh, sweet Jesus, man. That was a tutorial of a 180. No grab. Almost like a full rotation.
Good amount of height, too.
Yeah, 270 maybe.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is that you have an excellent comparison just to be able to get something close to a 7 or an 8 maybe right now. That's the Elijah Hanneman 8.5. And that was a massive error when you compare it to that one. And not to say that it wasn't cool, it was, but just don't know about a 7.03 with just the 1. He's up and riding again, though, so...
Multi-man.
Seems like that wave was before the buzzer. Hanneman in the lead. Seriously doubt that anybody's going to be able to take him out of that position right there.
Ryan at least put a question mark out there.
Well, and say he doesn't get the score, but then improves on his low one afterwards. His requirement is way less right now. So standing by for scores for Ryan Kainalo, the kid from Sao Paulo.
And his father, Alex Miranda, is from downtown Sao Paulo, but he have a beach house in Ubatuba. So they drove all the way down to Ubatuba.
So done and dusted is this heat. Still waiting on scores. Hanneman seems like he's pretty safe in first. Big performance by him, the kid from Maui. He's going to be making his way into the shoreline.
Nice wedges for airs right now,
Oh, yeah.
Mitch. Oh, my God.
He knew that paddling out.
For sure. He's a study of the game, man.
So waiting on a few scores for Ryan Kainalo. And
Thumbs up, bro.
See right there, Eli Hanneman. He's asking somebody on the beach, am I good? Am I out? And he's
I got it wrong.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up, Brock.
So 2 scores are owed right now for Ryan Kainalo. Jansen Andre in second all heat long. Heat 13 on standby. They are on hold as we are waiting for scores to make things official. Will Ryan Kainalo get the score with just the one air, or could he potentially break it up with 2 scores and get the necessary requirements with 2 waves in the last 2 minutes of the heat?
Well,
They're
what a
coming through
day,
right
man.
now. Oh, it's been an amazing day.
Amazing day, man.
That's what happens. You get people a shot of qualifying, and next thing you know, they're surfing the best they've ever been.
Dreams in line. Death
And
or glory.
Coming
as Mike
through
Nance
right
used
now.
to say.
Yeah, well, it's the Clash song too, and it's
Oh yeah, sorry.
not
You know,
enough.
Joe Strummer.
For Ryan Kainalo, it's a 6.67. So he's going to stay in third, and his last wave was a 3.9. So Jadson Andre holds on to second place. Alistair Reginato will end his CS campaign in 2023 with a 4th place finish here in the round of 64, but a great year for him to debut on the Challenger Series. We'll probably be seeing him in 2024 on the CS. Jadson Andre, though, and Elijah Hanneman moving through into the round of 32 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Big heat coming up. Fred Moraes, number 3 in the rankings, about to hit the lineup with qualification on the line.
The Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, and by Yeti, built for the wild.
What a day so far for number 2 of competition here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. Frederico Moraes, number 3 in the rankings, in the red. Mikey McDonough, the 22-year-old from Lennox Head, Australia, is in blue. Leo Casal, the powerhouse from Brazil, in the white. And our current world junior champion on the men's side, Jarvis Earl, is in the green jersey. So 2 Aussies out there with a Portuguese surfer in the red and a Brazilian surfer in the white jersey. Here's Mikey. First wave of the heat for him. He's got a lovely style, and as you can see right there, flows with what the ocean will provide. Should be a good opening ride for him. Outside, Fred. He's going to look left. Strong opening turn right there for the Portuguese, and a bash on the second one. Show me the money. A lot of spray right there for Fred Moraes. He knows what's on the line right now. He's number 3 in the ranks, coming off of one of his best results so far this year, and he will qualify if he at least guarantees himself a 5th place finish here in Saquarema.
There is a lot of people rooting for Frederico right now. I think even Ronaldo is tuning in.
So a strong start for him on his opening ride.
Amazing. Look at this one, man. Gigantic. Talking about tall guys, surfing well, surfing with power. That was a blueprint, man.
Wow. Picture perfect, really.
Like parkour stuff.
Precision, right in the money. And then Mikey McDonough with a strong opener, too.
Yeah, talking about style, man. Oh, my God. Like Benji Waterly, like Gatien de la Reine a little bit also. Look at the snap, man.
Yeah, he's very light on his feet, too.
Yeah, yeah. I like the style of surfing.
22 years of age from Lennox Head, Australia. Leo Casal out there in the white jersey. He is a powerful goofy footer from Brazil. Has a great air game, too. Competed here last time when we had the Challenger Series for the first time in Saquarema. As you see Mikey on screen right there. Opened up with a 3.5. And now Jarvis Earl laying it on rail right there on the left. Nice little turn in the pocket for Jarvis. Smaller wave, but going to get things going for him with 5 minutes off of the clock now. And priority with the surfer in the white jersey, Leo Casal. This kid's been around for a long time. And for the first time ever, we crowned World Junior Champions at Seaside Reef. He was a world champion at the end of the event against local boy Levi Slauson. So just under 25 minutes on the clock. Good start for Fred Moraes at the 6.5. You know who was off to a blistering hot start was Elijah Hanneman. He's downstairs with Rachel.
You have one of the highest score of the event so far in 8.5. Talk us through that wave.
Yeah, I don't even remember. I kind of blacked out, but I just remember pumping down the line. And I saw a closeout, so I knew what I had to do. And then when I landed, I just had so much emotion. I don't even know what I did, but I claimed it really hard, which felt kind of like, I don't know, I felt weird after. But I don't know. I'm just so passionate about this. I needed that heat so bad. I had a tough run in Portugal, just like unfortunate turn of events at the end of my heat. And it just felt so good to just have that, like, feeling of like rhythm again.
Yeah, it's crazy because it doesn't seem like it's your first time in Brazil because you look so comfortable in this wave. How intimate are you feeling with this wave so far?
Yeah, I've never been to Brazil, but I'm having a good time so far. I'm with all my friends. Every one of our friends in the house we're staying in has made their heat, so we got a good thing going. Hopefully we can keep it going all the way.
Yeah, and you need to be at least in 5th position to qualify. How's your mindset for this event, which is so important?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not really, I mean, obviously I'm nervous before my heats, but like, you know, I'm confident in the plan that Jesus has for me, and I have no, you know, fear of not accomplishing the goal this year because I know that I'm just getting better and I'm maturing more, and every year I'm just going to keep getting better, and I'm really honored to be in the position I'm in, but I definitely feel like I deserve to be there, so I'm going to keep going.
That's a really good mindset. Congratulations and good luck into the next round. Of course.
I just want to say thanks to my mom, my dad, my family, my girlfriend for watching, and shout out to anyone in Lahaina. My hometown has had a really hard couple months. You know, crazy wildfires, thousands of deaths, and or hundreds of deaths, and you know, it's really tragic. But anyone from Lahaina who's watching, thank you, and I hope I get to see you guys soon.
Thank you for the message and for everything. See you soon. Back to you guys.
Maui no Ka'oi. Congratulations to Elijah Hanneman, and he is a man with a plan.
Yeah.
His entire family very proud of what this kid has done so far in his young career, and love to see him move through into the round of 32 and potentially qualify here in Saquarema. Meanwhile, though, Leo Casal gets his first ride of the heat, a decent one.
For sure, a lot of powers in Leo's surfing. A little similarity to Young Oveia. It's like a young Aki type of Brazilian surfer.
Very low base, as
we
see Mikey's third ride, 4.33, the best out of the 3 he's had so far.
A little Cooperman there. Style.
Cooper Chapman,
Cooper Chapman.
It's a good call out.
Thank you.
And then Jarvis Earl, first wave of the heat for him, comes in as a 3.83.
Yeah, he's surfing so fast, the junior champ Jarvis.
What that kid did at Seaside Reef, I have never seen before. The waves were amazing. He's from Cronulla, where we've seen some CT surfers come through before.
Oh, yeah.
Richard Doc Marsh, who's in the athletes area right now.
Federico Coach.
Yeah. So, I mean,
talking about legacy,
the people that he beat during that event, Alan Cleland Jr. in the semifinals.
Whoa, my favorite Mexican surfer.
He beat...
Besides you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm kidding.
Well, that one hurt a little bit. I thought you were going to say me first, but...
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. He beat Levi Slauson in the final over there, who's a local surfer who was just on fire. It seemed like for somebody to stop him was going to be very difficult. He drops a near 10 in the final. After that, no stopping him whatsoever. So in this case of the Challenger Series so far, it hasn't been the best run for him, but I think there's a lot of positives to take out of his 2023 so far on the CS. Meanwhile, here's Mikey McDonough. Throws the tail around. That should help his score line. Looking to improve on a 3.5.
Rotation, Mitch.
Yeah, and you mentioned the resemblance to Cooper Chapman. He's a tall kid too. I just love how smooth he is on both on rail and when he can put it in the air too. 20 minutes on the clock now, Marcos.
Almost like hot, knife and butter. Check it out. Snapping, putting his place in the pocket there and throwing the rotation with no speed, just pure technique.
Yeah, his hand placement is really cool too.
Amazing. Almost like a taller version of Ethan Ewing.
Oh.
Because talking about style, it's kind of hard to disattach from EE.
You know what, though? Ethan Ewing is pretty big.
Yeah, I know.
A lot of
but
people
he's bigger.
Oh, well.
Yeah, a few inches, man.
Maybe, yeah.
Cut me some slack. I'm
Yeah?
tired.
Okay, yeah, I know.
I'm kidding.
It's been a couple of long days. But.
Yeah, it's a marathon, but with the joy in my heart. Marco Mio, ça va, mon ami? Bonne chance.
Speaking of people that have a chance of qualifying, too, he can still make it. Number 20 in the rankings is Marco Mignon. He'll be coming up in the next heat. Yeah, tall surfers tend to have a real hard time with style and making things look beautiful. Mikey McDonough doesn't.
Yeah.
Drops a 4.17 on his last 19 minutes on the clock. Fred's still in the lead with a 6.5 and a 2. So they're tied at the moment, but since Fred has the best wave out of the two surfers, he takes the lead. Jarvis Earl in third with priority has a 3.83. And Leo Casal's opening ride comes through as a 3.4.
Kind of cool that Federico have his best score so far in his backhand attack because so well-rounded. Jeffries Bay runner-up for Felipe. Kai Sky's local, training in Isidra, right-hand point breaks all the time. Koshos, for sure.
Oh, multiple Finals Day appearance on both the CS and Championship Tour calendar. And knowing him, he very few times misuses priority either. A very smart surfer. Let's see what he can do in the back end of this heat. Fred Moraes on the cusp of qualifying for the CT once again in 2024. We'll see what he can do with the last 18 minutes of this one. The biggest changes from last year's Challenger Series to this year's Challenger Series. The field reduced from 80 men in comparison to 96 from last year. As we see Leo Casal, one of the new men who qualified for the South America region for the Challenger Series in 2023. On the women's side, 64 women in 2022. Now we only have 48. Top 10 men and 5 women qualify for the championship tour at the end of 2023. Leo Casal opened up with a 3.4. Wow, what a turn right there, Marcos.
Yeah, type of hockey turn like Timo Tibisseau resemblance. And we talk a lot about, of course, Iago Dora, my dear friend. He introduced me my wife. I'm married with Anna with 28 years now. But we got to talk about Paulo Kiji, Leo Casal coach, man. He trained with Jesse Mendes, Alejo Muniz. He's an OG also. We don't talk so much because he's a super shy guy. We used to be a professional surfer back in the 80s, and he's an amazing surf coach.
Here goes Fred. Strong opening ride there for Moraes. Waiting for this wave to double up on the inside. Once again, just connecting the dots. He's doing well so far. Gonna kick out on that one.
He's 2 point. He's back up. He's already in Cascais.
So as I told you before, it doesn't really misuse priority at all, and found a decent wave right here to get a backup score going.
Whoa, what a hook to start. So much style there. And you were talking about his IQ of competition, one of the best IQ, like level of ADS, like world champion level.
Yeah, and especially, Portugal's always had excellent competitors. They have amazing surfers, but I think they excel more in competition
For sure.
than a lot of people really tend to appreciate. Thiago Pires.
Oh, shout out to the Portuguese Tiger, man.
He was an amazing competitor when he was on the championship tour. A great barrel rider. Made the semifinals, finals day, many different times during his tenure on the championship tour. And when he used to have the Euroforce on tour, as the score's in for Fred, it's a 5.0, so that's his backup now. But the Euroforce, you had Tim Boll, you had Mickey Picon, Marlon Lipke, Michel Perez, Jeremy, Thiago Pires. I could go on with a few more names too, but there was a point in time where they had around 10 surfers on the championship tour at the same time. What happened, though, was that a lot of the old guard fell off, and there wasn't really anybody to replace them on the championship tour.
Almost the same thing that happened with the female surfing after Silvana. There was a gap. So people are always asking, what's coming around for Brazilian Storm in the girls' division?
Yeah. Well, right now there's only one.
Yeah. And still, it's kind of hard. The new generation, the new crop is being preparing the surf school. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, actually, last time I spoke to Pinga, Luis Campos, we'll get back to that, watching live action here for Jarvis Earl. And a great combo on the forehand for the kid from Cronulla. Opened up with a 3.83. Strong combo right there, catching up with Casale. And it seemed like he went down on the last turn with 13 minutes on the clock now. But yeah, Pinga was telling me that they've been working mostly kids from 8 to 10 range.
That's the
in terms of the age. But it's mostly a lot of young women that are coming up through the rankings that are potentially going to be the next world champions out of Brazil.
For sure, you're going to have plenty of surprise along the way in the next few years. And talking about Leo Casal, he have the same legendary sponsor as Fabio Gouveia.
Hang Loose?
Yeah, Hang Loose, the brand that put the ESP, back in the ESP era, the competition on the map in the Joaquina in 86, because you got a gap from Waimea 5,000 in Port Door to the 4 years without competition here in Brazil, till 82 to 86. We have amazing swell in the final. Dave Macaulay won against Aki.
It's one of my favorite logos.
Oh,
like
yeah.
The Chaka.
Yeah, the Chaka, man.
So 12:20 on the clock, waiting on a few scores right now. Mike McDonough with priority. His low score is a 4.17. He's been solid so far in this heat, but his fellow countryman from Australia knocks him down to third because Jarvis Earl drops a 5.83, his best of the heat so far. Now Mikey needing a 5.34, and Leo Casal in the white needing a 5.04 or better. Now we talk about resurgence of certain countries and maybe certain areas of the world. You told me off air yesterday that it felt like Australia has had a resurgence when it comes to the camaraderie.
For sure.
We saw it with Dean Morrison, Mick, and Joel on the championship tour level as we look at the beautiful blowtail right there and the combo from Jarvis Earl. But after that, it almost felt like there wasn't as much unity among the Australians on tour. we're seeing it a lot more now in the Challenger Series level.
And I'm digging this vibe, man. Because down under, people are so humble, so united, but kind of spread around. After Mickey retired, after Joe retired before, and Dingo, the first one to retire from the Cooley kids. And talking about the Aussie.
Yeah, well, that's
crew,
Jackson Baker.
That's the game, man.
He
Such a
surfed
character, man.
in one of the very first heats of the morning, and he's still sticking around to support everybody else. Here's Mikey. Whoa, that's more like it from McDonough. And goes up into the lip a couple of times in a row. Slides the fins for good measure. The Aussies love it, as they should.
Talking about angles, how he placed the snap hook over there. Amazing style, man.
Leo now on the back end. This is good for him. Unfortunately, though, that wave just dies out. Here's Jarvis now. Has a great air game. And you got to spin it to win it every now and then. A smaller wave and a very quick rotation.
What a quick rotation. Almost like a skateboarding rotation.
Oh, you should see the amount of training that they do for airs with the Australian High
in the
Performance
gym?
Institute.
Oh.
Well, both in the water and outside.
Oh,
but
okay.
he is one of their premier aerialists. As
The
you can see
program
right
that
there.
Andrew King started as a leader back in Down Under?
Yeah,
Okay.
Andy King, I believe, no longer works for
I know,
them
but
now.
he
Yeah.
started the program.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a real
Shout
good
out to
system
you,
over there.
King. You're the king.
He truly
I love
is.
the guy, man.
Beautiful soul.
Yeah, for sure.
And this is the replay of Leo. Good opening maneuvers right here, Marcos.
Talking about power DNA right there. Shout out to you, Paulo Kiji.
And then Mikey McDonough with the answer back right here. Love the throw on this one.
I love this one and how he plays that one. Woof. Nice rook over there.
You know, what's so cool about him is that he never forces anything.
Yeah, everything is so casual, natural.
He surfs the wave for what it is, and I think that's something that a lot of surfers can really understand. Scores coming through from Mikey. They look good, and it's enough for second place. It's a 5.6 for McDonough.
Whoa, what a battle, man.
That drops down Jarvis Searle to third place with 9 minutes to go.
There's a battle there going on with two regulars being the stars in the backbone of this heat. This Goofy and another Goofy. This is Casal, man.
And that is a strong start for Leo. Throws the tail around, uses the rail, and then finishes that one strongly. He loves it.
Man, what a tough day to be a judge.
I love his enthusiasm, his attitude. He's a real quiet and shy kid when you meet him, but he is a power surfer when he hits the lineup, looking for at least a 5.58. The last of Earl is in, and they're flip-flopping positions in this one. Jarvis Searle back to second place, drops Mikey to third. McDonough now needs a 4.61 to retake second, and this wave of Leo looking to be at least a 5.58.
Let's see if this wave going to shuffle these cars right now. Nice snap. 3 turns, combo.
It's a big boy right there, bringing that board around like that, too.
For sure. He's so compact and strong. I love the first turn. Almost like a setup snap, and then another bang in the end. Right there.
Going to be a crucial wave at this point of the heat, too. 7.5 on the clock as we look at the finish of Casal.
A little slingshot effect on the double up there in the inside.
Yeah, and what's crazy about that is the tide's high. You don't normally see that on the inside here. This is Mikey's last. Had another wave after the 5.6. Looking for a 4.61 here, Marcos.
Connecting the dots with a lot of flair. Ooh, nice hook. Hey, he's flawless.
Yeah.
No, style-wise.
You know, he can't make a mistake. There's been certain waves, though, that haven't just allowed for certain types of maneuvers, though. As here's Jarvis now on the back end. That's some great stuff from Earl. And once again into the lip. This is a very competitive heat right now.
Ooh.
I think even if you're Fred,
Nobody's
you're still
safe.
not safe.
Yeah. There's no locker there.
And just under 7 minutes, you saw Leo Casal up there as well. Waiting on a few scores. One for Mikey, one for Leo. And Jarvis Earl about to drop another score right now, too. The previous one for Leo Casal is a 5.4. So he moves up into third place. Would be needing a 4.81 or better.
Let's see how the judge gonna score the last wave for Mikey.
Yeah, everybody asked me, hey, how difficult are QSs and Challenger Series levels? I'm like, you want to try surfing in one, you might as well sign up.
For sure, you're going to have plenty of ones and twos
Best,
for the normal surfer.
Best 80 men in the world that are on the championship tour, and you still might have some CT surfers in the event too, because as of this year, CT surfers don't necessarily have to surf in the CS either.
Yeah. But if they want to train, they can They can play spoiler.
There are always spots allocated to them in each event.
As Miguel did here, as João Chanca did here.
Yep.
Talking about tall guys, Mr. all the way from San Clemente, Cade Madison from the 2% crew.
Seems like he's riding a driver 3.0 underneath his feet from Matt Biolos. Number 9 in the rankings coming into the event is Cade Madsen. He needs a big result here. And there's the former World Pro Junior Champion, Lucas Silveira. He'll be matching up against Cade in the next heat.
Talking about a powerhouse encounter right now. Oh, my God. Next heat, we're going to be ballistic.
And Mikey throws the tail around, pulls it.
Hey, there's some butter on his fins, maybe. My God, man.
And might have an opportunity here to get the 4.61 that he needs. His previous ride was a 4.6. So at the moment that has him tied with Jarvis. But since Earl has the best wave out of the two, he gets the tiebreaker and is in second place. So a tight heat right now. And as I had previously said, not even the heat leader right now is safe. He has an 11.5 heat total. The one thing that he has against everybody else is priority. Here's the last of Mikey looking for a 4.61.
Amazing. Even he doing just zigzag is stylish, man. Just setting up to be in the power source there, stalling. Now he's in place, placing a little rotation there. Nice reverse, connecting the dots with a little hot knife on butter. Another little hook there, just a cherry on top.
4 minutes to go. This could be an important wave for Jarvis too.
I love this first snap.
Just the one and none right there for Earl. And he'll kick out just under 4 minutes. It seems like Moraes caught a wave as well. Priority with Leo Casal needs a 4.81. Even though we are still waiting for the last wave of Mikey McDonough and the previous of Jarvis Earl, the right. So we could see some flip-flopping again.
Whoa.
So you want to be a professional surfing judge, don't you?
Not myself.
This is the last of Fred. Went left for the second time in this heat. And it seems like the backhand has been playing
for sure
well so far in this one.
There's a lot of left-handers in Cascais area, either the Guincho, the Studio. And Fred is always so precise. There is a lot of resemblance from Joel Parkinson in the class, in the posture. JS lad is moving fast there.
That is true. A 6.93, the previous of Jarvis Earl. He overtakes the lead. Moraes down to second place, looking to improve on a 5-point ride. We're still waiting for his last. But Mikey McDonough still owed a score. Now needs a 5.91, and Leo Casal needs a 6.11. Priority with the surfer from Brazil in the white jersey. 2.5 on the clock. Things are coming down to the wire here in Heat 13 of the round of 64 in Saquarema. Seems like Leo having a look. He's going to use priority on this one. Also has a good air game. Goes for the rotor, and unfortunately, not really the section that he was needing right there.
Yeah, but Iago Dora is like spinning style. Almost like Travis Pastrana style of dirty bike, like whipping the tail there.
We're getting into Nitro Circus, aren't you?
Yeah, let's go, man.
A 4.97, the last of Fred, so doesn't improve. And the previous of Mikey, not enough. It's a 4.2. So still needing close to a 6, a 5.91, and Leo needs a 6.11. Boy, and this has been a back and forth match between all four surfers. Look at how close it is. 12.7, 6.11, 5, 10.2, 10.03.
Whoa.
It's been one wave that's made a difference.
Crazy path throughout this heat, man.
And Moraes, number 3 in the rankings coming into the event. If he makes the quarterfinals, he will automatically qualify for the World Championship Tour for 2024. And at that point, it would be mathematically impossible to get him outside of the top 10. But he is 60 seconds away from making at least the round of 32, which is a crucial heat for him right now in the grand scheme of things. 6 events this year. You drop your 2 lowest results, we count your 4 best. 45 seconds on the clock now.
Right now, there's 40 seconds of agony in Portugal right now. It's kind of hard. Yeah. It's just one guy trying to carry out the legacy of the great country of Portugal on his back. There's a lot of guys coming up. There's Jaime Vezelco, there's Matias Canhoto. My God, they calling already Matias Canhoto the Portuguese Medina.
20 seconds to go. Jarvis Hurl with priority. Fred in second. And what a battle, what a heat by both Mikey McDonough and Leo Casal. They put a great effort up to try to make it out of this heat and into the round of 32. A little too short, though, as it's going to be Jarvis Hurl and that man on screen, Frederico Moraes, moving through into the round of 32.
Talking about keeping the dreams alive.
Well, he just has a target on his back right now. A lot of people chasing him, and he is in the driver's seat, being the number 3 surfer in the rankings at the moment on the Challenger Series schedule. Jarvis Hurl with a big heat win here in the round of 64. He's going to be moving straight into the round of 32. And Lucas Silveira will be coming up against Cade Matson, Marco Mignot, and Gabriel Klausner. Another big one as Cade Matson looking to qualify for the first time ever for the Championship Tour in 2024. A lot more action. 3 more heats to go here in Saquarema. You don't want to miss any of it. It's the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. And as you can see right here, waves are still pumping and pumping. A lot of action to come up.
What a day of action, Mitch. Oh, my God.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, let's go. I'm a soldier, man, of the game.
So stay tuned for the rest of the round of 64. Cade Matson, Marco Mignot, Lucas Silveira, and Gabriel Klausner head of the lineup after the break. Big day of surfing here for day 2 of competition at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat 14 of the round of 64 in the water for the men. Cade Matson from the U.S., number 9 in the rankings in the red. Marco Mignot from France in the blue, number 20 in the rankings. Lucas Silveira, former World Pro Junior Champion, he'll be in white. And Gabriel Klausner, the local wild card, will be in green. My name is Mitchell Salazar, and I am joined by the finest journalist for surfing in Brazil, Maeda Paps. Welcome back, Maeda. Big heat out in the water. Cade Matson with qualification on the line. He's number 9 coming into the event. It is a must-win scenario for him.
Yeah, Mitchell, thank you very much for your compliments. Yeah, for Kate Madison, this heat means a lot. This happened during the break. Very nice carve right there. Another one. And he hits the lip over there to finish this wave. A good opportunity for him. A very nice looking wave for starts things here. And this is Lucas Silveira. He's really strong.
Yes, he is. And actually caught that wave right on the buzzer. You could see him setting up his watch there. And Marco Mignon, who's had a strong year as well, Maida, number 20 in the rankings coming into the event here. Resides in Sayulita, Mexico for the most part of the year, representing France though, and has spent most of the summer over there in Europe, coming off of another good result in Ericeira, but needs to make it pretty far in this event to keep his dream alive of qualifying for the CT in 2024. The highest point of the tide right now, by the way, it is 3:03 local time. We have just hit the highest part, 3.4 feet. It is noticeable with the backwash.
Yeah, the backwash is always a big thing here in Itaúna, Saquarema. Every time a surfer comes here for the first time, they kind of have difficult to deal with this backwash, especially during the high tide. So for sure, this is going to play hard working for the surfers during this heat. And we just saw Lucas Silveira hammering there that wave. Lucas Silveira is a very strong surfer. He lives nowadays, I think he's still living in Portugal, and we know that his surfing really suits Portugal. The powerful waves are Portugal, and yeah, as you said, he is a World Pro Junior champion. I really like to see Lucas Silveira surfing.
Yeah, first time I met him in Puerto Escondido, I think I want to say 2010, 2011. You can already see right there the technique and the talent that he had. It's another great wave for Silveira. When he won his World Pro Junior Championship in 2016, bit Timothy Biso in the final, and I mean he was able to dominate that event from start to finish. As we look at temps for Saquarema, air temperature around 76 degrees, water right around the same, 74. So trunkable, as we say in the U.S., and just beautiful. Little overcast today. The sun hasn't really come out, but still, it's been very consistent when it comes to the conditions that we have in the water.
Have you been surfing, Mitch, here?
Ask me tomorrow.
Okay.
And I'll have an answer.
We are not having time for that.
No.
Still working
not
a
yet.
lot. You're not yet, but for sure we will. Beautiful town of Saquarema. And yesterday we watched a video of some guys going around here, doing some tourism, and this is Lucas Silveira up and riding again, Mitch.
Well, he just dropped a 5.67, and looking to back it up again. Strong surfer, as Maida was pointing out. And now the opportunity for Klausner, local surfer who got a wild card for the event here in Saquarema. He's looking to make himself proud and make at least a few more heats. We did see Kawa Costa go into the round of 16 last year as a local wild card too. Marco having a look now, wedgie right. He's got an excellent air game, and there he goes, throws it around, and close but no cigar for Marco Mignon. And he will qualify for the championship tour with an event win here in Saquarema. Just under 23 minutes to go. Priority with the surfer in the red jersey as Mignon makes his way back to the lineup. Jarvis Earl with another big heat win. He is downstairs with Rachel.
That's right, Jarvis. Congratulations. That was definitely a really tight heat. How was it for you to turn around in the end?
Yeah, I had a bit of a tough start and didn't get many for the first 15 minutes, so it was good to get a few under priority and come back in the end, so I'm stoked.
And what is your goal in this event? What is the most important thing for you?
Yeah, so I haven't had the best year, so I can't qualify, which is obviously my goal in the end, but I'm just here to hopefully make some heats and finish off the year with a good result. But yeah, I've been loving my time here in Brazil.
Do you want to say something to your family and friends back home?
Yeah, I know it's early, so I'm not sure how many of you are up, but thanks to everyone watching back at home, and yeah, I'm happy to get through that one.
Thank you so much, and good luck into the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, he's still a Grom. The smile says it all right there. And our current world junior champion, Jarvis Earl, enjoying his time here in Saquarema. Moving through into the round of 32, as we will potentially be seeing that tomorrow. Marco once again, whoa, high flying act. And he is a freak. Really great air game, and he throws a kiss. As Lucas Silveira now looking to back up the 5.67. But some impressive stuff right there from Marco Mignon. And had one right before that he didn't pull. This one he did. And now Lucas, it seems like he might be either doing the runaround or switching up his equipment. Seems like, yeah, he's just going to make his way back out over by the rocks. Little under 21 minutes to go. And Klauser now might be having a look here. Can't get into that one. Meanwhile, Kate Mountain still with only the 4.67. Big trot around the sand for Lucas Silveira, Maida.
Yeah, this run on the sand is pretty tough. Yesterday we saw our fellow partner here, Raquel Apolonio, just running over the sand and trying to make her hit on the tag team actually for on the domain. It was so fun, so emotional that hit after all the show we had from the surfers here.
And here's Klausner now, also takes to the air. A fast rotation, and that one will be incomplete for Gabriel. 20 minutes on the clock, waiting on a few scores right now. Matson still with priority on the outside. But Marco Mignon had one of the most impressive airs we've seen all event long. And a quick rotation here. Got to watch out for those fins, too.
Yeah, it was kind of scary. His feet just, the board just flipped a little bit. It was kind of scary. And this is Lucas Silveira, the replay of his wave. Surfing strong, precise. Yeah, I like this finishing movement, kicking the tail right there.
But not looking to better too much, just 2.8. And then that air just scored an 8.17 for Marco Mignon. A great score for the kid from France. A lot of height, a lot of projection. And that was the previous one that was incomplete from Marco. Probably would have been around the same score if he lands that one. Incomplete, though, for the surfer in the blue jersey. He is in the lead now. An 8.17 and a 3.33 have him there. As Lucas Silveira, his last drops, has a 5.6. Kate Matson in third now needs a 6.6 for second place. And Gabriel Klausner needs a 9.27 to move up into second place. 18:30 on the clock. Some big heats coming up. Samuel Pupo will be in the lineup. He's number 12 in the rankings coming into this event. Maida, I asked you earlier which heats you were looking forward to when it came down to qualification. I feel like most heats have definitely delivered so far with action. But just to me, the waves, the lineup, the break, it's been very consistent, and there's a reason why we've been coming to Saquarema for the last 2 years. Because of scores like that, Saquarema provides big sections.
It's true, Mitch. That's why Saquarema is the only town around the world that receives 3 of the stages of surfing professionals. So we have the QS here, the Saquarema Surf Festival, and also the Challenger Series, and again, the Championship Tour. So here this wave is a very world-class wave, provides all opportunities for these guys put on a show.
And every one of the events that we have here in Saquarema, they're all run at Itaúna, aren't they?
Yeah. They are all run right here, right in this spot. Before, we used to have in Barrinha as well, like for the championship tour. We had another setup there for different angles of swells. It used to be very nice because this wave at Barrinha, right there next to the church, it's amazing. It's really hollow, many barrows. But now I think we are just focused here in Itaúna Point.
Seems that way. It's a very consistent wave. That is for sure. Marco having a look here. Seems like he's going to stick with the rights. Won't be able to get into that one with just under 17 minutes on the clock. And it's been the waiting game so far for Kate Madsen after the 4.67. And Gabriel Klausner still has nothing better than a 2.0. As we look at the top scores for the event so far, Marco Mignot in at number 4, an 8.17. In the second to last heat that we've had so far, Eli Hanneman with an 8.5. And Joel Vaughn with the perfect 10 alley-oop. You know, I think it's really important to point out that the text that we sent out this morning from our judges towards the athletes was the combination of major maneuvers that was probably going to get rewarded the most. But it all depends on the section. And all 4 of the top scores have been by airs. The combination of Matteo Sergi, the single air of both Marco Mignot and Eli Hanneman, and the crazy once-in-a-lifetime air that you're going to see from Joel Vaughn. The top 4 scores have come from aerial surfing, Maida.
Yeah, he was here in the booth with us, Joel, and he was really happy with that air. He said that is his first 10 in competition, in WSL's competition, so he was really happy. And this is Lucas Silveira just hammering.
Really happy himself. Fully committed to the rail right there. As just blends in the power surfing with these waves of Saquarema. That's Gabriel Klausner just throwing the tail around a little bit. 15 minutes to go on the clock now. Marco Mignot still in the lead. Lucas Silveira in second. And he is still on the hunt to try to replace the 5.6 that he has in his scoreline at the moment. Here's the replay of the Lasse Klausner, as he has nothing better than 2.0 before this one. Real cool kid. Has a great variation when it comes to his airs and maneuvers. You'll see that being a huge score, though, even though he threw the tail around quite well. That sharp eye looks good underneath his feet.
Yeah, and the interesting thing I would like to say, just first, let's see this replay of Lucas Silveira. Look how much power he puts on the tail right there. And then the second one as well. He's always a powerful surfer.
And then Marco, he was up and riding too. Once again threw the tail around and somehow was able to ride out of that. I mean, just the precision and I think the accuracy when it comes to landing a lot of these maneuvers and the most critical parts of these waves. His percentage of making them pretty high. As we will see him replace the 3.33 in his scoreline. 13:40 on the clock. And still, Madsen hasn't been able to get anything other than the 4.67 at the moment. 13:30 on the clock. And the Lasse Silveira doesn't improve. It's a 4.7. Still waiting on the Lasse Mignot.
And for Madison, this is a very, very important. He is on the qualification line, and now is Marco Mignot again, throwing the tail, spinning around again, a second one. Not the biggest wave that he can choose right now, but it was nice, both airs right there. And this is Kate Madison.
Wow, goes to town right there. And the big boy loves that one. He's stoked on it. Threw a lot of spray. And he will qualify at this event with a third place finish. Some big stuff right there. At a clutch moment in the Heat 2. 12:40 on the clock. One of the strongest surfers on the Challenger Series. And case in point on this wave right here, he wants to join Cole Hauschman and Crosby Colapinto as CT surfers next year. Jed Schilling also with the chance of doing that for the surfers from San Clemente. Should be dropping a big score right here, Maida.
Yeah, I think so. He was a little patient, and he chose well. Very vertical surfing right there. Strong snap and a good finishing movement. And he liked it. The patience paid off. Yeah, and he has pretty good results, of course. He's 9 ninth position on the rankings. So he had 5th place in Sydney and also a 3rd finish in Ballito. Were you there?
I was not, no.
No.
But this guy was. Marco Mignot once again. He's throwing away a 5.37 and looking to replace a 6.23. His strike rate is so high. I mean, he's made 4 out of the 5 attempts he's had so far with airs in this heat. And it just seems like he's been gaining momentum since the big one, the 8.17. No regard for not only his joints, his knees and his ankles, but his boards either. And he is just pedal to the metal right now. He wants to make this heat. He wants to make the final and qualify for the championship tour in 2024. 11 minutes on the clock. Silveira down to 3rd because Madsen drops a hammer of a score at 7.0. Mignot in 1st. And there's the score for Cade. Straight 7. Went up to a 7.5 from one of the judges, as low as a 6.8. The high and the low get thrown out, and the average comes out as a score in the good range. Here's Klausner now. Needs near a 9. Pulls that air. And that's a good start for him in the last 10 minutes of this heat. Lots of action here in Saquarema. He's been putting on a show for us in the first 2 heats that he surfed so far in the Challenger Series event, the last one of 2023.
Yeah, the surfers are really using pretty well the ramps right here to throw to the air. The judges are rewarding those airs well. And see, this is Gabriel Klausner doing this thing here. Pretty young boy, but very talented. He like it.
I like it too. Good amount of height, a lot of projection down the line. Not easy to land whatsoever for Gabriel Klausner. Scores coming through. It seems like it's going to be his best by a good amount as well. The last of Klausner is a 5.77, so now needs a 5.91 to move up into 2nd place. It's been Marco Mignot, though, with one of the highest scores of the event so far, keeping him in the lead. Cade Madsen right behind him in 2nd. 9 minutes to go. We'll be right back. Towards the end of day 2 of competition here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Marco Mignot in the lead still. 14.4 heat total. Strong stuff from the French surfer, number 20 in the rankings. And this kid is a local wildcard named Gabriel Klausner. He's been slowly but surely building his scores in the last few minutes of this heat. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Potts, and it's been an exciting one. Cade Madsen, number 9 in the rankings, coming into the event in 2nd place at the moment. Looking to move through to the round of 32, and that is Lucas Silveira. He's in 3rd, needing just a 6.01 for second place. Maeda, 7 minutes to go. It is coming down to the wire here. And I want to say it's been an action-packed heat. It's going to get even more action-packed in the next one. Samuel Pupo Samuka, he's paddling out. He's the number 12 surfer in the rankings coming into this event and has a shot to re-qualify for the CT with a good result here.
And Samuel Pupo, he really knows the path here in Saquarema. He made finals, and he is with his board under his feet, surfing pretty well. I saw him surfing this morning, and yeah, it was amazing. And this is Gabriel Klausner again. He's throwing everything to the air. Ooh, awkward slip right there.
Yeah, awkward landing for Klausner as Matson improves his situation to a 5.03 on his last wave. 6 minutes on the clock. Waiting for this last score of Silveira. Needs a 6.37 now, Maeda. Cool calm on the backhand.
Yeah, Lucas Silveira, he has an air game as well, but he sticks surfing with in his edge, like with the power surfing. But this boy, Gabriel Silveira, is putting all his cards on the air game. And yeah, he's doing well, but I don't think maybe it's not enough to overtake Kate Madison that's been ripping as well.
5 minutes to go now as we look at the replay here of Klausner. The one thing that's so impressive about him is that it seems like he competes better against elite level surfers, and he brings out the best in himself. So the previous score comes in as a 4.9. It's not enough, but he's put up a great fight so far. Needs a 6.27 to move up into second place. Lassa Silveira, not enough. It's a 4.33, still needing the low 6. And the priority surfer, Matson in second, looking to improve on a 5.03. Mignot, pretty far out in front. He's looking to replace a low 6 at the moment if he can. He's caught 6 waves so far, and Matson has been very smart with his strategy. Only 3 waves caught so far, and his best score is a 7.0. Just over 4 minutes on the clock. You know, Maeda, with the smaller amount of events this year in comparison to 2022, the Challenger Series take the 4 best results out of the 6 opportunities that most surfers will get. Not everybody gets to surf all 6 events like this guy right there. Man, he is just throwing caution to the wind. And Kato right there on the backhand will go down. Seemed like a defensive move, but I think having the Challenger Series finish for the first time ever in Brazil gives a huge highlight to the area, first of all, to the South American region. But I just think this is a quality wave to finish the Challenger Series at. I really like the consistency, and we've seen some massive performances so far when it comes to the round of 64.
Yeah, for sure, Mitch. Like, the conditions today are perfect for these kinds of matches, you know, because when the surfer have to perform and the waves are with a lot of quality right now, so many opportunities for many of them. Like, if you look to the chart right there, we can see like many waves ridden. So I really think Saquarema, Itaúna here, the point at Itaúna, it's a great wave to finish the Challenger Series.
I agree. 3 minutes on the clock. Mignot still in the lead. Laston Matson doesn't improve. It's a 4.43. Silveira in third, still needing the 6.37. And Klausner needs a 6.27. So still a good amount of time for all 4 surfers out there to get one more wave.
And you know what? Gabriel Klausner, he got this wild card because he is the leader of the Circuito Banco do Brasil. Here we have an own circuit of QSs.
Here's Marco, the heat leader. First time we've seen him go left in the round of 64. It's going to be a quick one. Doesn't seem like he's going to improve on his low score of a 6.23. So some extremely strong stuff on the forehand, especially with the air game. As we can see right here, the heat recap, it's been all Marco Mignot when it comes to pulling the big airs in this one. An 8.17 on that wave right there. the 4th highest wave of the event so far, Maida.
Look the projection right there. He threw the tail. Amazing. He could land this air and very stylish finishing.
And then it was Cade Madsen who opened up his account with his best score, a 7-point ride for the young kid from Southern California.
Vertical surfing right there. The first movement was completely vertical, and I think this is live right now.
Gabriel Klausner right there with a short ride. He's had 10 waves so far in this heat and still has a little over a minute to go. He seems a bit fatigued now. Around 7 waves out of his best have been, or out of his 10 waves caught, excuse me, have been pretty poor waves. Something less than a 2 on this one as well, 2.47. It seems like he's been a bit too active towards the back end of this heat. Still trailing, needing a 6.27. It's all or nothing for him right now. Everything to gain and nothing to lose. Meanwhile, Silveira, kid's been on the Challenger Series for quite a while, still looking for his biggest result to date and needs a 6.37. Does have priority and has 30 seconds to go. Good on the forehand, good on the backhand. Needs a wave though, Maida.
Yeah, Lucas Silveira competes pretty well, but I don't know if he's going to get opportunity. The opportunity is with Gabriel Klausner under priority right there. Not a wave of the set. And now I think he's done. He doesn't have any time left. And Lucas Silveira didn't have time to use his priority.
He's going to lose out in this one. And just going to wait on the last score of Klausner to make it official. But it seems like these two guys, Mignot and Madsen, will keep the dream alive to qualify for the championship tour. Lasse Klausner, it's a 3.17. It's Mignot with a huge win, the number 20 ranked surfer coming into the event, advancing with San Clemente's own Cade Madsen in the 14th heat of the round of 64 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. A couple of Brazilians hit in the lineup, Samuel Pupo and Rafa Teixeira, and a couple of Aussies will join them. George Pitar and Sheldon Simkis about to hit the water here in Saquarema.
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by Natura Kayak, feeling the power of freshness, by Vivo, official sponsor of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil.
And we are back live to Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil, to one of an amazing heat with Samuel Pupo, George Pitar, Rafael Teixeira, Sheldon Simpkins, amazing effort, amazing affair, Brazilian against Down Under Australia. Gonna be a massive heat. So far, so good. Till now, this is Sheldon connecting the dots. I'm Marcos Bocaiova alongside with Maria Pabish, and this is George Pitar. Nice floater over the top. Whoa, rough landing. Welcome back myself. How it is over here. Amazing heats, amazing conditions. It's such a cool type of size wave to compete.
Yeah, it is. We were talking about this conditions, like plenty opportunities for all these guys. They are in a do and die heats over there. So it's been amazing to see how they are playing in this stage here.
Upper right of the former CT member, Mr. Samuel Pupo, 3-turn combo. He was a runner-up last year here for Felipe Toledo. He won the events in the QS level. The last one I think was 2019 in Ericeta, if I'm not getting wrong. And Samuel is part of the dynasty of the Wagner Pupo, then Miguel Pupo, and then Samuel Pupo is pure Ohana from Brazil. Actually, the Wagner is from São Vicente, and he moved himself to Marizia, and then they moved to Camburi. Miguel moved to Marizia, and now he's residing in Balneário Camboriú, but Samuel is still in Marizia.
Yeah. These guys, they build their surfing in Marizia. That is a very powerful wave, and as you see there, power surfing for Samuel Pupo. This heat is really, really important for him, and this is Sheldon Simpkins.
Nice floater to begin his path in this wave. He'll go to the deep water. He's out. Let's see, nice stroke fin for Sheldon.
Yeah, Walker finish right there. And this George Pitar, good effort, just one wave, one single maneuver wave, but a good one.
I like how Sheldon is surfing so fast, so crispy. It's amazing how his board is functioning. I like his style, almost the same type of style as Samuel. He's so powerful. The other day, Maira was watching some clips from WSL, and for 2 seconds was clips from Samuel, and I thought it was Tashborough. So this is a great compliment for Samuel. I'm going to throw that personally to Samuel. Because in 2 seconds, I got to split my head and think, okay, looking forward, pay attention. This is not Taj. This is Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, he rips. Now he already has 3.6 and a 3.17. But this is the replay for George Pitar. A single wave, a single maneuver wave. Very vertical right there in the pocket.
12 o'clock stuff, guys. Amazing. He placed in the right position this turn. This is Sheldon, floater. Almost like a blueprint. Oh, okay, this is a replay.
Yeah, George got a 4-point ride with the single one.
Cool.
Single maneuver
that
one.
shows how power was that turn.
Yeah.
If you place 2 turns, 480, you're going to be almost 10 there.
Yeah.
Going to be around 960. Precise 960. I do the math. I'm tired, but I can still do the math.
But what we've been seeing here is the competitors going through the air to get better scores right now because the ramps are being really good for them.
Yeah, a lot of wedges around. So ramps is almost like liquid skate park right now in Corona Saquarema. So wedges all over. People are finding the place, stalling, fading, just to be in position for the ponds.
We see Sheldon paddling right there.
Talking more about Rafael Teixeira, no surfers from Espírito Santo ever qualify for the elite level. So the grinders are Christian Kimmerson and Rafael Teixeira. One of those guys. It's a matter of time maybe to find a slot up in the higher class of CT level.
Yeah, and Christian Kimmerson, he's from...
Regência?
Regência. Just vanished from my mind. Regência, it's a very hollow wave, isn't it? It's too perfect.
A little mini pipeline for Espírito Santo.
Yeah.
So we have a little, calm time right now to toss for Rachel with the last winner, Monsieur Marco Mignon. Ça va, Marco? Ça va, Rachel?
That's right, Marco. You had a great start. You could guarantee your one of the highest scores of the event, above 8. What was your strategy for this heat?
I mean, it was hard because I was against two guys who know how to put the rail, and I was just like, okay, the wind's really good for airs. I'm going to go big, and it worked out, so I'm really happy.
That's nice. And you know that if you win this event, you qualify for the championship tour. Do you think about this too much, or you just go like heat by heat, day by day?
Right now, yeah, it's just heat by heat, day by day. I mean, if it happens, it's God's plan, and if not, the dream comes. Well, it's going to happen another day, but for sure I think about it. It's my dream, so I think about it every day.
You feel prepared?
Yeah, I mean, I work really hard for this, so yes, I feel prepared.
Do you want to say something for your family and friends back home?
Saludos a Sayulita, la banda, vamos para arriba.
Thank you so much. Good luck in the next round. Back to you guys.
A French guy from the Basque Country speaking Spanish, amazing. Ça c'est super, Marco. Muito bom. Buena performance acá. Back to the heat here. Samuel Pupo is still in the lead. He have a combination of 360 with a 317. He's right there, but no lockers there. No passwords. You got to keep grinding. People are just keeping comfortable inside of the water, finding space, finding the wedges to do the punts, because right now it's kind of, there is a texture in the water right now. It's so good for airs, and I love his answer, the answer from Marco Mignon, because he saw that Lucas Silveira, like Kate Matson, they could go heavy, and Gabriel can go heavy on rail, so strategic-wise was perfect to do some airs there.
And this is Rafael Teixeira with a very strong snap right there. Another one, searching for another opportunity to put another maneuver right there, but he didn't. And this is George Pittar.
With the Z-Rocks from the first wave, one turn in a wave are super up and down, 12 o'clock thing.
Yeah, we were talking about strategy like this morning, Marcos, and we said that the boys are just surfing a lot of waves, trying to get some opportunities to better them scores. But at the last heat, we saw Kate Madison being way more selective and making the heat. He surfed less compared to Lucas Silveira and Gabriel Klausner, but he got the best opportunities right there. So let's see in this heat how the strategy is going to play for these surfers right there.
Okay, a W is a W, a win is a win. It's a matter of not putting a show right now. The only heat that you got to win is the last heat of the contest. So you can go by the sidelines in second position all the way to the final. Actually, man on man, you got to win. But 4-man heats, you got to just be there, at least clinch a second position there. And talking about more of these heat, I think some will have a combination of power turns and airs. And Rafael Teixeira have the same type of school of surfing like Hamzi, like Powerhouse, just heavy turns, deep bottom turns, little backhand attack. So there's layers and different schools of surfing. I love to digest and to almost like podcasting about that.
Yeah, and as you see, Samuel Pupo with priority, searching the lineup for a good opportunity. He just have 3.6 and a 3.17, so he's in the lead right now, but with this heat completely open. And here is his brother Miguel Pupo and Gianni Pupo, his mom, the whole crew here in Saquarema.
Pupo Han is amazing. For sure I know Samuel, and since the diapers, Miguel for a long time for sure. I used to be almost a little younger from the same generation of Wagner Pupo, and for sure right now Miguel is way more nervous, biting his nails right now because he's cool as a cucumber competing, but being a coach is hard. One turn way for Mr. George Pittar from down under.
Yeah, he pretty much looked just surfing these waves, these short waves right there, but putting a lot of effort in one single maneuver.
Maíra, I think there is some thinking there, because I'm gonna go back to his logic right there. Right there is Sheldon milking this wave, third turn there, gonna close out, gonna do a little cherry on top. No, he's out. So I think there is some thought about there is some strategy for George Pitar. I'm gonna go back to this logic right after Samuel, third turn for Samuel, little snap, connecting the dots all the way to the inside, a little hammer there, more 12 o'clock. And talking about strategy, that there's Yufo, there's Jan, there's Miguel. You know, George, I think he saw the kind of the angle of the right is kind of fat. So I'm going to go for 12 o'clock just on the left and try to be as massive as I can with my backhand attack.
Yeah, perfect. And Samuel Pupo is really looking to make things happen his way, because in the Challenger Series, in the first event, he got first. He won the Gold Coast Pro. I mean, after that, he went a little bit on trouble during the other events, but here he knows the way here in Saquarema. He has done final with Felipe Toledo in 2022. So he knows how to do it. He needs to advance many hits as possible to still have his chances alive to qualify for the championship tour next year.
Yeah, it's the death and glory here for the last stop from the last slots. They're going to be fulfilled for the season of 2024. So it's a lot of drama going on. That's why Miguel was almost like biting his nails there. And I know he's as a cucumber competing, but as a coach, he put all his heart there, all his ohana there. And Miguel is still surfing with sharp pipe, but Samuel moved himself to JS program, so he changed the gear during I think the beginning of the season. We can see doing social there, Jake Marshall, Mateus Navarro, Young Gouveia, kind of relaxed, and look how concentrated is Miguel and his mom.
Yeah, usually when you talk to Miguel, like asking him about how he gets more nervous if he's competing or watching his brother, he's always says like watching my brother.
It's a no-brainer.
Yeah, he really cares about his brother, and he just answered, I think it was Rachel, that he's here to help him out and not saying many things, just be here, being as supportive as he can. And this is Sheldon, really sharp right there.
We saw the bracket from Samuel. He won the first event of the season and kind of find himself in the turmoil during the mid-season. And he's right here, he's still with the dream alive to reconnect, like João Chumbinho reconnecting the last season after the cut. So that's the blueprint that Samuel gonna, follow through. 40 minutes to go, guys. Stick around. We have one more heat for the competition, and we're gonna have the legend heats. One with Guilherme Di against Vitor Ribas. I was just chatting just right now with Vitor Ribas. Vitinho, my dear friend, man. Girl, I have so many memories with that guy surfing Cabo Frio back in the day in our teen era, back in the mid-'80s, surfing in the ISBT, Association of Surfing in Barra da Tijuca, and he's with 17 years old as a young buck. He just clinched some slots inside of the tour, going all the way to the semifinal in Barra da Tijuca with guys like Dave McCauley, Marty Thomas, even Shane Horan was still competing in the late 80s, and Vitinho was there with 17 years old, and I have a friendship for so many years with that guy.
And this is the replay for Samuel Pupo being really vertical right there, energetic, putting a lot of effort in each movement. And the replay for Rafael Teixeira.
Let's check it out, the powerhouse from Espírito Santo. Oh my God, nice turn for the first one. But you can see, as I said to you, the kind of fading away, it's fizzle away so fast, the going to the deep water so fast, the right-hander. And I think the guys are on point. I saw some rotation. Let's watch carefully during the replay. trying to find the rhythm for Samuel, Sami. Waiting for scores. A lot of heats around. There was a marathon. A lot of opportunities for all surfers. Nice conditions for a four-man heat. Sometimes it's hard to place a four-man heat with a low pace rhythm of waves. A little full rotation there, kind of squeeze this turn. Nice turn. He's so good on the air. Check it out, Maíra.
Yeah, a lot of projection right there. Kick the tail.
He kind of hide himself underneath the froth there.
A lot of foam. I thought he wouldn't pull this out, but he did. He's a specialist on that. And
Nice
this is
setup.
Sheldon.
Nice setup. A little floater there. Off the top, like 12 o'clock. Close out session there. Guys are going ballistic.
Yeah, with 11 minutes 30 left. Samuel Pupo on the lead of this heat with the best score of the heat, a 4. Actually, he's just changed the scores right there with 5.23 and also a 4.73. He's the leader of this heat, followed by Rafael Teixeira with priority. But Sheldon Sinkus has a number to put in, and also George Pitard.
Yeah, this is slow score affair, low score affair, so no gates closed there. Still doors open. First priority to Rafael, second priority to Samuel. Right now they have George Pitard all the way with the strategy. A lot of hammers, a lot of one-turn waves, but that was the one that made the difference.
Yeah, very high, very hard off the top, and again, 3 beautiful movements for him. Strong, precise. Look that in slow
Look at this
motion.
slip, slide, snap. Oh my God! I'm gonna check with George Pitard if he's surfing with the carbon wrap, because the board is functions so fast, like Felipe Toledo Sharp Eye for fin. So now it's the perfect time for a little buffer zone. We're gonna catch some break right now, guys. But stick around. We still have plenty of action to come. So stick around. We'll be right back. And we are back live with Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. A lot of hopes and dreams and drama going on right now. George Pitard just took the first place of this heat right now with 8 minutes remaining. They have finally one guy here have a double digits score combined, so he kind of feels safe right now, but you never know. Look at this. During the break, he served this left-handed with a nice shoulder to turn. Second turn combo. Little deep water there. Let's see. No, he's out.
Yeah, very strong movements right there. And this is Rafael Teixeira blowing the tail again.
Nice combo, 2 turns. right there on the money. I love the second hook there.
Yeah, there are some scores coming in. But this heat is very important as well for George Pitar. He still have chances to qualify. He must win here in Saquarema to actually guarantee his spot. So it's must-win heat as well.
For him and for Samuel, for sure. Let's check it out. The man from down under. Nice snap. Another one on the top, throwing the tail there, throwing some variation. He's right there. He's finding the rhythm. He's trying to improve. He started like with a plan, like just going ballistic, doing some hammers on the closeout. And this is Samuel, nice wedgie there. Deep bottom third. Let's see the second one connecting right there on the money, like a fraud copying block. I love how he managed to do a wraparound that closeout.
And you know what? Rafael Teixeira just got a 6.23 on his last wave, and he is with priority. Still some scores to come in for Samuel Pupo in second position. So maybe he can change the 4.73. So Gabriel Teixeira will need a little high score right there. But he's looking for this wave. He's paddling.
A little behind the peak, Marietta.
A little behind the peak, but he gained the section, but he's out.
Yeah, for sure. And I think he's going to defend himself with the last performance with the two-turn combo for Semi. He's going to drop this 4.73 just all the way to Kamburi right now. This is my theory.
Yeah, and you were right. He just got a 5.77, and he stinks a little bit his lead.
Yeah, but it's kind of a close gap. It's just a 4.77 for Rafael. So he got to keep like improving, pushing the limits, maybe throwing some air. He's so good on above the air.
Yeah, and Rafael Teixeira is up and riding. Unfortunately, this wave just closed out.
There's a lot of texture going on for right now. Is a kind of onshore, side shore situation.
Yeah, because the tide is pretty high right now.
Yeah,
still
high tide, offshore, like side shore. So it's kind of hard to find a little edge there. I think last heat was more in favor for like airs and stuff. The wind is kind of shifting around.
Yeah, but Sheldon Cinco's with priority right now, and as we see, Samuel Pupo up and riding, throw to the air. Unfortunately, he could not.
Throw to the air like he just don't care. But that was like a coping block over there, almost like a barrel for the landing spot. I want to check the details on the replay.
Yeah, Samuel Pupo knows he needs to go big to solidify his spot in this heat. It's a must-win heat for him.
Right now it's a go big or go home. So, and he's such a master on the alley-oops. You're going to see how he projects his board, how he twists his body, his core. So acrobatic.
And Sheldon being really patient with priority right there. He needs a 7.27 right, and he knows he needs a good wave.
Sure. He's a wise boy. He's such a good competitor.
I really like this view from above.
Yeah, the bird view. This is the clip from this heat, guys. This is the heat cap. This is the 5.33 from Mr. Sammy Pupo. This is the 5.77 backhand attack.
Very precise right there.
Smooth
energetic.
operator.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he can combine, will and flow, and it's amazing. I love this wedgie there. Look, this is the money turn of the wave, going ballistic on the closeout, Mr. Sammy Pupo. Best wave for Mr. Down Under surfer, the 7, the best score of the heat, Mr. George Pitar. I love this lip slide snap over the top. The other one was way more crispy.
Yeah, both of these guys are surfing pretty well. They know that they gotta throw everything in this heat. They want to qualify for the championship tour for next year, but for this dream keeps alive, they need to come through this heat right now. And Rafael Teixeira, he is dangerous out there.
Yeah, for sure. He's a solid surfer.
And also Sheldon.
Yeah, Sheldon is super fluid. Rafael is super powered, just a powerhouse from Espírito Santo. Sheldon is a smooth operator, super clean. He have all the tools in his box. So we're gonna check it out. That two guys like first and second surfers already with double digits right there. So let's figure out Rafael can fight back or Sheldon.
Yeah, because Rafael doesn't need that much, just a .477 ride. But George Pitar with priority right now, playing some defense right there. Look, he is pretty close to Rafael Teixeira. Actually, he's doing the job for Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, right now he's protecting Samuel's lot for sure. Let's see, it's a battle there, guys. A little more than 1 minute. Let's see. Oh, he protecting. He's going to lose priority, but at least he protected himself and Samuel Pupo. Let's see now. The first priority shift to Rafael Teixeira. He's going to move around and going to find a wedgie to throw something super huge. He just need a 477. So right there, the gates are still open for Rafael. It's a matter of timing. It's not a matter of, skills. Let's check it out.
Less than 1 minute left with priority. He must find an opportunity there.
There's 3 guys with the hopes alive to win this continent, move themselves to the big leagues of CT, and 2 of those guys are moving through till now. Let's figure out the last 30 seconds of drama in this heat.
Yeah, Rafael is looking for some opportunity right there. Probably Miguel, it's outside freaking out.
Oh, yeah. Look at that, man.
For sure.
Look at that because he's not looking.
Yeah, he's not looking. He doesn't want to see what's coming from the ocean right now. Just praying for non-opportunity for Rafael Teixeira.
For the body language, there's nothing coming.
Yeah, he is really mad. He was with priority. Full of energy for surf
the rise
wave,
and fall is tough.
Yeah.
It's a tough pill to swallow. Yeah, now taking a deep breath, a kind of relief from Samuel, the whole Hana Pupo family.
You can see all the emotions right there.
Yeah, the glory and the drama. And this guy almost cruised during the heat, alongside with Samuel moving through. Check it out, Mateus.
Crying, Johnny crying, everybody happy.
There's a line there, Mateus, Yufo, our staff. Amazing moments. Death of glory. Just another story.
Yeah, they knew how important is this heat for Samuel Pupo. Very nice moment for him. Yeah.
And the next heat is in the water, guys. Just heavy heaters there.
Rafael Teixeira got really mad. He didn't have the opportunity. Last heat of the day coming up. Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Back for an amazing way to finish off day 2 of competition here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. The final heat of the day about to hit the lineup for Heat 16. It's Cole Hauschman, the leader of the Challenger Series rankings, taking on Alejo Muniz, Luca Messinas, and Billy Sterman. My name is Mitchell Salazar. That's Marcos Bocaiva. And we have San Diego royalty here in the booth. Jake Marshall joining us. Jake, we appreciate your time. Congratulations on your success. It seems like you're back on the CT in 2024 with a good result here.
For sure, getting a little bit closer with every heat I make, so just trying to stay focused and have fun over here.
Had a good heat this morning. How do you think the conditions will fare for the rest of the week? It seems like the forecast could be very good.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really know a whole lot about the forecast here. I've only been here once before this, so I'm kind of just listening to what other people are telling me and just showing up every day and checking it out. But I heard tomorrow's supposed to be a little bigger, so it sounds fun to
be like water, man.
Yeah.
That's Bruce Lee right there for you, by the way.
A nice quote.
And Marcos, you've obviously seen San Diego royalty before on the championship tour, Ram Machado being one of them, the local from Seaside Reef. But Jake, when it comes to competing on the Challenger Series at a consistent level, you see 4 guys out here that could easily take out the competition too. But seeing somebody from your region rise to the top, Cole Hauschman, he secured the #1 seed heading into 2024. What's it been like in terms of motivation seeing Cole succeed so far in 2023, as it seems like he's up and riding right now, the big boy from San Clemente on the backhand, a couple of strong carves, and finish off with a beautiful top turn right there.
Yeah, he's really been, this has been a cool year for him. Like, I feel like he really started to put it all together this year, and it's been really fun to watch. I mean, he's kind of like leading the pack on the North America kind of like push right now on the QS, you know, like 2 wins in 1 year is really hard to do. So it's been really fun watching him, and his surfing is just super easy to score. Like, he just throws tons of spray and has tons of speed, and it's really fun to watch. So I think this is going to be a really good heat right here with all of these guys ripping. A lot of them have been competing for a while, so there's going to be some good tactics and stuff as well.
Opens up with a 4.17. Bill Sterman opens up with a 5.17. Luca Messinas out there in the white jersey, the lone Peruvian. One of the best backhands you'll see, a 2.27 for him. And former CT surfer Alejo Muniz looking for a big win here in Saquarema. He has a 2.33 in his scoreline. Just under 25 minutes to go on the clock in this one. It seems like we might have some activity out there in the lineup. A couple of waves approaching. And it seems like Luca to the north end here, up and riding. Quick one for him. While we have a break in the action, let's go downstairs. Rachel is with George Pitar.
That's right, George. That was a really important hit for both you and Samuel. How stressful was that for you?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't think I've ever been that nervous. I was just going out, and I was hoping it was because I was cold, but I was actually just so nervous. And I don't know, I couldn't really hear too much out there as well, so I didn't really know what was going on. But I sort of came in, and I knew I'd got through, and I was so happy to get that one out of the way, and I was stoked Sammy got through as well. I'm really happy for him.
Talk us through, how did you manage your priority in the end, because that was really important.
Yeah, it was really important, and I didn't actually know that like Rafael was like needed to get the score, and I had priority over him, and then I realized like 4 minutes to go, and I shot over to him. But I sort of hate doing that little hustle at the end, but I don't know, I guess it's part of the game.
And how good is it to be with your crew? It's so good that you all support each other so much.
Yeah, the Aussie crew's so good. They're all like, no matter win, lose, or anything, we're always down here for everyone. And I don't know, you just feel that extra backing. And they sort of like, even like I've been speaking to Jacob before heats, and he's just like, because he's already qualified on, just giving me a few tips here and there. And I guess just sort of everyone just helps out each other. And yeah, it's such a good vibe with everyone. We're really loving it.
That's really good. Congratulations and good luck into the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel, and congratulations to George Pitar moving through into the round of 32. 23 minutes on the clock. Bill Sterman with a 5.17, Cole with a 4.17. A couple of small scores. Besides that, here with Jake Marshall in the booth. Jake, I have one big question about why is the U.S. and Australia rising to the top again at the same time. It seems like your crew and the Australian crew are both wanting to get back to the podium, and the Brazilian storm really ignited something for both nations, both the U.S. and Australia.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the Aussies and the Americans, I feel like we've really like kind of banded with our own nation this year, and we're just trying to push each other, and we all just kind of want to see each other succeed, and like we want to see everyone do the best they can do. So it's been really fun. I'm watching the Aussies, like they've been so fired up this year at every event. Like I think they might be the loudest crew on the tour at this point, but yeah, maybe we'll try to change that by the end of the event, but I don't know. They've been pretty classic. Here we got Billy on a little right here. Just trying to look for maybe a little reform on this one.
Dude, you got play-by-play down too, Jake. Is there anything you can't do?
I watch a lot of heats, so hopefully I can get my play-by-play going.
Hey, don't steal our job, man.
Oh, maybe you and Chris could be doing something over there at Seaside
For
Reef
sure.
with the Lot Trolls.
We'll have to do the Lot Trolls Pro commentator.
I just recall I was a caddy for Rob Machado in '97 in Rio.
Wow.
I just went to the airport with my VW to grab Rob, and I'm still friends with him till today. And he was like in the program for Shapers, Innovators in Ericeira. I couldn't see the guy there, but I heard the legend around.
For sure. I mean, Rob, he's like still ripping these days, and watching him a bunch growing up, like he's obviously just such an amazing surfer, and to have someone from your own town where you get to see them every day is super cool, and it's, he's
awesome.
A huge inspiration for
Well,
sure.
and speaking of influence, Jake, West Coast Board Riders, you have the Encinitas Board Riders Club now. If you're a CT surfer, unfortunately, you can't compete in the events anymore. It's a rule. I didn't write it, by the way, because Kanoa could be surfing for Huntington if he weren't a CT surfer. But Zach Keenan, Taylor Clark, I mean, these are just a couple of names that I'm throwing out there. You have younger surfers like Titus Santucci, Ellie Timpany. It seems like that area of San Diego, North County, you have Alyssa Spencer, who's currently in the hunt to qualify too. What is it about that area of North County, San Diego, that just produces quality surfers like yourself? As we're looking at Cole up and riding again. Slashes the fins right there. And a couple more just for a good measure. 20 minutes on the clock. But a very consistent wave. You had Seaside Reef for the World Juniors. It seems like San Diego's producing a lot of quality surfers lately.
For sure. It's been really cool to see like this next generation of Groms coming up. Like I feel like there's a lot more of them than when I was growing up. Like there was only a few kids here and there. And now we just have this super big group of Groms who are really pushing each other, and they're all surfing super good. So it's really fun going down to the beach and kind of seeing them all like push each other and have their own little like deals going on. But yeah, they've been having a lot of fun, and it's fun seeing that next generation.
And if you want to go outside of your hometown, you're going to drive down south to Baja, or you want to drive to Lowers and find yourself surfing in the crowd?
Yeah, you got good waves everywhere in California, especially in San Diego. So it's nice to get a good variety.
It's cool to see Katie Simmer's success
as
of late, too.
That was super awesome watching her. I mean, to be able to win events and make the top 5 is like, it was so inspiring watching her, like, just her first year on tour and just coming in and going off. So that was super fun to watch.
Rookie of the year.
Yeah, she's one of my favorites to watch for sure. She's been killing it.
So
me too, man.
Yeah,
everybody too.
Everybody's a huge fan of Katie Simmers, and if you're not, you're probably not watching the right clips. Here's
sure.
Alejo Muniz now on the back end. It seems like these lefts are turning on this afternoon for the final heat of the round. Former CT surfer himself and former U.S. Open champion Alejo Muniz. He's won multiple big events worldwide, including here in Brazil. A few years ago in Fernando Noronha, he was a big-time winner at one of the big QS events over there. Scores in for Cole Houshman. It's a 5.1, backs up the 4.17. And Billy Stearman drops a 2.93 on his last. That keeps him in second place. Let's go down to Manu Callado in the Activation Village.
Yes, my friend, I'm here right now at this space, totally dedicated to Natura Kayak. For who doesn't know Natura Kayak, Kayak is a fragrance from Natura, and they have this amazing place where you can go in and pretend that you're in the middle of the ocean, feel the fragrance of kayak, and also hear the ocean is amazing. In front of the place right here also, we have a surfboard, guys. Look at that. Where you can take pictures pretending you're surfing. Let me see. Let me try that. Woo! Isn't it cool, Mitch? And it's very nice that they do this recycling job. All the here we have the kayak, for example, and the boxes are made out of plastic that is 50% taken out of the ocean. Isn't it amazing? Back to you.
Definitely is. And might have to take a photo over there with those recycled fragrance bottles for Natura Kayak later on today. 17:20 on the clock. Bill Stearman takes the lead, has a 4.3 as his backup. That moves Cole to second place with priority, needing a 4.38 to retake the lead. And we do have our Legends Heat coming up as one of our, I believe, 70s surfers that will be hitting the lineup.
Yeah, he's 70 years old right now. Rico de Souza, shaper, entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur. Was a longboard rider in the 1988, ISA Games. He's such a legend. The first generation of Brazilian surfers, professional Brazilian surfers, is called Brazilian Nuts. Otávio Pacheco and Rico de Souza, Ricardo Bocão was the leader, and there was a legend from Saquarema that just passed along, Mr. Maraca. So rest in peace, Maraca. Such a legend. Have the best acai brand also. So he's a serial entrepreneur and an amazing surfer, and an amazing soul, and a podcaster also.
The plan to continue to surf well into your 70s, Jake?
Definitely. Seeing guys like that really stokes me out. That's definitely one of my life goals, watching all. Surfing's so cool because you can kind of just keep doing it forever, and there's so many different ways you can ride a wave. So it's funny. We do all these contests and stuff, and then, hopefully I can keep surfing for 30 or 40 more years.
We're going to see, Jake in San Onofre 40 years from now.
Yeah.
Surfing on longboards.
We'll see. Maybe I might stick to Cardiff Reef. But
okay. I know how sectorial guys can be.
Yeah. Oh, this could be a good one right here.
And it seems like this is Alejo up and riding on the backhand again. Dropped a 3.07 on his last one. Steep section ahead. Taps it well. Down the line snap and just loses too much speed right there at the end. 15:35 on the clock. Luca Messinas with a 3.43 on his last. That is his best. Paul Hausman, though, still with second position and with priority, only needs a 4.38 at the moment. You look at, the different kind of competitors that we have in the Challenger Series right now. You have veterans, you have people like yourself who have been on the CT before, and now you have young rookies that are very hungry, like George Pitar. What do you think overall it takes to win a Challenger Series event when you have different types of surfers in a draw that is so complicated, especially with the different venues we have on the calendar schedule too, Jake?
Definitely. I'm still trying to figure that out. It's been tough, but the Challenger is really interesting just because, like you said, you have veteran guys. Even in this heat, for instance, you have Cole, who's really young, and he's been able to really blow up this year and kind of burst on the scene. And then you have a guy like Alejo, who's been had a super successful career. He's won multiple events. He's on the CT, and even just in this 4-man heat, you have different variations of competitors. So as you go down the line and you start to get into those man-on-man heats, it's just you're going against a huge variety of guys. So being able to adapt and kind of switch up your game plan depending on who you're surfing against can be super important. And then we have a pretty diverse set of waves on the Challenger this year. We've had pretty rad locations, and we've gotten good waves at almost all of them. So you kind of just have to be really well-rounded, but also not only as a surfer, but also as a competitor as well.
Well, speaking of competitors, Alejo Moniz, he doesn't like losing, and he has 14 minutes to make things happen right here. Bill Stearman still in the lead, Cole Hausman right behind him in second place. Lots of action still to come in the final heat of the day here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Brazilian legends about to hit the water for the Legends Heat out there. A couple of surfers well into their 70s. A couple of legends, Guilherme Ergi and Victor Ribas, about to hit the lineup as well. You don't want to miss out on the action as we are in the final heat of the round of 64 for the Challenger Series event today. Bill Stearman leading over Cole Hausman, Alejo Muniz, and Luca Messinas. But how about that postcard right there? 4 different gentlemen from 2 different eras of surfing here in Brazil that have been pioneers. Seems like we might even have the first surfer from Brazil to surf Waimea Bay as well. 11 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Mitch Marcos here, joined by former CT surfer and CT hopeful after the end of this event, Jake Marshall. Jake, before we went to the break, I asked you what it takes to win a CS event. You grinned and you laughed, and you're still figuring it out, but your success in 21, I remember you making the U.S. Open final over there. You lost to Griffin, but dude, I'm telling you, you didn't make a single mistake during that event. Same thing this year. Eli was just a little bit better in the heat between you two guys. But I thought Ericeira went perfectly well up until the final, too. You've been nonstop when you're getting your waves.
Definitely. I've had a good run here. As we see, Cole just cracked that one a couple times. That was pretty sick. And, I kind of had a really rough start to the year. Like, leaving Australia, I was pretty bummed after the first few events. Like, not only just falling off the tour, but it's just frustrating when you get back in the Challenger Series and, you know, you're kind of expecting to maybe, like, do good right away or whatever. And the 4-man heats were kind of a huge, like, switch up for me after being on the tour for a year and a half. And just the strategy and, like, what you kind of need to be doing to put yourself in the good situations, you know, it was a little tricky for me. So Luca just got that was a really good combination right there. That was sick. See if you can ride out.
La Máquina, La Machina.
La Máquina, yeah, the machine, as we call him.
Yeah,
I met in Ericeira a little young dude. I think he's related. His father.
It's his cousin. Yeah.
His cousin.
Yeah.
Yeah, such a nice dude.
Giacomo.
Yeah, Giacomo. Frog to surf. He was trying to buy a little Slater sled in the surf shop there.
Yeah, and speaking of somebody who can't do wrong, Cole Hausman takes the lead right here, Jake. A 5.9 and a 5.1. It doesn't matter if he wins with 2 8s or 2 5s. The guy can just find a way to win in 2023.
Yeah, he's been doing a really good job of kind of just, you know, the heats he needs to bring his level up to the 8-point rides and stuff. He rises to the occasion, and then a lot of times he'll just surf and he gets the job done. You know, like this heat, the scores haven't been really that high because the waves seem like they're kind of maybe getting a little bit tricky. And he's just making the best of it and surfing with the lead, and now he's got priority again, so he's put himself in another really good spot.
What do you think about this last turn from Alejo Muniz, Marcos?
Amazing power in the back foot. Alejo is such a powerhouse. He's so important for our history. He knocked out Mick and Kelly in the final during the last couple of days in the pipeline in 2014. So he was a major factor in the Gabriel winning the first title for Brazil. So he's a major OG for Brazilian surfing. Even though he's an Argentinian born.
Originally, yeah.
Originally,
both him and his brother, Santiago.
Yeah. And Santiago compete defending Argentinian flag, and now Alejo choose to defend Brazilian, green and white, with yellow.
So 8:25 on the clock right now. Cole Hausman still in the lead. Here's Luca, though, and this is his strength, the backhand. Up and over that section right there, and bangs it under the lip. That was some strong surfing from Luca Messinas. Needs a 6.04 or better for second place. 8 minutes to go. And you talked about readjustments, Jake. Luca had to go through the same thing last year when he was knocked off tour. And the funny thing about him, he started off so well at Pipe, had a quarterfinal finish over there. I was expecting him to do well, but we had an interview earlier this year on the Lineup podcast. He said that he might have safety surfed a couple of heats on the CT, wasn't able to requalify that way. When you got knocked off, you had very bad luck at Sunset Beach, by the way. You had a great heat. Somebody just surfed a little bit better. But having to make that little switch, when you go back to the CS, you readjust, obviously, with the four-person heat. But the time management, too, how difficult is that for you?
Yeah, there's a lot of differences between the CT and the Challenger. I mean, definitely the four-man heats is one of them, just because when you lose your priority, if you mess up and go on a bad wave, you have to wait 3 more rotations to get back to the first priority. So your heat can shrink really fast on you if you're not careful. And, what Luca was saying, the CT is just crazy. Like, you know, like you just think like, oh, I only need to make like one more heat, like in his scenario, getting a 5th, you know, and he's right there. But the guys you end up going against, it's like that one heat is so far away sometimes, you know. So you really have to be like sharp mentally, bring your A game competing wise, but also like Luca, what he was saying, I felt like sometimes I felt in that similar trap where like you feel like you're competing really well and you're catching good waves, but it's not good enough to do that on the CT because people will just outsurf you on worse waves, you know? And the level is just so high that you really have to kind of like bring out your best surfing and your best competing at the same time to be able to hang on that level, you know?
I always do metaphors with mixed martial arts and jiu-jitsu, layers of levels, and it's kind of hard. 4-man heats is almost like having to fight 3 guys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you basically are.
Yeah.
With conditions changing all around you, too.
Just
6
defending
minutes
yourself.
on the clock. A 3.73, the last of Messinas. Now needs a 5.74. Bill Sterman still in second. He's looking at this wave right here and going to let it go with second priority. Alejo Muniz, though, in fourth needs a 5.9. And here's the heat leader, Hausman. He's just been nonstop. And last out in the opening round, the Aussies aren't super happy with that one. They're just shocked. Jacko throws up a couple thumbs, and he's like, yep, nothing much we can do about that. He's just a little bit better than everybody else right now. Has there been a specific person that you think elevates your game when you're surfing against them, Jake?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. I haven't had too many like crazy battles back and forth like multiple times with the same person, but I mean pretty much everyone you gotta bring your A game like to every heat, you know. Like I can't really state that enough, you know. Like sometimes it doesn't really even matter who you end up getting in your heat, you know, because everyone's so capable of going to that like excellent level. And I mean, if you can get an 8, you can kind of beat anybody if it's your day, you know. So yeah, you kind of just gotta bring your A game no matter who you got in your heat.
And talking about A game, what do you bring to Saquarema like gear wise in your board bag?
On my board bag?
Yeah,
well,
your
I got a bunch of Sharp Eyes and
the models.
Yeah, I've been riding the Storm model a lot this year. That's kind of been my go-to. It's like the high performance Storm, and you know, I was really into the 77 for a long time, like maybe the last like 4 years probably. And this year when I was going over to Australia for Bells and Margaret's, the waves are a little bit flatter there, and I knew the boys were having good success on the Storm last year, so I ended up getting a couple of those. And since then, it's just been my go-to, and I've pretty much rode it in a variation of that model in every event for the rest of the year. So it's kind of been a game changer for me. Like the way the board works just really seems to suit my surfing, and I've been loving it.
Amazing.
We're loving the surfing you're doing on it, so keep it going, Jake. Here's Alejo Muniz now up and over the section right there. He moved up into second with his previous ride, a 6.5, and he just might take the lead with this last one.
I'm not sure if
4.53.
Yeah, I don't know if we saw that 6.5, but with that wave now, that's probably 2 waves in the last 3 minutes, and he's kind of just turned the heat upside down right there. That was really well done.
Hey, Jake, you saw the scene? The Brazilian was cool as cucumber over there, and the Aussie are super loud. Things are shifting.
I know that you wouldn't.
It's paradoxical.
You wouldn't have said that probably 5 or 10 years ago. It's switching up on us.
What do you think about this wave here, Jake?
Well, he starts off with a nice down-the-line slash and gets up vertical. And this is one of the few waves this heat that's actually given the guys a big finishing section. So I think that's really going to separate Alejo's scores from some of the other scores that have been thrown down in this heat. He got like a nice critical end section that had lip, and he just banked it really nicely. And he knew he just needed to finish that thing off to get the job done. And looks like he's gone to first with a 5.47. So all of a sudden, Cole, he's kind of been leading the whole heat, and now he's in a little bit of a tricky spot here with Billy, only needing a 5.8. That's super attainable out there.
Well, and in the big picture of this heat, a 5 is going a long way right now because Cole was in the lead for the majority of the heat with a pair of 5s. Luca now needing a 7.3. That's a big score, but he is more than capable of it. I don't know if you remember, Jake, might have been 2014 or 2016, Cocoa Beach, the final of Pro Junior over there. Kanoa goes and sits on Noemar for the last 10 minutes of the heat. Luca's by himself. Next thing you know, Luca drops a 9 on everybody and takes the lead, ends up winning the Pro Junior over there. But he is a competitive machine, and he can do it done on both the forehand and the backhand. Looking at the heat recap right here, though, Alejo Muniz make a big comeback. But Cole Hausman, Jake, had a good start. A pair of fives for him. Had him in the lead for the majority of the heat.
Yeah, he's just been surfing the waves that he's caught this heat really nice and smooth. Not doing anything too crazy, just kind of going through the motions and getting nice scores, but he just hasn't found a great wave yet. And Alejo kind of had a slow start here, but he's been really getting it rolling towards the end, and now he finds himself in first.
And even though Cole is like in a cruising mode, he can be power in any tricks, any turn. It's amazing.
Yeah, when Cole connects with the lip, the spray just goes to the moon. This was Alejo's last wave. This really helped him out here. And he finished it real nice with this bang right here. And that's kind of been the deciding factor in this heat so far.
Yeah, and he's not that old either. A lot of people consider him to be, somebody that's close to being 40 years old. The guy's in his early 30s. Still has a lot left in him. Messinas to the air, and that's going to be incomplete. So Luca still going to be needing the 7.3 or better. Just hasn't been able to find his rhythm so far in this one. And Messinas had a chance of qualifying coming into the event. If he were to make the final at this one, the moment doesn't seem like the case. He still has 45 seconds, though. Bill Stearman with priority. He was in second for the majority of the heat. Needs a 5.87 or better. The play right here, Jake, when you're getting pressured by Cole like this, you still have a chance, and especially with priority, Cole's going to be trying to push you right, but it seems like Bill's best play still has to be going left here.
Yeah, Billy controls the situation here with priority, and Cole's just trying to put a little heat on him. Looks like he's found a wave. We'll see what happens. He gets a nice snap, comes down, goes for a reverse, and rides out. Not sure if that one's going to be enough. He surfed the wave really well. Just kind of didn't really give him a super critical section, but he cracked it a couple times, so we're going to have to find out what the judges give that one. He did a good job at least giving himself an opportunity.
For sure, at least there is a question mark over there.
Definitely. It's always good to, it sucks losing when you just are stuck out the back without catching a wave, so it's always good to give yourself a chance at least. Then you kind of have that in your mind.
So heat's over. Muniz probably going to stay in the lead, but waiting on the last score of Stearman. Needs to be at least a 5.87 to move up into second place. Really appreciate your time, by the way, Jake. I know you got a busy schedule here, and especially being in the top 10 on the verge of requalifying for the championship tour. I mean, I know it's a lot of concentration just to be able to think about surfing the entire time, but also not think about it the entire time, too. I know there's a lot of fatigue that comes into this, and people always say, hey, surfers have the great life, but competitive surfing is no joke. You're traveling most of the year. You're outside of home, and I know it's been a long time coming, but I think you deserve all of the praise that you're getting because not only have you made San Diego proud, I think being one of the few representatives that have been able to do the United States proud as well as of late, it's been huge for you. The success of Cole Hausman, I think he's been inspired by yourself, and Katie Matson might be joining you as well as Jet Chilling later on this year.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for having me. It's been a really fun year, and it's crazy that it's wrapping up. To be honest, like I'm feeling really good and super have a bunch of energy still. So these last few events have been really getting me fired up on competing, and I've been super stoked. So yeah, hopefully the rest of the American crew can keep it rolling. We all had a good day today, so it was a good day one, and we'll see if we can keep it rolling tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully see you here tomorrow for day 3 call. We're going into the Legends heat now. Mitchell, Marcos, joined by Jake Marshall. Jake, we appreciate your time. And I'll see you tomorrow for the Bread and Nerd call.
Right on. Thank you, guys.
Be right back with the Legends heat here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. A lot more action to come. We have 2 heats of the Legends about to hit the water. and the legends are hitting the water. It's going to be a fun, action-packed one between Guilherme Ergi and Victor Ribas. And then the other heat in the water, the icons of surfing from Brazil, Rico de Souza and Octavio Pacheco, and they are getting busy quickly. That's Guilherme Ergi, and for those of you who don't know him, that's an icon for Brazilian surfing, the only champion from Brazil to be the Australian Grand Slam champion in 1996, a series of CT and QS events held in Australia, and the title was secured with a victory at the traditional Newcastle Festival. Mitch, Marcos, and now joined by Maíra Paps. So the Legends Heat, the first one out there, red versus blue. It's Guilherme Ergi versus Victor Ribas, two legends, more of 90s kind of surfers. And then you have the old school veterans, Rico de Souza in the white, Octavio Pacheco in the green. You mentioned that one of these two guys, Marcos, successfully surfed as the first Brazilian surfer over at Waimea Bay.
Yeah, they both came from a generation we call Brazilian nuts, the guys that charge the game. Actually, Brazil have professional surfers before Australians, before USA surfers. Back in the day, in the 70s, guys are having endorsement from like TV Global, newspapers, stuff like huge stuff like Pepe Lopes was from a huge newspaper from Brazil, JB, you know, Daniel Friedman was sponsored by a beer company, and this is Guilherme, a.k.a. Hurdy-Gurdy Hurdy.
Rico de Souza, he was a two-time champion at the first surf festival in history, the Ubatuba Festivals of 1973 and 1972. So 50 years ago and 50-plus years ago, he repeated his second title in 1975 in Ubatuba. But in 1977, Otavio was also the champion of the third Saquarema Surf Festival. So this has been happening for more than 50 years now here in Saquarema. Pretty incredible feat, Maíra.
Yeah, it's incredible to see these guys surfing here again after so long. And yeah, they have been here on the athlete zone during those heats, and they were like pretty happy. I was watching them talk to the young generation, and this kind of things to bring the old generation with the new generation, I think this adds so much for the whole thing, you know.
For sure, and both guys, Rico and Otavio, they are both designed their own boards. They have those brands. Otavio Pacheco and Rico, amazing designers, Brazilian nut surfers. And Hurdy-Gurdy and Victor Ribas, man, I'm in a pool of flashbacks here. This is Guilherme Ergi, the uncle of the prodigy Matheus Ergi. He was runner-up for Louis Egan in Mundaka, runner-up for Marco Calupo in Fiji, if I'm not getting wrong.
Yeah, he made two finals in his career, and Ergi made three. Won an event in Lacanau, and was actually one of the first Brazilian surfers to win what is now considered a World Championship Tour event, because Fabio Gouveia won one, but at that point they weren't still considered WCT events.
For sure, that was in the 90s, and they shipped the two tours in 92. So 94, he won in Lacanau. I was there with him.
Pretty big result when you look at what Neko Padarats did. He was a two-time WQS champion, won the event over in France as well, the Quicksilver Pro.
Back-to-back finals with Andy Irons.
Yeah, and
in that season.
These guys were even previous to him. So forget about Gabe, forget about Felipe for a little bit, Italo, De Souza. It's these guys in the water, especially De Souza and Pacheco right now. These guys are well into their late 60s, early 70s. They're still surfing right now.
Yeah, it's amazing. And Mitch, for me personally, it was amazing because I could see Guilherme Ergi surfing in his last season in 2007. I was in Australia when he was in his last season, and it's amazing. I feel really blessed to have seen him
I compete
surfing.
with this little fella, this amazing guy, Victor Ribas, so many years in the amateur division, and I shift myself to the media. He kept the dream alive. He went all the way to be the best breaker before Gabriel Medina with the third place in the end of 1999. And that guy, he won Jose Gore, runner-up for Aki, runner-up for Louis Egan. Well, all the family moved their self to Florianopolis, but he's a local for the heavy beach break called Itacoatiara in Niterói.
And Ergi is one of the few surfers that I've seen that actually wears his leash on his front foot, by the way, which is pretty core. if you ask me. A few surfers will do that. Tends to be a little irritating as your leash will wrap around you, but it works for him. And I believe his nephew is in the event, Mateus, from the same area of Santa Catarina.
Yeah, he was born and raised in Santa Catarina, but his father and his uncle came from Itacoatiara. Alexander G is a little older than Guilherme. I remember the first competition that I have with Guilherme. It was so bummer to have just a fifth position.
Oh, here we
This
go.
is Rico.
Here we go. Late drop.
First position. Talk us through that wave, first of all.
Yeah, I think I was very lucky on that wave because Billy had priority and he didn't want to go. I think he thought he was going to close out. And I was having a shock at the beginning of the heat. I couldn't find any rhythm, any waves. So I was stoked that I got that wave. I didn't hear the score. I didn't know if it was going to be enough. But I just tried my best and I was able to get that wave and like right after a second wave. So I'm just glad that I made my heat and got 2 waves in the end.
Must be good to make a heat in Brazil, especially against an opponent that has already qualified. Does it make any difference for you?
It really doesn't. I know Cole it will be amazing on the CT, and he had an amazing year on the CS too. So I was just thinking about myself. I love coming here to Saquarema, but I never had a good result here. I always surfed good on the free surf, but I never had a good result. So maybe this is the time. I hope it is, and I will try my best on the next one.
Não, em português, conta pra gente como é que foi essa onda que fez você passar para primeiro, o que você viu nela, como é que foi essa oportunidade?
No começo eu estava meio perdido, não estava me encontrando no mar, e aí eu resolvi mudar um pouco a estratégia, e eu dei um pouco de sorte que o cara que estava com a segunda prioridade não quis ir na onda, acho que ele achou que a onda ia ser uma fechadeira, mas eu tempo de fazer 2 manobras, a primeira com bastante força, o que já fez eu virar para a segunda e na sequência consegui virar para primeiro, então estou feliz de ter achado essas ondas.
Boa, parabéns, boa sorte, viu? Congratulations and good luck into the next round.
Congratulations, parabéns to Alejo Muniz. Big win for him moving through into the round of 32. Otavio Pacheco, first wave of the Legends heat for him against Pico de Souza. Seems like it's going to be the best score of the heat among the two. And, you know, talking about pioneers, they were 2 of the original pioneers that started the IPS World Tour here in 1976. We're talking about 47 years ago. So if they were doing that in their 20s, to be doing this right now in 2023, back then I don't even think they were thinking about a broadcast of surfing. They got one now.
No way, they deserve it. Well deserved, man. Amazing. We used to have an amazing contest here in Aparador, downtown Rio, Waimea 5000. And there is a lot of Brazilian winnings there. Pepe Lopes, a guy that died in a competition of paragliding, one of our champions. He was in the final of Pipeline Masters. He took like the last spot. He was 6th position. During that time, the Pipeline Master final was held in with 6 guys. And he was blocked for 5 guys, and he kept like the last position in the finals.
And you mentioned the legacy that these men hold not only for their families, for the surface of Brazil, but I think worldwide too, Maida. You're seeing legends of the sport. Both Hergi and Ribas have contributed to what we know as progressive surfing nowadays for a lot of the men's shortboard.
Yeah, Vitor Ribas, he was runner-up on the championship tour, so very runner-up or third, sorry, yeah.
Runner-up in that year was Tajborough.
Okay. And yeah, but for sure they are all inspiration for this new generation here in Brazil. They opened the doors actually for all these boys that are now like just ripping around.
And there is the connection between the new generation and the old, not the old generation, the 80s, 90s generation from Vitor, from Guilherme, was guys like first Leo Neves, super important over here, Raoni Monteiro, and then later on, Adriano de Souza. There was the glue. That's why we call him Capitão Nascimento.
Yeah, and I mean, there was one guy that I really used to enjoy, Marco Sifu. I don't know if you
my
remember
pal,
the
my man,
yeah.
From the same neighborhood as I am, same name, same neighborhood. He's the owner of a beverage company nowadays, amazing airlist. He was in the campaign number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the corrupt flip.
Corrupt flip,
The only guy that used to pull that trick in that year was Marco Sifu and a few other guys.
Yeah, one of the pioneers of aerial surfing in Brazil. And You know, you talk about competition, you can say all you want about, oh, this person being better competitively. In the end, it all comes down to this. Enjoying yourself in the ocean. Pacheco, De Souza, they know about that. It doesn't matter if you start surfing when you're 5 years old, all the way up to when you're 70. You want to enjoy it when you want to enjoy it. And, I mean, look at the presence of the crowd on the beach, too, supporting these legends out here of Brazilian surfing. And it's really cool to see everybody still stick around for this heat, because this is what it's all about, enjoying your time in the ocean and being able to pass on these traditions to more generations to come. There's Ribas.
Oh,
and
so loose.
The old dog still got it.
For sure, man. So rounded. Check it out.
I believe he shapes his own boards, too.
No, he's surfing right now with Ricardo Martins.
Okay.
He's so tight with Ricardo, right? Still like the 80s, man. He dropped from a company of Cabo Frio. He joined the program of Ricardo Martins, and he stick to Ricardo Martins like for almost like 30, 40 years.
Look at the replay here, Maida.
Yeah, very nice hit there over the leaf. And another one. He's looking pretty good, Vitor Ribas. He's still pretty active. I think he's also
a kite wave surfer.
A kite wave surfer, yeah.
Yeah, he's amazing. And how about the speed? In his 50s, guy.
I'm looking at him surf, and he surfs better than most of the surfers in the event.
There's no fast forward there, guys. This is a real speed for Vitor Ribas.
Yeah, you might have to get him into the Challenger Series, seed him into the final over there. That's the real boss that you need to beat.
Amazing, man. So fast. So clean.
So,
once again.
Ribas up and riding again, going left. Deep bottom turn. Wow. Dude, he pulls that, and, you know, we're talking probably something in the exit range. His last score comes through as a 5.83. His opener was a 4.67. Hergy has a 3.17 and a 2.83. Pacheco in the other heats, leading with a 4 over a 2 from Rico de Souza. With 8 minutes to go in both heats. Rico originally from the city of Rio.
Yeah, local from Macumba.
Praia de Macumba, yeah. It's a good beach break over there, too.
The place that you're going to be for the ISA.
Yeah. Looking forward to surfing a couple more beach breaks within the region, too. It's so wave-rich around here, this part of Rio de Janeiro. Really love coming here. I think Sao Paulo has some of the better, maybe barreling beach breaks over there. Real good teepees. But the consistency that this area of Saquarema, Cabo Frio, where Victor's from, seems to me, Maida, there's waves here 365 days out of the year.
For sure.
For sure, you can find somewhere that you can surf. Like a lot of waves. It's really open to the ocean, this region here in Brazil, and plenty of opportunities, waves and swells coming in. And look, those are the trophies they're gonna.
I love the artwork there, guys.
I got one myself.
You got
this.
you?
Yeah,
for you?
For the Onda do Bem.
No.
Yeah.
Okay,
really?
Yeah, really.
I want one of those, guys.
Yeah,
Don't mix
really
with Bruno, okay?
I thought I wasn't like very similar to.
Oh, but it's
it's always like
it's
this.
cool. It's cool anyway.
Everybody thinks it's completely the same, but oh no, I'm not like this.
What do you call that in Portuguese? We call it a bobblehead in English.
We call caricatura.
Caricatura, so just a cartoon.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
cartoon.
Yeah, because a bobblehead, it's when the head moves around and
like
has the little
Dwight
spring.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't
have
move
this-
the head.
The head, yeah.
It's just a character.
You get your own jersey, you get a bobblehead to go with it, and you get to surf on a live broadcast for the World Surf League. Sounds like a great weekend to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a casual Monday, for sure.
Well,
Or
luckily it's
Saturday.
Sunday.
Yeah.
6 minutes to go in both heats. And all four surfers have been pretty on point so far. But I will say that Victor Ribas...
Stand out, man.
I think if we still had the Masters World Championship, he'd be a strong contender
For sure.
his category. Dave McCauley still rips. You know, Brendan Margison, he's been ripping a lot lately on his
Brad
albums.
Gerlach.
Brad Gerlach. You know, a lot of people forget about how good Jeff Deffenbaugh is.
Whoa.
I see him all the time in Huntington Beach, and he's still just as good, if not even better, I want to say,
Like
too.
wine.
Yeah. He's definitely gotten better over the course of his age.
You have such an amazing backhand slash.
And there's just so many surfers from different parts of the world. You know, Miles Padaka, probably say that Johnny Boy Gomes, a couple other guys from the Hawaii region, Jason Shibata, Joel Centeo's going to be up there in his 40s soon, Sean Moody, Ross Williams, our co-broadcaster.
Oh, my God.
There's different people from
I
different
love
regions
Ross
of the world.
surfing and on booth also.
We just got to propose it. We got to put it into the universe and just say, hey.
Let's manifest right now.
Let's have a Masters event once again, an invitational, get everybody together. Shane Dorian, let's get you in there too.
Yeah,
I know.
What about Kelly Slater? Would he?
Well, he doesn't count. He doesn't count. He's a unicorn.
Yeah.
He's still on the
He's
CT.
a ET.
Yeah.
With 4.5 on the clock. And speaking of the legends out there in the water, Victor Ribas, Guilherme Hergi, what they've done as pioneers for the nation of Brazil has been huge. And obviously Pacheco and De Souza have done the same thing since the 70s. Pretty incredible that surfing really originated here in Brazil, in the state of Rio as well.
For sure.
Mostly in the city, but it's really delved to the outskirts as well. Saquarema, Cabo Frio, where Victor Ribas is. But originally starting in the late 60s, I believe, in the city of Rio.
Yeah, actually, there is a battle against Rio against Santos. In the mid-50s, the guy that used to do free diving and spear fishing was the first generation that stick to surfing, start doing surfing in wood blanks, wood surfboards, and then there is a battle between Santos and Arpoador inside of downtown of Rio for the legacy of the pioneer of surfing in Brazil.
I would say Santos because I'm
I
from
would
there.
say Arpoador because I'm from there also. So I'm gonna admit that I'm biased.
Yeah, but probably
around that.
Around
Actually,
that,
I have
the
a
same time,
great father that showed me he was towing with a wood board in 1933 in the Bay of Guanabara. So maybe it was my great father.
Oh my God!
He showed me that in the late 90s.
Well, in terms of the better competitive surfers, they've definitely been from Sao Paulo.
Nowadays.
Oh, well, yeah, but relevance is important.
Okay, for sure.
So
man.
recency is important too. But, I think what Rio has done, Carlos Boulet, he's
from Pernambuco. Actually, he resides in Rio, but he's not born in Rio.
Oh, he's not originally from Rio.
He's from
No.
So everybody
Northeast.
just moves here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a Brazilian Hollywood, man.
Here's Hergi now on the backhand. A 7.33 would give him the lead, and it's pretty impressive when you see what he's doing out there right now. Big drop right there from Pacheco, and is able to come around this section right here with, longer looking board. Don't know if that's fully hitting the 9 feet, but still pretty cool seeing this from Octavio Pacheco. I'm lucky if I'm able to surf like this in 10 years still. He's doing it in his 70s right now. Some cool stuff. 2 minutes to go in the heat. Crowd appreciates it.
Very nice. And Mitch, that the last time that Hergi and Victor Ribas competed against each other, it was in 2004, and they were in Hossegor, and Vitinho ended up winning the heat. So now Guilherme Hergi needs to, if he wants to beat Vitinho, he really needs not a better score than 2.83.
He needs to fight back.
Fight
Look at this
back,
drop. Yeah. Oh, my God. Over the falls.
Speaking of Waimea Bay.
Oh, yeah. And it's a dynasty, man. His brothers surf. They change stances. Otavio have a younger brother called Mario Pacheco, a local hero in Ipanema. He used to grab hail, switch stance barrel riding, man. Legendary.
So a long ride right there. And then De Souza was also up. Dude, look at that bottom turn.
Backside barrel, man. Shout out to Eric De Souza, an amazing surfer, the son of Rico De Souza. He won a couple of QSs back in the day. Amazing charger. He from the same generation. Marcelo Trequinho, Gabriel Pastore, a lot of, underground heroes from Brazil.
Seems like Ribas having a luck here. And I don't know about you guys, but I think the waves turned on for these Legends heats too. Pumping down the line. Kind of a setup turn right there from Ribas. Into the lip once more. And let's get him out there during the Challenger Series too. He's on fire.
3-turn combo, one more. Cherry on top, guys.
Age is just a number. It doesn't matter for that guy. He's just flying down the line. Look at the smile that he has on his face. He's like, I'm good. It's the last wave I need to catch.
Mitch, is kids' holiday. He's a Peter Pan.
Yeah. Dia das Crianças.
Yeah.
Maíra, just beautiful stuff to watch for the Brazilian legends out there. Riding another Brazilian shaper legend board, Ricardo Martins. Seems like Vitor still has it. A lot of speed going into this one right here.
Yeah, those guys, they really put on a show right there. It is amazing to watch how they are surfing in his 50s and 70s. I really hope I can surf.
I got to throw the data that Guilherme G is in the late 40s. Vitinho is a little older. And he's winning. He's a master.
Well, he drops the highest score of the heat to 7.83. So he takes out Guilherme Hergi and Octavio Pacheco with the victory over Rico de Souza. There you see the results for Legends Heat 1. Kibas with a 13.66 heat total. Quite good. 7.83 and a 5.83. Hergi with a couple of threes in a scoreline. Still, everybody's just out there to have some fun. As here's the results of the heat.
Double digits for Octavio Pacheco, Mitch.
6.17 into the get range. I'll take it any day.
For sure.
And Ribas, he's stoked with his performance. Getting congratulated right there. Look at that smile on his face. That board looks great, too.
Yeah.
Real quick. Just suits his style. Seems like one of the guys still coming in here. I mean, the heat's over, but you can still stand up. Day's over. Might as well just come in with a good wave. Hergi with a great performance as well. Really impressed with what they were able to do. And you mentioned that Guilherme's still in his late 40s and the Victor's in his early 50s. You know,
impressive.
Anybody's able to surf like that into their 50s. You could probably still be making many heats in any event that you're surfing. But I think the most important thing is that they're showing that they're still surfing in their lifestyle as well.
For sure.
Like, for most of us, it's a lifestyle. It isn't necessarily a sport. We just want to be able to do this on a daily basis. And looking at the heat recap right here, it was a huge moment for surfing pioneers from Brazil. Hergi with a quick start. He had a couple of decent scores in the three-point range, Maíra.
Yeah, look, this so stylish. Unfortunately, he couldn't pull that off. But Vitor Ribas was really on fire. Look from above this wave. Just huge turn right there, splashing a lot of water. What did you think, Marcos?
Amazing arc, man. I'm such a friend and fan of Vitor Ribas, hurdy-gurdy there. A legend. That's why DNA. We're talking about Brazilian dynasty of surfing right now, man.
Yeah, and when surfing wasn't necessarily the most popular sport in the country either. And they were still defying the odds about what it meant to be a professional athlete. They went out there and accomplished their goals. This guy was the #3 surfer in the world one year.
For sure, and back in the generation from Rico and Otavio, and for a couple of years was forbidden to surf in Rio.
What?
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah, in some breaks. Was almost underground.
Then the older dogs out there, they also went and did some damage. Octavio Pacheco, Rico de Souza, a long ride right there. That came in as a 6.17. And then Ribas, once again, Maíra was just able to take control of the heat with a 7.83 on this one.
Yeah, as you said, he could be totally competing on the Challenger Series. Vitinho just ripping right there, exploding on this finishing maneuver.
Maíra, let's make a campaign for the comeback on the QS for Vitor Ribas. Ricardo Martins going to dig this. Maybe just for a wild card slot.
Hey, we get him back on the CT. Ricardo Martins might have a chance of winning the Vizsla CT Shaper
Oh,
ranking,
yeah, he would
so
love that, man. Shout out to
know.
Ricardo Martins.
You're at least going to get some points on the board. Yes. It's the afternoon time. Beautiful shot of the cathedral here in the background of Saquarema. Guys, what a day. I mean,
what a day.
Day 2 of competition, 16 heats for the men in the round of 64. We have the legend heats that just finished right now. Brazilian surfing icons, pioneers, and legends. They just hit the water here at Praia de Itaúna.
Mitch, Rico is a board designer, and he loved to break records. He break the record of the longest surfboard. He break the records, many records for the biggest paddling board.
Do you know what the longest surfboard was?
It's, I think PT have one in HB in
Yeah.
Huntington Beach. And one of
I know
those.
which board you're talking about. Yeah. Well, that board actually fit the largest amount of people on one single surfboard.
I was
too,
there.
which is
Shout out to PT, our
unbelievable.
first professional world champion.
I don't know how that board still floats. And there's Octavio. He's stoked. Getting some pictures with the fans.
Look at this image, guys.
And a crowded beach here on a Sunday afternoon in Saquarema, Brazil. You know, I think these guys set the stage for what we know as, you know, Peterson Rosa, a couple of guys. Renato Galvão, who's actually, by the way, here, he's one of our judges for the event. A guy who won multiple QS events. And you see these pioneers, these icons, and you really need to go back to the 70s, to the 60s, and think to yourself, who are the people that were allowing me to have a surfboard as something that I love? It's part of my culture. That's part of my identity. And nowadays, there are a few times where I think of Brazil, and I don't think of surfing initially, you know?
You think of soccer.
Yeah, it used to be that way. And now I think, you know, first thing that comes to my mind, Felipe, back-to-back world champion. Gabe, winning 3 world champions, multiple time world champion. De Souza winning 1, and obviously Italo winning both the world championship in 2019 and the gold medal in 2020. But it all comes down to these gentlemen right here. They've been pioneers, icons for a long time. They're getting their love right now.
Mitch, this is a Super Bowl Sunday of surfing, man.
Oh, we do call it the Maracanã of surf for a reason here in Saquarema. One of the biggest stadiums of surfing here in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil.
Epic.
Cool to see, you know, the kind of airbrushes that Victor puts on his boards too. I really like the paint. It's kind of 80s style right there.
For sure, yeah. You
little
can
Miami Vice.
Yeah, a little Tom Carroll flair there.
Getting the awards.
Look at his smile, man. The bubble head is going on. Yeah.
They're getting the caricaturas.
So you said yours doesn't look very accurate, Maida? Like, have you compared it to photos yet, or?
Yeah, I compared to my face, you know. And you never think it looks like you because they take what you have worst.
Maybe my eyebrows.
Did you send a photo to your husband yet?
I did.
What did he say?
You approve?
Oh, it looks like you.
Okay, that's it. I'm down with Bruno.
Oh, that's a cool moment right there.
Whoa, this is legendary, guys.
Nephew and uncle embracing, sharing a moment right now.
This is pure Brazilian surf dynasty.
It's awesome. An emotional moment for sure among the RGs. And seeing them be celebrated right now on the biggest stage of surfing globally, pretty insane. So Legend Heats are done. They get their trophies, they get their awards, and it was an incredible day of action here for the Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We got the Corona Post Show coming up after this. Don't go anywhere. We're going to highlight all the best moments of Day 2 of competition.
A gente vai entrevistar vocês.
2 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. It's the Corona Pro show. We got the air show going on outside. And to conclude an incredible day of action here in Saquarema, why not fly a couple of planes up in the air? We saw a couple of people fly through the air on day 2 of competition. 10-point ride, multiple 8s, a 9 thrown in there, and why not see some planes fly through it? Mitch, Marcos, Maida, and ladies and gentlemen, it was not only epic in terms of the consistency of the waves, the surfing was even better. Mitchell Salazar, Marcos Bocayo, Maida Paps. Biggest standout of the day for you, Marcos?
Oh, besides John Vogue, Vitor Ribas.
Oh, Legends Heat. You're going straight to it. It just finished, but it was an awesome time.
I'm biased.
Maida?
Actually, Camilo Costa did a great job as well. Yesterday, he was amazing. He got the kayak best wave of the day, but today as well. So I love to see him surfing here.
Yeah, we saw the Legends Heat right now, obviously one of the greatest of all time out there. Victor Ribas, as we did see a couple of the older legends paddle out, the original pioneers of surfing in Brazil. Manu Callado is with Octavio Pacheco.
Yeah, I'm here with Otavio that just won the heat with Rico de Souza. How was that for you? Congratulations, Otavio. How did you feel?
Thank you so much. It was a big emotion to surf again, put a competition shirt, and feels me feel alive. And we did so much times, you know. And good, we start to represent Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, and Saquarema in the world circuit since the beginning in 1976. And these days, you see all the generations get so many titles for Brazil. And it's a very pleasure to see the little bit we help before open the way for all the new generations here.
Okay, now one question in Portuguese. He was one of the first professional surfers in Brazil, so I bet he has some tips for our surfers right now. Você foi dos primeiros surfistas profissionais do Brasil. Dá aí alguma dica para os surfistas que estão começando agora?
In English?
In Portuguese, for your fans.
A gente foi, na minha geração, foi precursora do profissionalismo, né? A gente começou a ter os primeiros contratos com grandes empresas, botar a logomarca na prancha e representar o Brasil no circuito mundial, né? No meu caso, eu representava o Brasil, Rio de Janeiro e Saquarema, que é a minha cidade do coração. E a gente começou até a fechar, de fato, eram os primeiros contratos no surf, né? Hoje em dia, o surf se profissionalizou, né? Como está hoje em dia, a gente vê que o surfista hoje em dia pode viver do surf, né? É um sonho que pode se realizar. Então, vocês nunca desistam disso, porque hoje em dia dá para viver do surf. E as empresas sabem disso. O surf vende, o surf aumenta as vendas das empresas. Então, uma troca que funciona bem.
So he told you guys who think you're going to leave surfing to not give up, because today you can live from surfing. Congratulations once again. That was amazing, wasn't it, guys?
Thank you very much.
Back to you.
Definitely was, Manu. One of the original pro surfers out of Brazil, Octavio Pacheco. He led the way for the Brazilian Storm, what is known nowadays as we see the air show once again. Well, we talked about incredible heats. It was an incredible day of action, but heat number 15 of the round of 64 really set out. Number 12 in the ranking, Samuel Pupo, had a strong showing, but it was a difficult one to be able to move through into the round of 32. Maida, I mean, he had a tough road here. George Pitar was in the lead for the majority of the heat, but due to the poor strategy at the end by certain surfers in this heat, Samuel Pupo took advantage, was able to move up into second place, and move through into the round of 32.
Yeah, it's true. Rafael Teixeira was with priority right in the end of the heat, but didn't have time to catch a wave and have an opportunity right there. And Samuel Pupo was in second place and did a great job keeping his dream alive, following the George Pitar, and it was amazing. And his mom was really freaking out on the beach.
And Marcos, I mean, you give your toughest tasks to your best warriors. One of them being Samuel Pupo. He really wants to requalify for the championship tour. He had to go through this guy, though. The winner of the heat, George Pitar, looked on fire.
Speed, power, and flow. The board was functioning so well. Look at the slip slide over there. Whoa, so gnarly, amazing surfer guitar, an amazing rhythm, and at least a nail-biting hit for the whole Hana Pupo family. I think right now Miguel Pupo is lacking a few nails there.
Well, you see the results right there. Was close for first and second, 11.13 to the 11 points of Samuel Pupo. Rafa Teixeira closely in third, and Sheldon Simkus unfortunately was not able to get anything better than a 3.73. You know, heat number 15, the second to last of the day in terms of the Challenger Series event. But we look at, you know, other heats that happened before. Heat number 11 specifically. We talk about heats that really developed over the rounds. And you mentioned Kawakosta making it through once again. He ended up in second place, but he made the round of 16 last year. Let's see how he got into the round of 32. He was runner-up in this one because it was a tough one. The victory went to none other than David Silva coming off a huge win in Ericeira. Marcos, once again, he looked lethal out there.
Amazing. Lito, he belongs in the CT. He's trying to come back right here. In Ericeira, he showed his backhand attack. Here, he showed his versatility with the forehand, with the spray, with the arc. They have IQ of surfing super tied up with ADS. It's a type of surfing that is a study of the game, and you can see the versatility attacking the backhand snaps, the front side snaps. I think I'm hungry. Snacks, snaps.
And Maíra, then your guy, Kawakosta, Rio zone, originally from the northern part of Brazil, now resides in this area, moving through in second, and he wants to make finals day if he can.
He really wants to, and he's surfing pretty sharp as well. He's a big guy, very powerful, and I love to see him advance in this heat while following David Silva.
No, and they take out two very strong competitors from France, Justin Becret, who was on a roll after Ericeira, got a fifth-place finish over there, and former CT surfer Maxime Boussinot. So it's Silva and Costa moving through in the round of 64 through heat number 11. Look at that beautiful background scene that we have here in Saquarema. Well, speaking of beautiful surfing, Victor Ribas was on fire during Legends Heat. He's downstairs with Rachel.
That's right, Victor Ribas, which actually is not for that long without competing, because last month he was competing in the Master in Aracaju, and he won. So he was just telling me how good is that feeling of competing again. So tell everyone.
Yeah, it's very good to be back on the competition. My life, since I was 12, I born surfing and competing around the world. I'm very stoked to be here. I want to thank WSL to invite us to be here, to be with everybody here on the beach, because this is very important for us. Brazil sometimes forgets the old sports guys, and I'm very stoked, like to be here in Saquarema, in surfing, have this opportunity to surf here.
Now in Portuguese, conta pra gente como é essa sensação de ser competidor, de ganhar uma bateria, como isso faz bem pra sua alma, e também sobre as condições da bateria agora, estava muito difícil.
As condições estão ficando rápidas, né? A formação ainda tá boa de onda, mas demorava muito. Fiquei um pouco com medo, né, de boiar e não conseguir pegar nenhuma onda. Mas, Saquarema é Saquarema. Então, quando vem a série, a qualidade da onda aqui é muito boa. Ela empurra, né, tem uma força muito legal. E foi muito legal estar de volta aqui. Meus alunos vieram lá de Cabo Frio para me assistir. Todo mundo com a camisa da escolinha. Foi mó barato. Então, eu estou super feliz e agradecido demais pela WSL ter convidado a gente. Poder vivenciar isso de volta. O surf competição está no meu sangue. Desde pequenininho eu venho competindo. Eu agradeço muito ao surf tudo que ele pôde me dar, conhecer o mundo, viajar o mundo todo. Aprendi a falar um pouco de inglês, né? Vocês viram aí que não está mais ou menos, faz um tempo que eu não pratico. Falo um pouquinho de portunhol também, um pouquinho de francês. Graças a esse esporte maravilhoso. Obrigado a todos que estiveram assistindo a gente aí. Foi um prazer estar aqui com vocês.
Parabéns, congratulations for the win. Back to you, Mitch.
Obrigado, Rachel, and muito parabéns to Victor Ribas, winner of one of the Legends Heats. Well, guess what? It's the Natura Kayak Wave of the day, and to no surprise, one of the best performances we saw all event long. And the first perfect 10 we've seen so far at the Corona Saquarema Pro, it goes to Joel Vaughn. Marcos, perfectly placed alley-oop. He timed it well, but the section, more than anything, he knew he was waiting for it.
No-brainer for the wave of the day, Mitch. Look at the stalling, the technique of the invisible turn, and how high he reached. The level of difficulty of this trick was way above any bar. Look at this.
Yeah, pretty high.
Yeah.
I can tell it's like Felipe Toledo level. And this is a great compliment.
Today, it was Joel Vaughn's level because he dropped the first perfect 10 of the event. Both Leandro Dora and Mateo Sherdi agreed. The Natura Kayak wave of the day. Feel the power of freshness. Well, guess what, guys? It's my favorite time of the day. Guess what it is, Maida? It's our top 5. And guess who we're starting off with our top 5? Jake Marshall, still on fire and moving through into the round of 32, keeping his hopes alive to be able to move back onto the championship tour once again with another great performance. A pair of 7s moving through into another stellar heat. And the Onda do Bem was actually a huge part of the success of today, and not only during this event, but all during Octubre Rosa, which we will be seeing all of the month of October. You were a part of this event yesterday. Maida, how was it for you?
Yeah, it was pretty amazing to see the girls competing here and actually making awareness around the breast cancer, this disease that kills so many women around the world. And here is Claudinha Gonçalves taking her chance right there. And they really took this opportunity to surf again, because Claudinha is also a former surfer, and this is Suelen Naraiza surfing in her backhand. All these girls, they were athletes. They competed a lot years before, but there was some other girls that didn't, as Manu and Raquel. So it was a big party. This is Jaqueline Silva. She was one of the captains of the white team. And Barbara Miller. We had like many girls surfing and having fun as well. But the most important thing, it was the awareness for breast cancer, the Pink October, and this is Raquel.
There you go, Rachel.
Yeah, and I think the coolest part about this is that it doesn't matter if you're a good surfer, if you're an average surfer, you still had a chance to go out there and prove yourself amongst the conditions that a lot of the Challenger Series surfers were having a tough time with. So it seems like the white team was able to win and take it out. Huge props to Onda do Bem and everything they've been able to do throughout the course of the event so far. The beach is still packed. They want more, and guess what? We might have it tomorrow. But now it is time for the top 5. And speaking of the best performance we've seen so far in this event, we're going to start off with Jake Marshall. Once again, a pair of 7s. He's moving straight through into the round of 32, Marcos.
Amazing skills, amazing rhythm, amazing mindset. He came along here in the booth, show his skills as a commentator also. Jake all the way from North County, San Diego, Encinitas. Look at this. Top to bottom, no falls, man. No falls there.
And 0 arrows so far in what has transpired in this event from Jake Marshall, looking to requalify for the championship tour in 2024. He actually said he's had a hard time adjusting to the 4-person heats. It doesn't seem like he's doing so anymore. So Jake Marshall, our number 5 for the Corona Post Show. Meanwhile, number 4, big performance when he needed it. Maui's own Elijah Halleman drops an 8.5 with a single air, Maida.
Yeah, Eli Hanneman. What a show he put here. And with this big air, kicking the tail, rotating, completely rotating. And he ended up like stomping this maneuver right there. Got pretty happy with that.
Not every day you get to see him claim a wave. Number 3 goes to the local hero, Joao Janka. He moves through with a strong performance, Marcos.
Almost nobody can be more electric and dynamic as Joao. He's working his skills. He's working his boards with Brit Merrick and the CI team. And it's amazing to watch, like, his blessing here on his homeland, his hometown. He's such a legend here. His brother over here, Lucas, all the family, Gustavo, his father. Amazing. Powerhouse, John Shanka, surfing at home is a privilege to watch at the call.
And he did it in the first 15 minutes of the heat, too, on both the rights and the lefts. It just seemed like he was enjoying his time out there at his local break. talking about the number 4 in the world at the end of the regular season for the World Championship Tour. And he was just lights out when it came to surfing his round of 64 heat. Moving on to number 2, well, to nobody's surprise, Matteo Sergi, he continues to excite everybody. A strong performance, faced adversity though, Maida. 15.33 heat total, gets an 8.93 for this one.
The best heat total of the day. Matteo Sergi surfing pretty well. Actually, in the beginning of the heat, he was kind of out of tune, but then as soon as he could catch a very good wave, he started flying around, and this is the show that he did on his air game.
And did it with a stalefish at the end of this wave too. Not every day you get to see that kind of grab in a jersey. So some strong stuff right there from one of the highest rated Brazilian surfers left in the draw. Strong performance by Mateus Erdi. And to nobody's surprise, our number 1 today, Joe Vaughn, gets the first perfect 10 of the event. And Marcos, he did it in a strong fashion with one of the best airs you're going to see in a jersey.
Special session moment for the day. John Vogue all the way from down under without Vegemite on the luggage this season. We're going ballistic on the air. So much skills there being placed. Amazing. Look at this. This is for a clip, man, in a competition. So this legendary, groundbreaking.
That is for sure. Whenever you see somebody claim a 10 in the athlete zone, you definitely know that it's going to be up there. Joel Vaughn drops the first perfect 10 of the event, being congratulated by everybody on the beach, Australian or not. Well, it was an amazing day of action. The beach is still packed. It's crowded. A lot of people here. But Maida, you know, it was a long weekend, by the way. It was a holiday weekend here in Brazil. What's the biggest takeaway for you here out of the first 2 days of competition at the Saquarema Pro?
Yeah, we have a lot of good things happening on the beach. It looks like a surfing festival, like many things happening on the Dubang, and also this big show of the competitors, such an important competition here in Saquarema. So for me, the main thing is how Itaúna is a big stage for surfing and for entertaining people.
Marcos, Legends Heat, Challenger Series Heat, we've had it all.
We got it all, everything for the books today. Amazing, legendary day. I think one of the things that I can assess as an input maybe is how Brazilian Star connect the other countries to be more united, to be more energetic, to root for their peers. So the connection between like Brazilian Star mindset through all the countries and continents, I think that is amazing, and it goes all the way from this as a theory for that.
Well, the level of surfing is as high as it could possibly be. And guess what? We got more highlights for you at the end of the Corona Post Show. Stay tuned on WorldSurfLeague.com for a 7:45 a.m. call tomorrow morning for potential Day 3 action here in Saquarema.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.